What's going on, homies? There's that thing, that link there. Uh, Send that link out. So everybody's smoking on today. Actually, I should stop for a fucking smoke break there. It has been. Everyone gets stoned with me while I chisel away. Actually, I'm done chiseling, but there's probably more chiseling to do. Oh, I heard a noise. Oh, I run this goddamn thing from my phone. What's up, Mark? Oh, no noise. Almost time for a session here. Can't run away. Have this thing pointing. Find something clean to break up the bleed on. Fucking Tim, Ed, what's up? Why? Tony, come and get stoned with me, fellas. Got that link in the chat there. Oh, what did I do here? Man, this is hard on your phone. Not used to this. Silly. What's up, Tim?
What's up, brother?
Hey, Tim. How's
Can you hear
Isaac
me?
doing? Yeah. How's Isaac doing?
Man, he's in a rough spot, to tell you the truth. You
Oh,
probably
shit.
know, huh?
Yeah. Well, I seen that picture of him smiling away there. He looked like he was looked like happy there, so I'm
Yeah,
sure he'll pull through there.
he's like, when he has these seizures, and this episode was extremely bad, and let me kind of lay it out real quick. He got a fungal infection into his spine and his brain, and it's causing him some serious issues.
Yeah,
And it's colonized his spinal column, right? So he's
okay.
having seizures already in life. So now this kind of compounds it.
Yeah.
So when this happens, it makes him revert. So he's about 9 right now. He's like a 9-year-old.
Oh, no shit. Oh, brother, that's fucking rough, but sure he'll pull through, man. He's young. He's got lots of spirit.
Yeah,
He's
he'll be
fucking.
fine, man. He's in their
Oh,
hands.
yeah.
But
Yeah.
I don't trust doctors too well.
No, you know what? Me neither, really. They're prescription pushers there, and that concerns me. But when you need antibiotics or whatever, like that's fucking you need your antibiotics. But it's all those other weird chemical pills there that I'm fucking pretty worried about. Like the stuff
Yeah,
that's
I
derived from
agree.
fungi or whatever, right? Like because those antibiotics are usually like from fungus, so I like fungus. Fungus is good. Yeah, man, I gotta fucking find a clean spot to break out a little bit of weed here.
You got some cold weather going right there. Hey,
Oh yeah.
what's the temperature in your greenhouse like?
Oh shit, I don't know, man, but it's a hell of a lot warmer than outside. I think outside it was. It's pretty warm today, actually. I think it was like 12 or 14 or something. It's not terrible.
Wow. Well, I can
Minus
see your
12.
breath.
Oh yeah, it's definitely below freezing in here, but it really takes the chill off there. This greenhouse. I've been using it as a little wood shop there for the winter, so puttering around. Gonna build a composting toilet and make some lactobacillus or like some bokashi brand that I fucking put in there. For the
Cool.
camper.
Break it all
Yeah.
down.
Yeah. Man, my little shelf is real crooked. Gotta find something to prop up my shelf. What is going on here? Holy man.
Reloadable.
I guess my water tank, I got a big water tote in here that, it's like in the summertime, it gets heated up and then releases the heat at night. But right now, it's a big block of ice and it's expanded there. So my little table's pretty crooked here. Rig her back up. There, now I can make a pile of weed that won't fall away.
That's cool. So your table's sitting on the water tank, huh?
Yeah, well, it's just a piece of wood or whatever, eh?
Yeah, that's a table.
Yeah.
I'm with you.
I'm
So
not fancy.
we got some stumps that were cut. Thank you. We got
Some what?
stumps that were cut, right? We got some stumps
Okay.
from this crepe
Yeah.
myrtle, and it turns out to be really good because we got a bunch of wood chips and stumps, some from pine, some from the crepe myrtle.
Fuck yeah.
And the crepe myrtle we could put on the garden itself, but the pine we had to like let sit to get it to fresh pine chips or nitrogen suckers. So
Yeah, through that, eh?
and this with this, just put some on there. And so the crepe myrtle turned out to be really cool in a couple different ways. The smell of it is really nice in the yard and in the garden, and it attracts the like different types of insects and different types of stuff, right? So right
Oh, yeah.
at the border between where it's just pine chips and myrtle chips, I could lift up the chips and see two different microbiomes right there. So it's kind of
Cool.
going to be a cool thing. This Vegas dirt was bad, so we put in like 6 inches in some places of just solid wood chips and alfalfa.
Fuck yeah.
Cool.
Yep. Good to mix it up, eh? Yeah, that's what I was kind of thinking there. I'm gonna have a little bit of fucking mulch from chipping away in here, chiseling and sawing and.
Where are you getting your wood? What kind of wood are you chopping up?
They were mostly jack pines that fell over where my camper is.
Nice.
Yeah, so just trying to recycle the wood the best I can there. I don't burn anymore there. I used to have a fireplace in my garage, but now the grow lights keep it warm, eh? But
we just built a fire pit because I wanted to make some biochar, and I pulled up all the green stuff out of the garden and threw it like about 2.5 feet underground, and then put some thin wood pieces and then some more greenery and then some more wood and more greenery and more wood, and then piled it up, and then we just burned on top of that for days on end.
Oh yeah.
And then I pulled up all that stuff that was down below, and it had worked so well. It all had just been like turned black into a char, but not ever lit on fire. That green shit was all black char now.
Yeah. like glass there, I guess they call it.
Yeah, you can see a lot of that too happening where the heat had made it, like certain surfaces get a shine to it like that. But a lot of it was like real pocket, a lot of pockets for all the microbes and stuff to lay all in and stuff.
Fuck yeah. Yeah, I never heard. What do you call that? A myrtle tree? I never even heard of that before.
Crepe myrtle. It looks like crepe paper. The bark is like crepe paper. It kind of peels off and it's got a reddish color to it.
Okay, cool. Kind of birch bark, kind of like type peely.
Yeah, that's we didn't know what it was when we brought it home because we just got lucky and some stuff was there, so we grabbed it.
Okay.
And it turned out to be pretty cool. We got a couple of other things too. They had chopped down some trees out in the wood because of a burn, like the fire control people were out there fighting the fire and they chopped down trees. And when they did, we came out and got the sawdust and shit. What's up, Tony?
What's up, brother?
Yeah, so we went and got the sawdust and all the burnt wood and shit from that fucking firefight.
Yeah.
Just in the natural woods, I got 9 totally ghosted right now going.
Hell
yeah.
I'm about to send some of those out to Tim too.
Right.
Who's that?
Bear Lion Screen Printing. He shows up here. Tim McElhenney.
Sick.
He's the one that made these beanies and my hats.
Nice.
Cool. Right on.
He's the one that made all these.
Yeah, the DA.
Yeah.
Boneyard. Sweet.
Oh, that thing popped back up.
Oh man. Had to get some
What's
coffee.
the weather like where you're at, Tony?
Right now it's 42 degrees right now, but it's clear. It'll warm up today. We'll probably hit 70.
Sounds like my house.
Yeah, we're pretty close to what you are.
Oh fuck! I wish everything's buried in snow. I wish it was fucking 70 degrees.
Oh yeah, I forgot we're on with Ty. We're rubbing it in and shit. We're at two of the warmest places in North America and shit.
That ain't a lie.
Oh fuck! Well, I don't think I can handle it there in the summer. I'll tell you the truth there. Fuck.
Dude,
be too hot for me.
It's gnarly, dude. The heat's fucking crazy, dude. But
yeah, that's fucking insane. Like, I come into my greenhouse when it's like the temperature, like, it gets like 115 degrees in the greenhouse sometimes there, and I come in here and I'm fucking in here for like 5 minutes, fucking out. Can't even handle it.
Fuck, my greenhouse hits like 140, dude.
Holy fuck.
It's 130 in the sun here, easy.
Whoa.
I've tested that out. I've put multiple thermometers in the sun and fucking all of them reach 131 and fucking won't go any higher.
That's sickening.
Yeah, we had a thermometer one time. I was roofing out here in Vegas. It was in the 80s, and we had a thermometer up on the roof with us, and we took break in the afternoon to go eat lunch underneath the portico of this house we were working on, and we heard like glass break, and then all of a sudden mercury came dripping off the roof.
Holy fuck.
Exploded the thermometer.
Dab time. I don't have any beanies available. I may be getting some. I'm not sure. I've been contemplating making some of beanies that have this on them. The DDA. But I'm not sure.
So all you got is a Boneyard beanie?
Yeah, just mine. I don't even have any of those left. These are two. I've got two different kinds. This is the original one, and then this is the one that Tim did.
Yeah, I like green.
And they're a little different.
Fuck yeah.
The first one's got the original drawing on it.
Yeah, that's one on the CPAC.
The one that Tim did is he vectored it out for me and smoothed out the art a little bit, so it's easier to to see it. Then I've got fucking like 4 different boneyard hats and the DDA hat that I did. I'll be sending those other packs out to you on Monday, man. I appreciate you putting those fucking stickers up on my fucking family's road, bro. I sent some packs to Nada. He picked some up. He happens to live pretty close to where my dad's mom, my grandmother's house is. So I had him go put some stickers on the fucking street sign there. Just in case, because I haven't been down there since my grandma died, man. It's been a long time. It's been 20 years since I've been down there.
I don't have one. I looked, I was checking it out, and I just don't have one. I looked all over because I know if I had one, it'd be on here.
I'll take care of you, man. I might be making some bigger ones instead of the 3-inch. I might go to 5-inch.
So I'm kind of glad you're here, Tony, because it came to mind just now about this the glycerin. Because this is the first time the glycerin didn't work, right? And it was because the fungal infection wasn't because the glycerin doesn't work. It was because there was some other underlying factor we weren't aware of. So have you ever heard of that before, where like a aspergillus or something like that infection, it's a fungal. We're pretty sure it's aspergillus. The aspergillus infection blocks the CBD.
Well, it's really hard to get cannabinoids to pass the blood-brain barrier to begin with. It's extremely hard. That's why Isaac has to use such high dosages of cannabis to get relief, even without the fungal infection. That's like with cancer and other true medical issues that we treat cannabis with. That's why we have to use such massive amounts to get to the source. Well, our bodies end up passing so much of the cannabis straight through us without utilizing it, that when our medical issues compound, it gets really hard to treat with cannabis alone. It's just like me with all my health issues. Everyone's always like, smoke something or dab something. And I'm like, man, I wished it worked. It's like, the only way I can explain it is like if you're a long distance runner, right, and you've got 6 laps to do and you're on lap fucking 5 and you just need to stop for a minute and take a break. It feels like a fucking relief to take that small break, but you got to start back up and finish that 6 fucking lap, then it's going to kill you anyway. It's just hard, brother. I know Isaac's going through some serious shit right now. All I can say is, in my experience, cannabis alone is not going to be what helps him. So do what them doctors tell you to help, because they are extremely experienced in these things. Even if you do run into some herbalists that can help, you want to combine everything you can to help him right now, because one thing I feel alone it's not going to be enough. It doesn't matter what it is. Doctors alone aren't enough. Cannabis alone's not enough. And the love of his family is not enough. And that goes for all of us. You got to try to combine all that shit together. That blood-brain barrier is hard to get through. You need a lot of CBG for sure to be able to cut down on the swelling that's happening in the spine and in the in the brain. You're gonna have to pick CBG or CBD. They work counteractive to each other.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Oh,
so
holy shit. I'm so glad you're here, Tony. Because listen, man, I got a jar, and I mean a jar like this big of fucking CBG teeth, right?
mm-hmm.
It was farmer grade hash, just hella green. It needed to be extracted.
You could make that glycerin with that keef by soaking it, or you could just use that keef by eating it. But If you have a CBG that's separate in high dose, I would try to utilize. I would make something with that by itself, so that you could
Okay.
utilize it in times like this. Utilizing CBD, CBN, and THC and all that shit together is great, but you're trying to treat a very specific thing. Utilizing those two together they're going to battle each other.
Because that's what he was doing. Look, he got that. He was on a regimen of CBD, right? I learned this from you, that the edible CBD that goes into his body in a regular regimen, so it builds up in his system, so he has the ability to fight the seizures, and working like a charm, changed everything in his life. But then he got this giant jar of CBG Keith that we were going to extract. And we are looking into how to do it and stuff. But he was trying. He was smoking it and putting it on top of his weed after he took his CBD. So. Like, this is a counteractive thing, and then he started having seizures all of a sudden.
They counteract where they almost don't work together. Those two cannabinoids, they just kind of, if you put it like at a 1-to-1, you might have issues with it helping him with the seizures. Like, it's great for a high, but for a medical treatment of something, one of them is going to have to be higher than the other one to get the benefits of that one. And with what's happening to him with the brain and the spine, having an infection of a fungal infection, it's going to cause swelling. Any kind of infection causes a swelling, basically. So to reduce swelling the most, CBG is going to have the highest effect in my experience. The CBG would be the best for that. Now, CBD, great for seizures when it's only the seizure he's dealing with. You know what I'm saying? The CBD works great because you don't want to get high. A lot of times when you're just trying to stay clear, you're trying to stop the seizure. But CBD and THC together are more effective.
Does that matter what's causing the seizure? Like, are all seizures kind of caused by the same symptom or
no? They're different for each person.
Okay.
And age of the person is what also gonna come along to with what's happening. Like, if it's a kid, I wouldn't offer any type of THC, even in the acid form, to them. They're developing. You don't want to be altering brain chemicals that much with THC. We used to treat kids at the club with a 15-to-1 CBD to THC plant that we had that we called the Appy, the ambiguous purple Appy. It was one of the first plants that in our area we found that was extremely high in CBD. Nobody was testing for other cannabinoids back then. Not in my area, they weren't. And we'd have to drive like 5 or so hours to get to a club or to a testing facility that could do that. And having to drive a bunch of samples is kind of hard. So we were relying on the group doing it, like me doing my stuff and my buddy doing his stuff. And the other people that were within the group, which usually works more efficiently if you're not all testing the same fucking line, instead of just like one person doing it, or if you can combine resources, you'll end up being able to go through those genotypes much more rapidly to find more effective plants within the seed group. So, and when it's one person having to pay for it, it sucks. So when you got multiple people pulling stuff together for projects, it was much easier for us to pay for the testing on them plants.
I think that's a real good way to go about it, because another thing is there's a lot of like, I have a lot of different stuff, and I can't guarantee the same cannabinoid profile and terpene profile with each cultivar. You know, it might be a little varied, so I need to like really look at it close and make sure that I'm getting the right stuff for him, because I can't just say, oh, look, this goes to Candida, works for him, and then grow another seed and it be the same exact profile. You know, I need to figure out how to grow the one I like, and then get that clones going from it, mother that plant, so I can keep his.
You're not going to find them in seed form again. The chemovar status is different for every seed. Even from the same pollination of two parents, every seed is going to produce a different chemical makeup because they received different genes. There was no way for us with normal breeding to guarantee that the male passes exactly this set of genes in every seed, and the female passes exactly this set of genes. We
It's
can't
like a
do that.
snowflake.
Yeah,
No two
exactly.
snowflakes are the same.
Yeah, they're not. And we all we're doing is fucking staring out the window at shit coming down. We got to pick our favorite one and keep it forever in a chemovar status. Once we know what that chemovar status is, we have to understand how to produce that in different environments to get the phenotype to fucking produce that genotype, because you can that chemotype, not genotype. The chemotype changes with soil, like terroir. What you feed it, you can affect the chemical makeup that you end up at the end of that plant. So you might have to run them side by side in a hydro and an organic just to find out if you can produce different chemical makeups in that plant or at a higher percentage, especially when it's a medicine. Like
Yeah,
for Isaac,
I have 3 different gardens, so I figure each garden I'm gonna run it in each garden to see how,
going to be different.
indoor, outdoor,
Mhm.
full sun, shaded.
But the,
You
the
know.
thing is they need to be ran in repeatable gardens. So if you end up losing access to the one that works the best and you can't reproduce it, that it was like having information that you can't use. You know what I'm saying? Like
Yeah,
it
I
needs
hear
to
you.
be systems. That's why using like the soil in your backyard might work great, but if you have to move or anyone else can't reproduce it because they don't have access to your soil. So without soil testing to be able to produce that nutrient load
Specific soil,
into a
yeah.
soil, yeah, that's the only way you're going to reproduce that. And that's what you do. Like, so you'd run it in 3 areas and say your backyard was the best. You take samples of that soil down to 3 feet in different layers, every foot, take a fucking sample, send them in, find out what it is, build soil to that, run them in that again to see if you get close to those numbers. If you do, chances are that your soil will produce those numbers, like, because you can change cannabinoids. I've got some white papers in my stuff that show that, like, with, I don't want to get this wrong, but I believe it's with higher nutritional soil with higher nutrition in it, you can get a higher CBD number than if you were to have a poor soil. It produces higher THC. I might be backwards. I can't remember thinking off the top of my head. I'd have to look it up, but I have a few white papers that go through that, how to specifically change the chemovar status of a plant based on what you're growing it in and what you're feeding it.
Check out old boy taking cuttings up there. Yeah, so that's my thinking, or here's my thinking on that, is my soil is, I wouldn't say it's repeatable. Just like because the way we gathered 4 different guys, all with the knowledge of what to do, going out and grabbing the things we think are the most diverse, right? So every type of cactus, even though that when I turn my soil, I still get pricked by cactus spikes to this day, even though it's a year and a half old now. I got Joshua
Brother,
stumps and yucca
cactus are
trees
not
and
fun.
pine and everything, So being able to like exactly duplicate. Remember, we have access to that 30-year-old composted pile of burrow dung and all that. Well, burrow dung and all that too. But I mean, the soil in the garden is going to be different next year than it was this year because
Yeah,
it's
even
going
with
to
the
have
same
broken
input,
down
it's going to
stuff.
be different because it
Yeah,
aged.
and my
That's why
exactly
what's
as
coming
age.
with like cannabis being rescheduled, the pharmaceutical companies aren't going to be bagging up dirt and growing it. That's just going to be in a repeatable system with water that's the same, pH balance the same. It's got the same nutrient load until they've learned that, like, I need to change it and to get a different result, and then they'll do that. Like, that's the one thing with the medicinal side of cannabis. It's not very repeatable because of how many different ways we practice growing the plant. Like, there's what, 4 of us on here right now. All 4 of us grow the same clone different, and we'll get different results. My Instagram post that I just made the other day about the sour diesel shows that it's a plant that like, I took clones and grew it in 3 gardens on the same piece of property, all within 200 feet of each other. but extremely different environments. One of them stays at 72, basically 24 hours a day. The other one's whatever I set because of the air conditioning is sitting there. And then the other one's outside, like it's 130 degrees on the motherfucking
Catch
planet.
me outside.
And in a hoop house. So, like, each one of those produced 3 different expressions physically and 3 different chemovar statuses. So, if I would have tested those, especially the terpene profiles, they would have been completely different to the point where you get an argument over whether or not I was testing the same clone. Like, how did you get numbers so different? And it's
That's
because of
awesome.
how it's grown, right? And
Yeah,
that's
that's
part of
neat.
like today's argument over like that's not the sour D and this ain't that clone. It's like, man, they're all growing different and have been for multiple years in those gardens. And now you
Yeah,
get them at
20
all
years
four.
ago, I mean, especially even further than that, I mean, think about when the quote unquote skunk was everywhere. You know, a lot of these people were going and knocking over street lights, grabbing those and hitting up generators out of the building sites, you know. That's a lot different than today's growing. And
Well,
I
unless you're
think that
buying a
is a big thing.
horticultural bulb, that's all you're using is a fucking street light. If you're using
Right?
HPS, that's still the
Yeah.
same shit. Like if you go buy the cheapest HPS bulb, that thing's not made for plants. But they do
Grows
have
them though.
they do make some that are plant specific that will grow better weed for sure.
I want to do a
I
mixed light
noticed that
system with some
sometimes
HPS.
here in, sorry about that. Sometimes here in Vegas, there's, companies that get their little go ahead from the
Hey,
state
get out of
and
there.
throw up a grow that falls
You can't eat
apart.
these.
Yeah, don't let them eat the clones, man.
Fuck.
Oh,
All
he did a
right, that
whole
one is
clone.
that one.
He's a good dog, though. Oh man, yeah. So the people will get their little license here to get going in Nevada, and then they can't grow wheat, so they just fuck it all up, and then they lose their license to another guy that has a better idea. So he fails. And so all of a sudden, there's all kind of grow stuff for sale. I mean, it's crazy. I haven't looked in a long time, so I don't need anything right now. But for a while there's just like you could tell the whole business shut down.
Oh yeah, they got businesses dedicated to that. They just go and pick up all the equipment from some of these big grows that shut down, and they just resell it. Tony's used grow equipment, that's one of them.
Yeah, I had some cat come over to my house with a truck and a 30-foot trailer filled with grow lights and grow pans and that's all that was in there. I bet it was all the way full. It just big about a 4x8 pan and a 10 bar light for $150. I had to sterilize it because I didn't know what the hell it had been through in his little grow. But it was a really good deal, man.
Tell you what, these nets make it a pain in the ass to get in here. Should I clone the fasciated limb? I got two lower limbs on the no joke that are fasciated. What happens if I just clone the fasciated limb? Will the whole
Find
plant
out.
be it?
Find out.
Sometimes it grows out of it. It depends on the causation of the fasciation. Is if it's a fungal or viral or if it's actually part of the chromosome. It could be a chimeric section of the plant that's growing that way.
Because I don't want this to grow, because I'll show you real quick. Oh, densely.
Usually produces a more inferior weed. It's like hella fibrous. Your buds will suck off that fucking thing usually.
So
yeah,
it's like flat, but look at the nodes, like how.
Yeah, it's trying to grow vegetative material. Like it's gonna, even in the flower, it'll continue that structure inside of it. Like the buds are gonna be filled with stems and shit, or fucking that stalk. It'll just keep widening on the bud.
So it's wild. It's like 3. Mm-hmm. Well, there's 4 actually. I took one off, but that's
what's the genetic
right in a row. This is no joke from Chad.
Oh,
I seen it.
I hit him up. He was like, "Yeah, that's the first time I've heard of it in the no joke."
I've seen it in the blueberry a lot that I fucked with.
Oh, this thing is wild. It's like,
Very cool, bro.
I'll
It's
take some
very
of
cool.
these.
It won't grow better weed, I'll tell you that.
I've had a buddy that had one and we took it through harvest. But I mean, as you can tell, like it just kind of seems like, see how dense it is in there? Like once that starts
Yeah.
flowering, that's just harboring
Oh yeah.
areas for botrytis. And I mean, it's just so thick in there. There's so many.
Just imagine treating fucking russet mites on that shit.
Yeah, fuck that. I'll
So
throw
I
that
had
shit in
one
the
last year.
fucking
You guys
fire.
remember Ananya? I'm not sure if you were around, JP, but Ananya, that plant from India, she was fasciated like that. She got the flat stem going, and I kept calling. I kept saying, I don't know. I think she's just a twin. I think it's just Siamese twins. And then one day she just split at the top and became two plants, and it wasn't fasciated at all after that. But down below it didn't feel like fasciation because it wasn't doing that, where it's growing all that excess vegetation.
Yeah, this
out
is
of
what
the-
fasciated. What you're talking about is just like a natural. They just naturally split. It's not. This is
It
different.
grows four in a row.
Yeah, his
And
is
then
real
on this one is
fasciation.
growing
Yeah, look at that. That's
four
cool, bro.
upwards.
It's
Mhm.
like that Moroccan flat stem
It's
shit, you know?
it's classified by the ribbon growth where it grows wide.
Yeah, yeah.
It shows up in all kinds of plants, daisies, fucking. What's a common plant that's fasciated that most people don't fucking? I always forget. God damn it.
Humans?
I've got it on my Facebook. It's so hard to find shit on Facebook though.
Crackhead
Hey, I'm
dog
gonna
and
step out for a
flies.
second, guys. I'm gonna get some coffee going.
Yes, sir.
That sounds like a good idea.
I'm on my second cup. I just got back from the park with the dogs. Went out there tagging my political statements on the wall.
It can be triggered by cold, injury, hormones, pathogens, fucking.
Jesus.
always tagging DP.
Yeah.
Is that a can of spray paint, or are you glad to see me?
That'd be a good one. Let me get this off the main screen. Sorry, guys. There we go. What's up, Ty? I ain't seen you since fucking Nam back in '98. How you been?
Yeah, just fucking,
Hell yeah.
concentrating on that new job there. Fuck.
How you like it?
Getting better.
I just got a part-time gig at a car wrapping place.
Oh, fuck yeah.
And then right next door, the owner owns it as well, and it's a car detailing. So, and they do like window
How'd you
tint
get
and
a
shit.
job inside a Grand Theft Auto, dude? What the fuck?
Right? Straight
Yeah.
up. But it's cool because it's my homies in Chicago that got family down here. They knew I was looking for a job. They were like, yo,
Yeah.
hit up my uncle. I was like, all right, bet.
Fuck yeah. That's sick.
Yeah. So it's cool that, I mean, I ain't seen these cats in a couple of years, but we stayed in touch and they were always good people.
Fucking right.
Fucking
Yeah, it's
cool,
nice,
man.
nice to know
Cool what
people.
this
Fucking-
community can do, man.
Right? Yeah, it's good. Going to pick up a sawmill tomorrow.
Oh, fuck yeah, dude.
Yeah.
That'd be really cool. I think those
Fucking right.
chainsaw ones are really cool too.
Yeah.
But you're limited to what you can do, I'm sure.
Yeah, fucking right, man. It would take you fucking forever to build anything with that thing, I think. But yeah.
Where you got
Fucking
a
check
lot
that
of
out.
access to a lot of wood or something?
Well, the old lady had a fucking spot on the reserve cleared. So I got fucking the guy to save all the wood there. So that's where we put our fucking camper there. So I got this big mountain of wood there. So I want to get rid of the camper and build like a little camper or cottage or something there.
Very cool.
Yeah.
And see, the other bottom limb on this plant is no joke. It's fasciated as well. So it's only the two extreme lower limbs.
That might be what Tony was talking about growing out of it.
It ain't growing. It's just making it. Well, the rest of the plant grew out of it, yeah. But
Yeah.
Tony, I think you're on mute.
Yeah, I think Tony's muted.
Some bitch.
Batch. Dude,
Oh,
I broke my
Dash.
hood. So I took my refrigerator drawer out, and I'm just gonna use that as a fucking dome hood.
Fucking spot on, bro.
Creative.
Any of those big old
Fucking-
plastic fucking tubs you can get at Walmart work great for fucking cloning it.
Oh yeah, you're right about that. I don't even got Walmart money right now. My
I
ass
feel
broke.
Hey, have you guys any of you heard from Fazoli lately?
Nah, he disappeared with what's his name? Going on a little hiatus.
All right. Taking
I
a break.
haven't seen him online for about a month, probably.
Yeah, just all of a sudden, where's Fazoli?
Yeah, it's unfortunate. He's good people. Probably be back.
That's
He'll
what we
probably
said
be
about
back.
you when you left.
Oh yeah, it was a nice little break. Social
Yeah,
Came
media
but
back
is
and
a
didn't even look broken.
weird world.
I've been feeling that there, like fucking steal your whole life there, playing with your fucking phone and your screen there, fucking. You know,
Yes, sir.
sometimes you gotta go outside and do some shit.
Yeah, man.
Yeah,
And this is one thing
You
I
all
try
would
to be
so
more
fucking
active
nuts
in the
living like I do in a wheelchair where you can't go outside and do jack shit, dude.
right. Yeah,
You
it's
got to
definitely
learn how to do shit in
situational.
your own fucking head, dude. Don't need the inside or the outside. You just need to have control of yourself. And
No
you
shit.
ain't flying fucking
Being
anywhere.
locked up in a way. Yeah,
I am fucking locked up, bro. I
Straight
can't. If
up.
it ain't fucking solid, I can't go on it, dude. I can't go in the grass. I'm gonna sink. There ain't no one gonna come push me. If it
Right.
snows, it'll take me a half hour to go 20 fucking feet. Ain't no one coming to push me. They'll go right past you, dude. I've had my fucking chair stuck in a fucking pothole in front of the hospital, and people walk right past me. Don't give a fuck, dude.
That's some crazy shit, man.
Like that's the reality of fucking humanity, dude. People don't give a fuck.
But
if-
they'll get their picture out and film them giving a homeless guy a water bottle. You know
Yeah,
what I
that's
mean,
the
and
shit,
post it
dude.
up
That
there.
kind of shit, dude. Like if you're
Pisses
really
me
helping
off,
some
man.
homeless folks out, no one needs to know about it but you and the homeless
Right.
folks, motherfucker. What's it on fucking Instagram for, dude? You tripping.
There's this old lady in a walker the other day when it was raining. It doesn't ever rain here. And so it was raining and it was raining bad. And she's sitting there like shivering at the fucking bus stop, bro. You know what I mean? And I had a fucking umbrella in my car. You stop and give her umbrella and a blanket, man. You know what I mean? Like I can't house her or anything, but that's the least I could do in that situation.
Yeah,
Right.
But you don't gotta go out. Yeah. It's just
yeah.
I don't know. I think getting in your local community more. Like by me going out and picking up trash, like I talk to people while I'm out there doing that shit, and you gain unique perspectives that you might not have had
Definitely. Yeah.
previously. You know,
So I don't know if you guys know about this, but for I guess 2 seasons now, I've been giving the homeless homegrown cannabis, homegrown project. It's kind of a little thing going here in Vegas.
Cool.
And when I
So-
first did it, I posted like 3 videos on YouTube, and then we just stopped posting. We meet some cool people like that. You could even see this one where we met this dog, and he's just like this dog is too awesome, too cool, and amazing. And he's a homeless dog, goes with these homeless people. And the girl grew up in Alaska, and her dad grew cannabis, and she needed medical cannabis. It's a really cool thing. So we gave him a sleeping bag. It was winter, and the dog stole the sleeping bag and unfolded it. Like I had to help him unfold it. He knew what it was, and he hadn't smelled out of the washing dryer clean sleeping bag in a long time. It was the dog stole the show, and that's my most views I ever got on YouTube. But yeah, I've given away a bunch of cannabis, but it's never like I go give them my top shelf weed. I just give them like the bottom bud and stuff like that. And it's it never felt right to post that stuff for that same reason. Just like it was always like at their spot, their private life, right there,
Yeah.
what they're doing with life, and it's never a pretty picture.
Right.
And like
what's happening?
Oh, it looks
someone
lovely.
at the bottom of their fucking life, just so you can feel good about fucking giving to them. That's the wrong shit to do. Like, you know what I mean? You come back and find them once they fucking got back on their feet after you helped them. That's a good fucking video. But to be like at their
that's
camp
cool.
to show that shit's kind of rough.
Yeah.
And hey, Joe, I hear you with pushing people's chair. Like helping people in a chair is great, but always ask first, because grabbing a hold of someone's
Yeah.
chair, that's like grabbing a hold of somebody's person. That's
And
a chair is attached to me. So like grabbing that, be like me if I just came up and grabbed your kid by the arm to have him go across the street. You don't do that kind of shit. You ask someone if they need help. You don't just fucking start helping in the way you want to help. So I understand your uncle getting angry if you fucking try to push his chair. I've been in the store and had people try to just move me out the fucking way, and I'll get loud as fuck if you touch my chair. And move
Boy, you just better have a knife and stab
you're gonna
their
feel
ass.
like you're fucking an ignorant asshole if you fucking move me in my chair out of your fucking way. Not trying to help me, but trying to get me out your way, bro. It's gonna be fucking a bad day,
If I ever saw that shit, it'd be a bad day.
bro.
Yeah, right. That's fucking.
That's
It's a
not
bad
cool.
day, dude. They'll kick us both out the fucking store when you start arguing with the
Yeah.
cripple fucker you just moved, dude. Like, just wait behind me, motherfucker. There's a line for a reason.
Yeah, that's just some weirdo shit. Anyway, you try to move a crippled guy out of your way so you can fucking get ahead in line and shit. That's just weirdo shit right there.
I saw this lady. I was at
Oh,
a
yeah.
fast food restaurant, and this lady was like yelling at the cashier, who was obviously on the spectrum. You know what I mean? Bro, I don't care whose mama that was I was yelling at. I made her feel like the biggest piece of shit, and they kicked her ass out. Banned her from ever coming back.
Looking at Eric.
Doo-da, doo-da. Saponins. Soap nuts are the shit.
You got some soap nuts there, brother?
Yeah. But I'm pissed because I got the de-seeded ones. They're already pre-crushed, which is cool. You don't have to crush them, but it makes it a lot harder.
Natural
Or you don't get
saplings
you don't
and
get
high
it grown.
doses will kill bugs like a motherfucker. They're great.
I like to I always like when I'm watering, one will fall into the pot or something like that, you know what I mean? And it'll end up sprouting. And on 2 different occasions I've taken the sprout out and transplanted it and had a soap nut tree growing.
Nice.
So I saw
I
this
talked-
video today. These cats were walking down a street in Tibet, and they came across a street vendor who was selling like sprouts, right? And so there's all these different beans sprouting and different types of sprouts, and a whole full bunch of cannabis seed sprouts. Like, to walk up, get a handful, and
shit.
eat, you know. I would eat that shit right there.
Grubbing. When you do see Isaac again, you tell him we are all out here fucking. We all got his back, man. You tell him that shit, so
I
he
will.
knows
Oh
we
yeah.
out here. We
I
Oh
will,
yeah,
man.
dude,
I'll tell him.
that's rough, brother.
we
That's
got love
rough.
for
I'm
that
glad
dude.
he's staying strong.
It means a lot to him too. He like, if I say your name, Tony, he knows right who that is. He knows what your weed's like. He'll start saying it, the cultivars and shit. He knows what's up.
Well, we know who he is too, and like
We
I
need to
didn't
get him
like the
some
post
LSD.
when you posted about him because it feels weird fucking clicking on a heart about a fucking post that someone's fucking fighting fucking health in the fucking hospital. So
Yeah, that's yeah.
That's wild. The EMS worker got the same thing. That's crazy contagious. That's wild, bro.
It's not contagious.
It's
Here's what
fungal, dude.
happened. Here's what happened. So it's aspergillus, right? And this dude's already sensitive and epileptic. That and he's a freaking paramedic. He's not the dude that came to his house and got him. He's the guy that received him in the hospital, right? And that guy that, you know, took his blood and did all the work on him right there in the hospital has epilepsy and is sensitive to aspergillus, and it is all over Isaac. I mean, it was bad. We didn't realize how bad it was because Isaac was it might be in some private places on him, so he didn't want to talk about it, and he didn't let us know, and he kept it to himself. And the doctors told us once, and we gave him some medication for it. What's up, Josh? Thank you, brother. But
Is
it's on him, and it gets on this other dude, and the dude breathes it in and goes home, and it starts to like sporulate him or whatever, and he seizes and stuff. It took him 4 days though.
Brother,
what?
when you guys went, you keep mentioning that you have access to that old pile of manure.
Yeah,
Yeah.
that's something I was just thinking about.
Aspergillus can thrive in that kind of shit, man. You might want to have some of that tested to see if that's the source
Yeah.
of where Isaac is getting that, so he doesn't keep fucking around with the soil that you guys made in case it's in the soil.
Right?
So
Because
I'm gonna be
your soil
honest.
getting dry and him watering, if it's in that soil, the spores could be blooming off the top every time it goes through a drying and a fucking wetting cycle, brother. I'd be careful and see if that's possible, a source of it.
Yeah, I'll be honest. I thought of that because I'm gathering soil from the wild, and I thermophilically compost it. That doesn't kill off the fungus so much as the
It
seeds
can
and the
return after
bacterial
that too.
pathogens, right?
Mhm.
And
Yeah.
Isaac talked to me honestly this week and told me he's had this for 11 years. He got it as a high school student, and it's been spreading ever since. And that's why it's colonized his spinal column and his brain, because we didn't know about it. He wasn't telling us. That's why he kept his hair long. It was on his neck and in some other private places on him.
Now,
So it spread.
is he? I know it's kind of a hard subject to talk about, especially openly, but was he circumcised?
Yes.
Okay, all right. Because it's weird. I talked to somebody who had a similar experience with one of their family members, a distant relative, but it wasn't cleaning properly. You know what I mean? And had a really bad type of infection go through his body from that. And something I had to have a talk with my stepkid about.
Look, I think it's a good thing that we talk openly about this because Isaac's not afraid to talk about it, and he's willing to talk about it. And it's something that people need to understand is out there because, here in Nevada, we have a big fight about people talking about we don't want the state of Nevada to force us to test for aspergillus. So I'm not sure what camp I stand in. I don't know where it falls, but people in the know need to pay attention because I don't understand the science behind it well enough to.
If you're not
stand
going
in,
to test for aspergillus and shit on your cannabis, you should not be selling it to any other human as medicine.
Yes,
Straight
especially
up.
as a medicine. Yes,
I have a
completely agree.
permanent disease from fucking touching cannabis that people thought they could spray anything on it to get rid of bugs. And I'm in the camp of if you're going to be a purveyor of cannabis and you're not willing to test your product to prove it's not poisonous to sick humans, fuck you. I got something that you can drink, and I guarantee it's organic, but it'll fuck you up. That's some bullshit. Anything that could be on there that could, if you're gonna offer it in any form to some other human for cash, you better get that shit tested. And if you're gonna fight it, that's why we're like right now, the whole cannabis community is losing to big pharma because of this shit. Big pharma's not gonna fucking be afraid to test for aspergillus because they're not gonna grow fucking mids in a moldy ass basement. They're gonna have
Yeah, they
fucking areas
paid fucking
produced
50 grand for that SOP.
right? That's like if we want to be part of a bigger system and we don't want to act like big boys, then we should sit down and shut the fuck up because there's poisonous shit that can be on a plant. Cannabis,
I think that's a
corn,
big divide right now
fucking
is
soybeans. It doesn't matter what it is.
medical and
If you
rec.
don't look at it like you're feeding it to your newborn baby, you're just another link in that broken chain. Like we've got to think of it that way when we're selling it to other humans. If you want to grow it and smoke your own weed, that's another thing. If you and your homies are kicking it and having fun, that's a whole different thing. But when it becomes a fucking business plan, right, and you're fucking buying your next car off of the shit you're selling to my grandmother, and it's fucking not what you said it was, for one, starting there. Number two, it ain't 30 fucking percent. We all know that shit. So you're lying on that front. Right? And then there's fucking 100 cannabinoids. You test for 4. So that's another lie. Like everything about how they're offering us cannabis is incorrect. Like, why not be the most professional, the best test? Like, all that shit is available. We could use it. Your shit would be top notch. You'd get paid fucking the highest amount of money. We want to produce mids. And every state it goes legal in. Like, every state is legal, but stoners there should be like, we want to do this. What's that?
They want to say, hey, don't test for aspergillus. So it's all about the profit margin. It's not about the patient, you know. Because look at this.
Well, they're
dude
afraid
in the
because
hospital
it's in
has
the
a
air.
little
It's
bit
going
of
to be on their
contact.
plant. They're just afraid
Yeah,
that it's going to
exactly.
be there.
Exactly.
And it is
That's why they do
everywhere and
that.
shit. But like, there should be a minimum amount that can be there. But there's like saying no automatically. It just means you're afraid of fucking getting better, because there's ways to get it better and not have it on there, and it's gonna come. So why not?
So people
Why
that
not be
drink
the ones to
ground
do it?
coffee are starting to get what they thought was an allergy to the coffee. It's not an allergy to the coffee. It's from the biological matter that is acceptable rates within that coffee. And
Yeah,
95%
I've
of
heard
the
you talk about that.
biological waste are cockroaches. So then they also gain this fucking allergy to cockroaches, and they're thinking it's fucking coffee, man. You know what I mean? But it's roaches. It's fucking wild.
And is it really an allergy to the roaches, or is it a sickness
Yeah.
from the poison that are in the roaches from man?
No, it's just the roaches themselves. Roaches are actually pretty clean animals. If a human picks up a roach, the roach will automatically, once it's released, start cleaning itself from all the yeast and bacterias and things that we grow in our own bodies. They're like, oh no, I'm dirty now. You know what I mean? And they go into self-preservation mode. It's wild. It's a wild world we ignored for a long time. We went to the more unnatural side of life, and we're dealing with the consequences. But just like that, the natural side of life can be just as detrimental, aka what's happening right now with aspergillus. That is a natural biological thing that happens on Earth, and we have to be able to use it, responsibly. And yeah.
Well, and that's why I brought up like checking those fucking manure sources, because if like Isaac Poole gets through this, like he should, and they clear up that shit from him, and like they just go and utilize that soil again, there's a chance that it happens again if it's in that soil. That's what I was like what I'm getting at. And for anyone else that's out there, if you're going through anything like this and you don't know what's wrong, and they find out you've got some kind of fungal infection too, don't ever be afraid to check and see if it's something that you're living in your house, if it's your garden, it's your neighbor's fucking practices and their shit. Just pay attention when shit like that happens, so it doesn't keep getting you sick. Like I never would have found out if my buddy's mother wasn't an ER nurse. I never would have found out why I was sick, because I couldn't go to a doctor for what I had because
Well,
of the business I was
you
in.
even waited a while, right? Like by the time you found out, your leg was pretty much already fucked,
Oh
right?
no, I'm talking about getting terminal epidural necrosis syndrome from fucking
Okay.
touching cannabis plants back when I worked in the club.
Right.
What's up, Ryan?
But me
See you
having
in the
that
chat.
disease is part of why I ended up having so much trouble and losing my leg. My part of the side effects of that other disease is my body. If I get a cut or a wound, my body takes that as like a evasive thing, and it tries to attack that section of my body to get rid of it, so that the rest of the body doesn't fucking get attacked. It's
Kind of
just,
like with diabetics. Is that
yeah,
same
and
thing?
I'm also like diabetic. I didn't know I was diabetic either. None of
Oh
my
shit!
doctors
So
had
you have,
ever
yeah.
told me anything. I was fighting all kinds of shit, but the terminal epidural necrosis syndrome I got from touching plants that had been sprayed with every known pesticide to man, because this dude couldn't get rid of fucking spider mites. Once I fucking ended up bleeding and fucking having the reaction I did, he came clean of what had happened, because like it happened within 20 minutes of touching his plants. And then
Holy shit!
my buddy's
Ryan,
mom
you
being
want to
an
jump
ER
on,
nurse, like
brother?
I couldn't go to the doctor. I didn't know what to do, so I went to my buddy's mom, who's an ER nurse. She wasn't on the job at that time, like she wasn't working that day, and I had her check me out to see if I needed to go, like, to the emergency at that moment, because I was bleeding and pussing out my hands, and fucking. She gave me, and she just told me what was happening, and I was fucked. So like, I was fucked. I couldn't go to the doctor because it was from cannabis. They would have came and like checked me and the club and everything, and we would have all got busted. I couldn't
Holy
show up.
shit.
Like I had so many plants at that time. Like it wasn't. I could not have. Like there's literally a group of lawyers that are for people that get that disease to check, and like it's crazy. It's so rare for it to show up that I just said fuck it. Like I guess this is how I'm going out.
Can
Fuck
you
it.
tell that cannabis may be dirty from like a dispensary you've gotten or something by any symptoms after you smoke it?
I can,
Does your body be like, hey, this is a warning? Boy, I ain't had a landline since
I can
'98.
smell it. I can kind of smell it. I can smell fucking dirty, like funky weed, dude. So I don't fuck with cannabis from clubs. I tried. That's why I stick with concentrates. Concentrates are cleaner than the cannabis was. It shows up in the testing and higher. There'd be higher doses of anything in the fucking concentrate than the fucking weed. I've only caught a few different concentrates that I could smell something in it to me that I would just throw it straight away and not even try to smoke it.
Yeah, I've gotten weed like that.
It's been
And
a long
unfortunately,
time.
that happens in the mushroom world too. Mushroom is
It
a
was way
fungus,
worse
and
in the early 215 days. Like they're people are not using the pesticides they used to use anymore. Not in my area.
yeah,
Like for real, they were using anything and everything and all together. That's one thing that came out of cannabis becoming legal was the testing that they were doing in facilities for pesticides. Like people weren't once you got popped and had to get rid of everything and you lost the whole fucking round, you're going broke and you can't afford to do that. So you comply. But until they tell you we're testing for it, no one was complying. Like, I got laughed at when I came out and showed all this shit in Facebook. People made fun of me for a year and shit. Until
Why?
like more stories popped up and like other people that got the same thing started like showing up and stories spread and other people got sick from other shit. And
Thought you were
then
bullshitting.
oh yeah, that no weed doesn't kill, it cures everything. Well, fucker, the people growing it'll fucking stab you in the fucking nuts. They don't give a shit. Like, and we've learned that with the more that you can get paid for your ounce of weed, the more you're willing to fucking tell the next motherfucker, fuck you, pay me. Like, it's crazy.
everybody
Not
wants to
everybody in
cut.
cannabis is like that. It's a very small percentage, but that percentage is too much because we don't call that percentage out. Once we do that, we get rid of, because that's how we got rid of all the fucking bullshit the way they were growing it. By talking out publicly, we forced testing on a community that, like you brought up, they don't want to test for aspergillus. Well, no, fuck you. If you're gonna sell me weed, you're gonna test for something. If you don't want to test for it, you're tripping, you fucking dope dealer. Like, what's going on for real? Like, and if you don't treat them that way, it'll never get better. And the ones that are doing it better will replace those people, and that's how it should be. You
Straight
should
up.
not be selling dirty
Straight
shit
up.
to sick people. You should get replaced by someone that has enough pride to sell clean shit to someone. You can go sell your renamed bullshit in the rec market to anybody, and it don't matter. But like someone selling Isaac some bullshit right now that had some fucking crap on it, like we would all jump on their ass
Fuck yeah.
instantly. And that should be
But
how you do it anyway. There shouldn't have to be someone sick in the moment, in that breath, for us to say, hey, homie, your weed's whack.
Hey, you know what though? I got this community right here, and me as a barrier, he doesn't get whack shit. You know, he just sometimes he might though, because he runs up on his own because he has his own money. He's gone over to the smoke shop, not the dispo, but the smoke shop, and bought some imported from California concentrate pre-roll stuff with wax, you know,
Yeah.
like just random blue dream that he picked up. So that kind of stuff can be a
THCA stuff.
problem.
Who knows what
I-
it is? That's the thing.
Yeah.
It's like,
Yeah.
'cause that's what's wrong with hype. That's why, like, some of us get hard on the hype bullshit, like just doing it for the hype. Because, like Isaac, if he's got his own money, he's gonna go buy shit. Whatever he hears the loudest, he's gonna
Yeah.
go get. Right?
And you get excited. You're like, oh shit, I get to try it. Everybody's been talking about this. You know, it's like
It's
legitimate.
not just Isaac. That's the cannabis fucking like
Yeah.
that's the bottom buyer dude out there, and not even the bottom person. That's just what's offered to you. Like, at least in California, you can't smell it or see it until you get it. You got to go by what the package looks like, and the package looks like somebody tagged the fucking side of a brick wall with spray paint, and fucking you can't. You got to sit there for 10 minutes looking at the package to find out what the fuck you're smoking. Because it's all about the company's name and shit. It's like, bro, I don't give a fuck about your name. I'm looking for some kind of weed. Like, I got to bring glasses and use the fucking phone to magnify shit just so I can see this right here. This is too small for somebody to fucking read. It's way too fucking small. You got all this space to put all this other bullshit on here, labeling, fucking California code and shit. It might cause cancer, but what is it? Like, I
When
don't know.
I was
what it is.
doing packaging in Chicago, making up side wraps and stuff like that, I had this cat. I was like, all right, well, he's like, well, put the numbers on there. I was like, well, what are the numbers? He's like, I don't give a fuck, make them up. Just make sure it has that California sticker on it. And I was like, nah, dog, I don't play that. You got the wrong one. I'm sure other people will do that. And unfortunately, it's a large percentage of people that will do that. But that's why
So
it's good
here's
to
the
have a
sad
safe
thing.
space like this, you know?
Absolutely. Yeah, thank you, Peter. So here's the sad thing is that for Isaac, it's never the hype because he doesn't really have a
Peter for Prince.
place he follows for he doesn't have a place he follows for that kind of information, right?
No,
So
but
when
that's
it
what
shows
they're
up
gonna
at the
sell 'em,
dispo,
is hype.
it's the
Mhm.
person behind the counter that is
There you go. Yeah.
his
Yeah.
biggest influence, you know.
Yeah, but
And
that
it's always
guy's
somebody that
believing the
doesn't know
hype.
shit.
That the guy's only selling what he can move. He's just not gonna bring in random weed. Like, he's selling what the people are either asking him for, or he buys shit and calls it that. That's the same that 215 was. Like, everything became OG or grape, even if it wasn't, because that's what people
Yeah.
were buying, and that's
Yeah.
how you end up with all these
Straight up.
fucking different OGs, right? And
Look,
people
on
having fake
420,
versions
Isaac
of it.
went. He walked like, I'm not kidding, dude, from where he was in North Las Vegas all the way to downtown Las Vegas and home. He walked like 15 miles or more, man, to go to the dispensary and buy fucking
Jesus
200 and
Christ.
some odd dollars worth of carts that sucked, and he hated them. Just that, that kind of shit happens to him.
Dude, that happened to me when I got out of prison, man. I was so excited to go into a weed store. I was in Illinois. I go in there, they're like, oh, you got to have a government ID. All I had was my prison ID at the time. I'm literally like 2 days out of prison, man, and I'm like, I'm so stoked. I'm excited, man, and so I go get my ID. I go back in there, and it was such a horrible experience, from the bud tender to the prices of the shit to what it actually was when you got it and the quality, that it was such a letdown. And from that moment, I was like, I got to learn to grow. This is insane what they're doing.
And it's
And
not
ever
only
since
that.
then, it's been going.
It's because there's no standardization in the system. Like, if I go to a Jiffy Lube here in California or Nevada or fucking Wyoming, they have the same fucking shit they go through every time they change your oil. But if I go to a cannabis club in each one of them states, there's different regulations, there's different testing, the way they grow it's different. Fucking the vapor pressure deficit, like, everything's different. There's nothing the same. Nothing except for the name. That's where the hype shit comes in. That's why they're selling fucking lemon cherry gelato everywhere. The
Hey, you know
name
what?
sells.
A good lemon
Like,
cherry
if we
gelato
need like
spot.
Oregon and shit. Like, Oregon, I can smell the weed. Let me smell the weed I'm getting. I don't care what you call it. Let me close my eyes and put your 3 top jars in front of me, dude. I'm gonna buy something out of one of them because my nose fucking told me it's good weed, not because it said 33% of anything. And I don't care what
Yeah,
the terpene
I don't
number
care.
is or how it washes, dude. Like, let me smoke it.
Yep.
All that
Hey,
stuff
so
is
look, here in
like
Vegas,
washing numbers. That's for fucking inside the backside of cannabis for people that are producing it. And they're never on the show asking the questions. It's a home grower or something, but like dudes running businesses ain't on here like which one of your lines does this or that. Like
Which one's dumping?
they don't ask those questions. I don't get them. I don't know if any of y'all do that are out here breeding. Any of the big fucking companies in your area hitting you up to see which one of your genetics are washing? Like they're letting them grow square footage, so they just grow as many fucking plants as they can the way they want to grow them and wash that shit. Like they getting paid. I see everything. Like I've never seen a clone of lemon cherry gelato and fucking Slimer's Ghostbuster nuts and all the shit that's on the fucking. Go to a club. There's 300 different things in there. I used to be the guy that offered clones in my area. Dude, I ain't seen none of these fucking plants. They don't exist. Like where the
they
fuck
don't
are they
even
from?
offer clones here in Vegas.
I know y'all know the breeders. I know who the fuck's
Huh.
breeding all these strains that don't exist in these clubs, dude. Fucking all this shit in there. We know all the weed's good, and we know that good weed producers are out there. They're on Peter's shows every day.
Hey, look,
come-
I gotta say, right here in Vegas, we got a couple of people that are doing some real good shit. Even for an indoor grower, the dude grows indoors. I'm not gonna mention any names, but he's doing pheno hunts through Mean Gene shit and Green Bodie shit, and
Oh, yeah.
putting his fucking 3 different phenos that he liked up for sale. And some of them are only 12 or 14%, but he likes them for the whatever reasons, you know. And we go and buy them all, and they're it's fucking dispo weed, but you could see that I could grow that shit fire, bro. You can see if I got a hold of that. That's where I got my first GMO was from this cat in the dispensary. About all
Bro, I
3
love
GMO
GMO.
phenos that he threw at. You know, so
Well,
that's cool.
Pacific Northwest Roots just got the Bicket OG cut, and he's about to put that out to the general public through a dispensary that's doing the right thing. I think
I,
that's super cool.
I hope he
Wow.
fucking I hope he talked that through with Nick.
No, he did. Yeah. So he called Nick directly. I saw a post from Nick explaining
That's
about it.
cool. That's
And he's
cool.
like,
That
hey,
green
man,
stores?
sometimes all it takes is a call and a good conversation. And who knows
Yeah.
what's possible, you know?
Yeah.
Is that Nick at Green Source? Who is that?
No, Nick
Nick
Risden,
Risden.
the guy that bred.
Oh,
He's
yeah,
the
yeah.
Bacon OG.
You're right. I got you.
It's from
Bicket
the
OG
homie Nick.
for, and it's good for Lyme disease, right?
Well, Nick has Lyme disease, so yeah. What
Yeah.
they found was
He-
like the osamine that's in that plant's good for Lyme
Oh,
disease for treating like
sweet.
for that.
That's when you crack that jar in a room full of cracked jars and you'll be like, damn, what's that?
Okay, so I'm glad to know that because I just got a cross with Ryan Kofer. Had the cut of the I saw him in the chat. He had a cut of the Roberts Creek Congolese, and he crossed that with
You played with that, Tony, haven't you?
88G13 hash plant, and I've also got his
Tony's had his hands in everything.
Bicket OG cross with the Ghazni Afghani. So I've got those 2 like clone only bred cut.
that
you know,
that
I
should
don't
be
have
crazy
clones.
right there.
So I got both that coming up this year.
I've done a few cross. I did the Roberts Creek Congo Space Cheese. I've did the Jungle Toad,
That's
which was
phenomenal.
Roberts Creek Congo times the Ghost of Port Royal. I did the Ghost of Congo, which is the Ghost of Boneyard times Roberts Creek Congo.
I'm sorry, at
Nice.
capacity. That's not
I've been
capacity.
seeing like I'll be
Move it
looking
over to
at
this
somebody's post and I'll see one of your seed packs on there. You know, I'll see a Boneyard seed pack and it'll have a name I'm not familiar with on there. You know.
Oh man, I've made fucking so many crosses. Like my Space Kush line, I did over 200 crosses with that male. I did 27 crosses with Space Cheese male. No,
Yeah, that's fire,
and
bro.
then
That plant.
and I
was so
did like
good, bro.
4 or 5 crosses with the Space Cheese females. I've done like 11 crosses to the one hitter quitter itself. Probably like 15 crosses to the Ghost of Boneyard. More than that, even.
Dude, that Ghost of Macron Space Cheese this year it was like it had that Mac kind of thing going on. It had the fucking some like a little bit more open structure than the original Mac did, and it was real fucking frosty, dude. Super frosty, like wow, frosty. That thing was awesome.
They make good dry sift and yeah, they're killer for dry sift. All the Mac One Space Cheese stuff.
I could see it. It was
It
all over my
drops
tray,
it.
bro.
Yeah, it drops it.
It did.
Yeah, I got jars of that shit right here for fucking smoking it. Again. It's all Keef right here from the Mac One Space Cheese.
That's good shit right there, man. Great profile. You know, I got some really, really super frosty, hashy shit from Ryan Cofer this year too. You guys heard me talk about it, man. He had a real good hashy couple cultivars he dropped on me. Wow, look at that.
Ryan, I do. I won't say their name here publicly because they probably don't want nothing, but nobody knowing because everyone will hit them up. But yeah, because I got it back for him. So, well, I got him in contact with the person that got it back to him. So, yeah, I know who has it.
Can you guys talk about that cut?
Well, what about it? It comes from La Mano Negra's seeds that he passed through the community that ended up in
The Black Hand.
Yeah, the Black Congo. His name was Alex. He passed away in 2008. He went by La Mano Negra. It had to do with an underground Spanish political group that he was part of called the Black
Yeah,
Flag.
Black
yeah.
Hand.
Yeah,
Fuck the fascists.
exactly. He passed away, but before he passed away, a lot of stuff that he collected got put into the
Punch a
community.
Nazi in the dick.
He passed all that shit mostly free to people and through trades. It got through Charlie and Doobie, Charlie Garcia and Doobie from Ace Seeds, Charlie Garcia from Cannabiogen. That Congo then got up to British Columbia to Vision Creator and White Buffalo Seeds. They did a F4 through that, the Congo seed, and the selection, I believe it is Vision Creators, was brought to the community. That plant, she's good weed, man. That's like it. She's super complex in her terpene profile. Like if you were a beginning smoker, you'd say you smell citrus, but the more you've been around weed, you smell all kinds of weed in her. Like there's gas in her, there's citrus in her, there's astringent stuff. She's super loud and offensive in smell wise. Some people, like my brother, highly sensitive to her terpene profile. Like he told me it was like getting sprayed by a pesticide. He'd start breaking out if he touched it. Like he'd get red spots all over his body. Crazy.
I want that on my brain.
It's a fucking high that's not in a lot of modern day cannabis. For me, it settles my system down. I'm like the opposite of most people. So people that are looking for a more energy type high, something that'll fucking have your brain fucking doing crazy shit. That Congo's fucking, it's good like that.
I haven't had something like that in I don't even know how long.
So check out, there's the profile of my haze this year. The cut, the seed that I brought through. It was a sandalwood, like herbal sandalwood type thing. Still in the jar. I still got some left. It's different for me because not knowing what to expect, and everybody around me when they smoke it, they don't know what to expect. So, like, I have to like just smoke the haze, don't smoke anything else, and just go into this like a good haze trip, right?
Mm-hmm.
And then I'm not really high from it. I'm sitting there with everybody else. They're smoking whatever they're smoking. I just smoked a doobie to myself, and then just one thing will happen. Like I'll get up and go to the bathroom, or something will happen. Get up to go, or the TV will come on, and I'll be like,
What up, Rusty?
"I'm high." it would just all of a sudden fucking realize I'm high. And it could be a long period in between when I'm smoking, feeling kind of like, it's not that strong or whatever. But when it kicks in, it's like, wow, it's fun. Can't wait to see what else I get
Wowzers.
out of the skunk haze crosses. I got 6 of those popping up right now. One's a beast. It's
Is it a
rushing for
skunk
this
one
light.
or?
Yeah, skunk one from AGC Co. with original haze from AGC Co.
That's a nice fruity.
Well, it's actually original haze to skunk one, you know. This was not a fruity at all haze. It was just sandalwood and herbal and like
Mhm.
earthy.
Nice.
I don't find many fruity fucking hazes in mine either.
No, but the skunk one, I've had kind of like not necessarily fruit. It's like almost like a sweet floral, like
Oh, yeah. Full on sweet. It's sweet skunk. It's not, you know, kick you in the face skunk. It's sweet skunk. It's got that distinct.
tell you, I like that. What's the island sweet skunk? What is that crossed with? I've always been a fan of that one.
Fuck,
It's
is
such a
it-
unique
From,
expression to me.
from Next Generation. I can't remember off the top of my head, dude. Why can't I remember?
Hey, Rusty in chat, did your Blue Jack City have like super serrated leaves? Like this one. They're super serrated as opposed to a lot the other 3 bosses I have in there.
Sweet skunk and white widow. Skunk one, sweet skunk, sweet pink grapefruit. You know, hey.
I got super short nodal space on it too. Crazy short.
So if you look at Todd McCormick talking about the skunk number 1, he talks about it, the double serrations, right? And that was like the thing that really drew me to I had 3 females and 2 males that I was using,
Up the police.
and they all got pollen, but one specifically I like bombarded with 2 males, so it would have like that
Up the
you know,
rocket
a little bit of
trumpet.
an open pollination. And that one specifically, I don't know, it's because it was seeded so heavily. The other one's kind of got some peripheral pollen and a few seeds here and there, but this one was loaded with resin. She was so frosty and so killer. Like if I would want to break the seeds out of it without touching it too much. So I'd like hold a stem and use some scissors to knock all the seeds out because I want to smoke all that. And then I'd like chop all the weed off the stem and smoke that weed. No, fuck, it's fire, man. That one plant, because the other 2 I smoked those too, but they weren't the same. I don't know if it's because it was seeded or not, but wow. And that's the same males that I used to seed all of the Indian plants, plus the Federation of Hawaiian Sativa Maruf. There's the double serrades right there.
That's on my original haze.
Nice.
My original haze does that. I've got another one that super. Where's it at, dude? Let's see if I can find it.
Josh Skunk Farms, one of his plants is sowing double serrations right now. He hasn't mentioned it. I'm waiting for him to mention it. I can even tell you which one it is. But he's got some double serrations right now in his garden. He hasn't talked about that I've noticed.
Oh,
And he calls it yellow skunk. And it's also, what do you call it, Tony? Or what's the cause or reason behind when a plant has like a strange pattern of growth in its color? Like one side of the plant will be a little yellower than the other side of the plant. And then as it grows, it kind of moves around the plant. Like it'll be a little yellower on this side and then nice and green everywhere else. And then
I don't know.
kind of. I had one of those, the Green Bodies, sour best shit ever, Larry OG Purple Unicorn 2 years ago did that for me. And Josh has one in his environment that's doing it. I took it as a nutrient deficiency, but looking back, I think it's just like the way she grew, like, because the bud was normal, nothing seemed to change there.
Yeah, I don't know. Variegated on the leaf, maybe. But
Somebody got shot.
If it's switching sides, that's different. That's weird.
Yeah, it didn't switch sides so much as spiral up the plant. Like one you know how you'll have some plants that really spiral up, boom, 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 boom. Well, that spiral as it went around the plant was always a lighter yellow, like it looked like a nitrogen deficiency. So maybe it was having trouble transporting nitrogen through that one specific line or something, or maybe it's just genetic. Who knows?
Probably.
It didn't turn out to be that good of a plant compared to the other stuff I grew that year. It was not as powerful. I don't blame that on the soil or anything. It might have just been the genetics. Bodie said that the best cross from that was not the one that I had grown. I think he said the Lario G, or the sour best shit ever crossed with the Kush that Sticky Richie had was the one, or Sticky Ricky, East Coast guy.
Sticky Ricky. Richie.
Yep. Richie, very cool dude.
That's good
with
people
glasses.
right there, man.
Yeah,
I want to grow that
Panador, man.
pinkleberry. I think you got to an F4.
I got some of that shit right here.
Uh,
The Pinkleberry Kush.
yeah. I want to do
Yeah.
that in the pocket mulch that he did. It's wild
We
out
got
here
that
today.
Pinkleberry Kush up for that's.
We got
that's
somebody
like
that
on
just
the
got
list.
shot down the corner, and now we got a funeral passing through. We're about to have another funeral passing through. This motherfucker that just got shot.
Damn.
Somebody overdosed last night right across the street from me. He gone. The Wild West. How hot is it out there in Vegas this week? We're damn near 80.
We're
mute.
about 70.
78.
Yeah, it's nice. We got 40s for the low and 70s for the high, or high 60s, low 70s.
Ain't that shit crazy? I got
Look
January
at Ty.
tomatoes
Look at
going.
Ty.
I'm about
Like,
to take
what
one
the
and eat
fuck?
it.
Fuck
Like,
you.
oh yeah, this shit's too hot. But then I saw a post of my homie in Chicago and they're like 19 degrees. I'm like, I don't miss that.
Ty can make icicles, ice cubes, just like in his greenhouse right now.
How I get a bill from
Completely covered in snow. I could
been
let
out
them.
of what's that? Oh, your greenhouse is covered in snow.
Yeah, man.
What? Whoa, I
Hey,
see it
bro.
now.
Yeah,
I did
look at
not
that shit.
notice that.
I don't miss that shit, bro. I don't miss it at all. Having to
Wow.
shovel the car out every fucking day because it snowed again.
Man, I'm fucking so sick of shoveling and shit there. I'm getting a fucking tractor. Fuck it.
There you go.
What are you building in there, Ty? You got a little thing going on with some little split rail or some fence posting there.
Yeah, I'm making a round wood timber frame outhouse composting toilet for out of camp.
There you go.
Oh, you're gonna move it out of the space.
Yeah.
There. I thought you were building a frame to hold up your grow.
No, I'm just using my fucking greenhouse as a wood shop for the winter there.
Yep.
Don't let him
I
lie
got
to you.
you.
He's making custom Canadian fucking manure fertilizer, dude.
Hell yeah, man. No waste
That
left
shit up for
behind.
sale.
It's called What the Canuck.
Nothing is waste.
And it comes with cannabinoids already in it.
That's right.
Hey, Tony,
What's up?
can I throw this? Is like a water soluble bloom formula. Can I just top dress with it?
I don't know. I never seen that shit,
We're
dude.
gonna find out. I'm flipping soon, so after a week into flip, I'm gonna
Never
since it's already
seen
broken
that
down.
Yeah.
I don't know. 'Cause I got some
Good job,
Bio
Ty.
Live. I'll throw some of that, but I need some of the others bloom. Snow
So
is
look, I
beautiful
don't
from
know
a
if you've ever
distance.
looked at my history of my work. I built a lot of scenery here in Vegas, and I was doing that kind of shit Ty's doing right there, making us those rails and cutting all that stuff, just like his with the pegs and everything in the 80s for like Western towns. We're doing a lot of Western towns and shit for scenery. It's a trip.
Right.
Seeing him do that is just taking me back.
Well, Connecticut just sent me a fucking bill, even though I haven't lived there in a year. But my car's still registered to them, so cool.
I lived in Louisiana after Hurricane Katrina. I went down there and rebuilt for about 18 months and moved my family down and moved them on the good side of the
Understood that shit.
Mississippi River in a real nice neighborhood, and it was fucking
It's the
cool,
good
man.
side.
We got to rebuild, but they took out state taxes, and I'm from Nevada. They don't never get state taxes taken out.
Is today Friday or Saturday?
It's Thursday.
It's Thursday?
Yeah, bro.
Holy shit, I'm way off.
Here's some serrated leaves for you guys to look at. Check these
Well,
ones
that's
out.
good. Yeah, that's cool as fuck. What is that one?
That's my wax packs, which the Ghost of Port Royal times Packy Charlie Kush.
Say, hey guys, I gotta
Wow.
take off. I got something I gotta take care of.
Okay, brother. It's good seeing you. Glad you
Good
popped
seeing
in.
y'all again.
Good seeing you,
Tony,
brother
thank
man.
you for all your help, man. Y'all have a
Yeah,
great
brother.
day.
Cheers, Tim.
Holy shit, it's
What?
only Thursday. What the fuck?
You said that was Chitral Kuch?
Packy Charlie Kush times the
Yeah.
Ghost of Port Royal.
Okay. Pretty narrow leaf looking there, eh?
Yeah, yeah, for sure.
But usually narrow isn't that well, I don't know. A lot of narrows have jagged, but that shit is like super. I never grew up those T1000s. I had a cross of those. It was a T1000 cross to what's his name created it? David Miranda. What's his name? Those good people. He uses the Cheech and Chong logo. You know who I'm talking about, too.
Yeah, I'm trying to find it. Won't come out of my mouth. Shit. I can see the fucking logo. What's his name, dude? Friends. Some of my friends said.
He's good people. Though.
How long will
So
it
I got a
take?
homie that allegedly somebody's been keeping all these fucking clones from the 90s and shit like that.
Oh.
Like the Granddaddy Perp and fucking
Farmer John 13 and there's
Farmer
another
John
cat.
13's. He's good people.
There's
He's
another
a good
cat.
cut holder.
Wix has a bunch of old stuff. The guy that I got the sour diesel from 2002. There's another cat. What's his fucking name?
Mark, cheers, brother.
Fuck, I can't remember his name, dude.
Is that ladder OSHA approved over there? Y'all got OSHA up in Canada?
Something like that. I don't know. This one's pretty old, but let's see if this thing is
Fuck
hold.
OSHA.
Oh, yeah, look at that. That's strong enough to hold me up anyway.
Do up. Oh man. I can't believe today's Thursday.
Yeah, fuck.
Water. What's that, Rusty?
Oh, that's cool. My buddy works today, so I gotta go down there and see him. All right. A dog should be happy. Oh shit, I completely forgot I had this.
What's that?
old ass mushroom block.
Jungle Toad.
That motherfucker been sitting on top of the fridge since fucking forever ago. To the compost you go.
Man, I gotta order some bottles to send some more toad venom in.
There you go. I heard a lot of people using that. Chad's been shouting it out.
Yeah, me
But
and Chad are gonna be doing a show on the 29th here
Okay.
about breeding and reversals and such.
There you go, Ty.
what do you find?
Got some good old mycelial growth on the side of this bag.
Oh, fuck yeah, buds.
It smells very good.
Mm,
what
I
is
love
this?
that smell.
Is this blue oyster? Because if it is, I don't want it in my compost because it's not good for nematodes. Blue oysters and oysters in general are good for nematodes, which is funny because Jeremy from Build a Soil
Oh, yeah.
sells inoculated barley straw with blue oyster.
Interesting.
But what's crazy, man, he's raising his prices. He got rid of reusable packaging. And when I say raising prices, he's going a 1 cubic foot bag of the 3.0 is going to be $60 after taxes.
Oh,
That's crazy.
yeah. Fucking amendments and peat moss.
That shit. Oh, I love the smell of that. Real growth.
Fuck, my buddy from the States there, he's gonna send me some cyanescence.
Oh, fuck yeah.
Yeah. He
I
hunted it
want to eat
himself.
some of those Azor. How do you say it? Starts with an A.
Yeah. I
It's
don't
not
know either.
psilocybin. But Green Table sent me some Malou. It's Melmac penis envy cross to Nanook.
Sweet. Made that himself? Hell yeah.
Yeah. So I'm stoked to get some grain going. Try to
I
get a
should.
tub before I get out of here.
I'll see fucking. I'll see if my buddy will come on there. Josh Barnhart. He's the one that's gonna send it to me, but he wild hunts all these fucking things there.
Fuck
So
yeah.
Yeah, but he was on the Myco Geeky before.
Okay.
Yeah.
Micro DC. It's funny. Yeah, for a moment, he had, I don't know if it's still there, but if you're part of his Patreon, he had the how to create LSD
Really?
formula, which is super
Okay.
dope.
That's it.
But the biggest thing is getting the precursors. You know what I mean? And to be able
Yeah,
to
I
get the
know.
precursors,
Next on Getting
or
Banned on the FCP.
this is all just alleged. You know, this is for research purposes only, educational purposes only. We do not condone any
Turn the music on.
use
Fuck it.
use of illicit fucking doodas and woodas. You got to go woo-ah. If anybody's wondering, too, I don't know if he's removed one yet as well, but FCP2 is taken down for a bit. We're getting malicious strikes from YouTube from shows over a year ago. So to preserve the FCP lineage and everything like that, Peter took it down. He's gonna take it down for a few months, let things cool down, stop getting so many strikes, and get it back going.
Okay.
I just hope it's not yeah, I don't know. It's weird. But I heard that's a lot's going on, and a lot of people are getting strikes and pages taken down and all
Yeah.
that fun stuff. All that fun stuff. Peter's done a lot of work, you know, and
Yeah.
helped a lot of people through these channels. Yeah. Are you still doing tissue culture, Ty?
Well, ever since my last fucking couple things got contaminated there, I haven't started again there. I did a couple other fucking embryo rescues. I got 4. Well, actually, there's 3 now. One was a male, but they came out of fucking embryo rescue to try out there. I only got 3 plants there, but yeah, I don't know. It's hard. It's got and fucking yeah, but I'm gonna try doing it from Mary Stem there. See if I can get a different result.
There you go. I still watch a lot of that aid. I like her info.
Yeah.
She does a lot of good stuff for the community.
Oh yeah. Yeah, it's a rough go there. Fuck, I don't know, man. Those things, those cultures were in there for like 6 months there, and then all of a sudden just went fucking contaminated. You'd figure they'd be good.
Do you think that they ran out of food or something and started having weaknesses to where something can come in and fuck with it?
Well, it shouldn't. Nothing should be able to get in that sterile container,
Right.
right? Like once it's fucking sterile, it should be sterile. So I don't know, man. I don't know what happened, but it was both of them at once. Unless somebody came out there and opened the fucking things there, I don't go.
Right.
But after losing that, I was working on those for like a year. Like they were fucking they were just in that container for 6 months, but they were like sterilely transferred fucking several times before that. So, that's like a fucking year-long project there that just fucking shit the bed on me. So
That's not. That's always hard.
yeah. And my last 5 tubs too, like I don't know if it's this flow hood because I got it from fucking Alibaba and it was fucking ripped and I siliconed it, but fuck my last 5 tubs of hillbilly there fucking all went to shit too. I've been having some losing streaks with my sterile activities.
I had a hard time in Connecticut. In Chicago, I had a pretty good little system down where I was getting everything. But yeah, I had some trouble in Connecticut for whatever reason.
Yeah. Well, all I can do is fucking try again with some fresh shit there. I had that culture for a long time and it fucking almost died a few times, brought it back to life there. Some unhealthy growth and then fucking got it growing again. Put it on some plates and it doesn't seem to stay healthy on the plates. I don't know what. So fuck, I think I just need some new fresh fucking genetics to start over again, maybe.
There's that. Hey Tony, you can read that. It says, "What is the black wop fruit?"
Oh man, Skittles, Black Lime Reserve, and fucking what's the other one? Man, now hold on.
What up, Al Telescope Uranus? I love that name, bro. It always brings a smile to my face. That shit's so funny.
Skittles, Royal Kush, Black Lime Reserve.
Ooh.
There's Black Wop Gold and Black Wop Fruit. They're both the same thing. One's an F2 of the first one. I believe the fruit's the F2 of the gold. I might have that backwards.
So what are you supposed to put front on a cross, the male or the female?
Depends on how that plant breeds. So, and the line. Like I'll use my haze for example. If I was making crosses with my hazes, like if I always used to use my own males, but that was just me doing my own shit. But for better success with other people, I would tell them to use the haze male. More people have worked with the haze males than the females and shown killer crosses from them. So it's easy to do research on that for people to start looking into which way to grow. But it all depends on the plant, really. Does that plant breed true for the traits you're after? Or if you're after traits that are only available on the male side, then that would be why you would select for a male. I used to use my Space Kush male because I knew what he did. So like any new plant that came in that I wanted to use for any kind of breeding, I'd always breed to that male first because I could see what he put in that cross instantaneously because I did so many crosses with him. It was my form of genotyping through fucking old school breeding instead of sequencing. Once you cross with a plant enough times with different genetics, if you're smart enough and pay attention, you can see what he brings to the table. Like, is he shortening the flower time? Is he making the structure of the crosses change by shortening them or making them taller, depending on what you cross it to? Like a haze usually will bring its structure to everything, even like into the progeny. You'll get much bigger plants.
Okay. Yeah. Oh man. They just
You were
deployed
correct.
1,200 agents here into Tucson. Tucson's arming up. We ain't putting up with it.
I can show you what those backpacks would look like.
Backpack, backpack.
Named after my brother Ray.
What was that movie with the backpack kids? That shit was so funny. There was these
Oh.
young little badass kids. Not charging. Fuck you, charge.
My son have got that up in Canada.
I think it was it. I think they were Canadian.
Oh, no
I think
way.
it was shot in Canada. Yeah. Funny as shit. What's the name of that, man? Where's my phone? Oh, so Country Roots LLC. You know that cat? He's out in Michigan. Creates soil. He runs the sun grown competition every year. He's
Okay.
expanding his business, and we've been talking for years. I've been wanting to go work with him for a while. I really like it, what he's about and stuff like that. And I talked to him yesterday over the phone, and we're gonna try to get me out there come
Nice.
May. He has a like a small house off the main grid that's ran by generators and stuff like that.
Fuck
And
yeah.
just that'd be so dope. I really hope something like that plays out. Be super stoked.
Fucking right, man. Yeah, that's what I want to do. Go off grid.
Dude, I could have started working today, but I thought today was fucking Friday. What the fuck?
Tomorrow.
It's tough when you're all in your head for fucking months. Come to and you're like, what the fuck is going on? Somebody's got some mariachi going on. I like it. Movie Kids was dope. Yeah, that was a good movie. I saw that young and I learned a lot from it. Skateboard is a beautiful weapon. I got my skateboard impounded a longboard impounded when I was in Chicago. I got jumped and I protected myself with my skateboard. And it might have caused a couple broken ribs and fractured jawline, but I saved myself. I'm sorry 2 other people got fucked up in the process. Don't take my board.
Yeah, I had to use my skateboard to fucking back down a res dog.
Man, we got attacked. Me and my dogs a couple weeks ago, man. Dog got out in the neighborhood and chased us down, started attacking Sundance. I was kicking the fuck out of that dog to let him go. Finally let him go. I had my steel toes on. I was fucking kicking that motherfucker. And it finally let go, ran around the corner. And as we're walking back down the street, that motherfucker comes running from around the corner. I didn't even hear him this time. And hardly heard him, turned around. And right before he got to us, went right up underneath him, knocked him up into the air, right on his back, and was right on his throat. I was
Fucking
like,
right.
damn. But that was scary. Big ass fucking dog. It was a massive mix.
Government
Big,
cheese right
huge
there.
fucker. What's that one?
That's Rusty's talking about my government cheese. This is it right here.
That's bird, man.
The
That's
other
something
one
I
I
heard you
showed
talk
you.
about.
The other one I showed you a minute ago was the backpack. This one, there's also a super.
Green thumb. Hell yeah.
There's like a magenta version of this. This is government cheese too at the top.
Ooh, I love that flower structure though. That shit, it's always something unique. I feel like when it's got that kind of extended calyx.
Yeah, those are nice like that. Where's the other one, dude?
Fuck magnet.
The one Rain Man did was fucking like pink. It was gnarly pink. It's one of the fucking pinkest plants I've seen in a long time, dude. But I can't find it, dude.
I've seen pink pistols and stuff like that, but
Yeah,
never
the
like a
pink
pink
pistols is
bud.
easy. That's in almost every Space Kush cross and like half of the Space Cheese crosses at least.
Yeah. Dude. Oh yeah, Logan. It was Greenway right there. He is a texture, I'll tell you what.
Yeah, the government cheese will do that. The Ghost of Boneyard stuff will do that. Totally Ghosted, Straight Ghosted, Ghost of Boneyard. The Ghost of the Day Record Diesel One should grow similar. It might get branchy on you though. What else?
The bone dog.
Space Cheese Back Cross 3. Yeah, Bone Dogs, and the Ghost of One Hitter Quitter. Those are opposite crosses. I used the Ghost of Boneyard Male to One Hitter Quitter to make Ghost of One Hitter Quitter, and then I made One Hitter Quitter to the Ghost of Boneyard to make Bone Dog in the Fem version. I've done a bunch of crosses to One Hitter Quitter. There's 9
Oh,
Fem.
Cooks, fuck yeah, do that stuff, man. His soil is amazing. His compost is amazing. He's gonna be doing ferments, looking to coming up once he gets some help out there and stuff. So it'd be cool to be part of the team. If not, that's still, you know what I mean? I love what he's doing for the community. I know sun grown competitions are something special because it's just for the sun growers. Well, all right. Got all my plant work done.
I'll be doing a show with the Chad at the end of the month on my fucking reversal spray.
So are you taking in any other genetics, Tony? Are you like hunting through anything that you might want to start adding to yours? Or are you just kind of working with what you got and making new crosses with your established genetics?
I don't know what's happening with me in the future, man.
Oh yeah, you do got some uncertainty coming, huh?
Yeah, my last crosses are probably my last crosses for now.
For now.
My bad dates, my pomegranates, the California, the fucking GMOG. What else did I do? Across the Kim 91, across the Kim 4, across the GMO, across the Death Star, across the Mac Daddy Perp, across the Mac 1 Space Cheese.
Mac Daddy Perp.
Yeah, the Mac
All I
Daddy
do is-
Perp. That's a plant that came in 3rd and 4th in the Emerald Cup. It's a seed selection from 2012 release of Granddaddy Purple Seeds, which that's a whole different story. But it comes from a cat named Malcolm, and that's why it goes by Mac Daddy Perp. It was his selection. It's good ass weed. Pretty fast growing plant. It finishes quick. You can pull that one in 60 days. Any temperature drop, she'll fucking turn colors for you. Fucking, she's nice. I did the.
That's something that I'm gonna miss. Is oh, well, I guess we still do have some cool nights here, getting down to 40s. But I think once I'm into like main flower mode, it's just gonna be hot. So I can't just open up the window and let the cool air get some pretty colors. Oh, I didn't text him again. I'm getting distracted. ADD is something real.
All my new crosses are to the Ghost of SFV OGV2, which is a Ghost of SFV to the Ghost of Boneyard. And the Ghost of SFV is SFVOG to the Ghost of Boneyard. It's a faster, shorter OG.
Oh yeah, Kyle, you rolling with the backyard boogie all day, man. We don't care about no licenses or anything like that. You don't need no license to grow dank. You don't gotta let the government know nothing. Fuck them. What they don't know, they don't know. There ain't no plant count when they don't know.
I gotta fucking transplant some clones.
Again. But you are today. I'm gonna go see Martin. The one. Everybody go to the Myconauts channel. We need to get some more subscribers on there so we can start going live from there, and we don't got to do it from FCP, and we can be a separate entity. It's not Psychonauts, it's Myconauts.
Oh yeah.
Put it in the chat. Let's see, Myconauts.
The space
No,
cheese
I
pet
need
cross
to.
too. That's the
Do it
GMO.
like this.
GMO to space cheese. That's the government cheese times space cheese. I found a lot of bubble gum like Beeman's clove bubble gum, shit like that. There is the rank side of GMO in it, but space cheese.
Hey, what's the picture that you got on? What was that one called? That goofy picture of you with them fucked up fake teeth and shit that you have, Tony?
Billy Bag Seed, son.
Billy Bag Seed, man. That shit cracks me up every single fucking time I see it.
It's where all the reversal spray comes from. The silver on his teeth, bitch.
Search Myconauts.
You heard?
Hey, fuck
That's
you. That's
right.
not.
He's always there. Billy Bag Seed. Check it
That's
out.
just great, dude.
All the way down to the necklace. That's right.
You channel. Oh shit, you.
Yeah.
That was funny.
You want to know how we make them silvers drip? It's from the Billy Bag Seed spit. You heard? Been
Fair
around
copy
since
link.
fucking way back.
Subscriptions. On FCP
I'm the fucking
4.
grandfather of seeds that come out of little tiny bags, baby. I put every seed in every bud you done ever found. Billy Bag Seed. He's in every town.
Boom. Let's see if that'll go in. Everybody go subscribe. We need like 25 more subscribers, I think. Oh, you might not be able to. Click on it from that. Huh. No, you can.
You see? Right here.
Yeah,
Oh.
that's a sticker. That shit's so funny, dude.
Billy Bagsy, baby, the one and then the only, the original.
Mm. All right, fellas. Well, I'm gonna get ready to go take the dogs down to see their buddy.
Take it easy, brother.
It was good chatting with you fellers.
Yeah, buddy.
Hi, good to see you back.
Yeah, buddy. Have
We
a good
we need some
walk.
more time. All righty, brother. Y'all have a good one.
You too,
Peace.
buddy. Need me a fucking coffee, I think.
Sticky. Sticky Riches. What did I just tune into? Hey, there's my boyfriend's back right there, dude. Put out your email. He'll send you a picture of a dusty one.
Oh, almost done this fucking thing.
You trying to melt the fucking snow off that motherfucker with your lights?
I don't know if the snow is fucking. The insulation is probably helping there. I don't know if I knocked that off for a good reason or not.
DB Brothers, I will be restocking Dogger Garden as soon as my bottles get here. I'll be sending in some more toad venom. I'm trying to get it restocked so when I do the show with Chad, there'll be plenty of bottles there for people to go pick up because I know people will be. I believe Peter's out now. He told me to send some in after the first, so and I had forgot to do so. So I'm about a week behind on that one. Dank salami smell? That sounds kind of good.
Yeah, I need a coffee there. I've just been hammering away at this goddamn thing there for hours here. I gotta fuck.
Hammering on a shitter down. I need something to drink.
Yeah. It's a very time-consuming process there. It's lucky I got not a lot to do while I wait for the kids to come home from school. Fuck that weed there in the garage pretty well grew itself there. I didn't trellis it. I didn't do fuck all. I just went in there and watered it. That soil was a little hot at the beginning, but yeah, it's been a pretty neglectful grow there with a pretty good outcome.
Fucking nice. You gonna finally grow that one-hitter quitter out, Nesman? I got her in mind. She's I flipped her on the 3rd, so I'm fucking 12 days in the flower. Keith Moon. What's the Keith Moon? I ain't never heard of that one. I've heard the Urban Poison. I don't know what Keith Moon is. I don't keep up on a lot of newer stuff. Yeah, it'll fit in there with the Mac one. It's gonna grow good with those. Dude, Z's a rough one. That girl. She's a rough one. Blue Jack City, Blue Cheese, Blue Widow Grapefruit. That's what's in the Keith Moon. So does that have a lot of blue flavors in it? Is there a lot of fucking Lana Lil popping up in that thing? If so, that's just I can't get down. There's the 4 plant. So you got Mac One, Bubba Kush. Well, you only got 2 in there that you mentioned there, Nesman. Bubba and One Hitter Quitter. So why don't you put a Mac Daddy and a fucking Death Star in there? Yeah, well, blue cheese is blueberry times fucking UK cheese. And most every blue cheese I tasted like blueberry. The only one I ain't ever had was the one that I put in mine that this dude made locally. His fucking blue cheese that he made fucking tasted like cheese. And the F1, the blue cheese, the space cheese tastes like fucking Parmesan and fucking feet and dirty feet. Fucking with the
Sounds
mayo.
nice.
Well, like I've done a show on that with Lucas from Eclectic Elegance, and he's actually smoked it. I took my space cheese to the Emerald Cup with Girl Scout cookies when I had my booth, and gave out a half a gram of each one of the flowers to the first 100 people that came in. I just wanted to gauge what they thought of it, and everybody come back asking about my space cheese and fucking. I mean, everybody. Not one person asked me about the cookies. And fucking, I was like, this is crazy because this is the first year Cookies had a booth at the fucking Emerald Cup, so it was like super hyped up. So I figured I'll put these two together, and if my shit even gets looked at once or twice, then yeah. And even Lucas says it was the most cheese tasting weed he's ever smoked. And the girls that come from all the females tasted like fucking just rank ass cheese. So much so, like my old post when I made it back in like 2008 or 10, when I made fucking space cheese, its original name was La Bruyere. Fucking, it named after the first cheese that was ever flown in space. Elon Musk, in his first fucking Dragon X capsule, he sent a big wheel of cheese to space to honor the skit for fucking Cheese Shop from fucking an old comedy skit. So I named my fucking shit after the same thing.
Oh shit.
But no one wanted to call it that, so it just stuck with space cheese, dude. Monty Python, he did a fucking old skit called The Cheese Shop, where a guy goes into the cheese shop and keeps asking for cheese, different kinds of cheese, and the dude, no matter what kind of cheese he asks for, he's like, "Ah, we're fresh out, mate. No, we don't got that one." And he's like, "You don't got blue cheese? You don't got no fucking Gruyere?" Like, he just keeps asking. I'm like, "No, shit. It'll be here tomorrow." He's just got to answer every time, dude.
That's a decent coffee.
Rusty, I don't doubt that. I bet you did do some killer breeding. I'm just saying that I'm not a good fucking judge of blue cannabis. To me, they fuck my head up so bad I can't tell anything other than it fucked my head up. But cats that love that shit do some killer work. Like DJ's work on blueberries, some of the most famous breeding out there. You had to love that weed to make fucking weed good like that. It ain't an accident.
Who the hell's Ken there? Thought he'd be here by now.
So what else you got in there now? If you're gonna put 4 in there, what's going on? Why don't you put one of each one of those in there, man? Mac One, Bubba, One Hitter Quitter, and fucking Death Star. They're all gonna the Mac One, the Mac Daddy Perps is gonna be the tallest one. Like, it's gonna be way taller when it stretches. Well, not way taller, but it's going to be the tallest. The Death Star may even be the shortest, especially if you top it. It'll start going to the side like the Bubba does. One-hitter quitters will kind of continue to grow. Just kind of slows down. You haven't ran the Death Star yet? The Death Star's not going to stretch when it hits flower. It's like the one-hitter quitter. Same with the Bubba. They don't stretch a lot. They got like a 25% stretch on them. But that Mac Daddy Perp's going to be maybe it's right around there. Mine was just bigger because I outgrew that motherfucker. I ran it too long in veg compared to the other plants. So, but it finishes fast. Those are all gonna finish 8-9 weeks. The Death Star's gonna go the longest. It would be Mac Daddy Perps, one-hitter quitter Bubba, Death Star. You can let the Bubba probably go slightly longer than the one-hitter quitter. I got to get that to Burns. These things are popping off. The roots started going ape shit. Let's see here. Yeah, some of the Gabby Sour Diesels are popping off.
Nice. Fucking right.
Here's another one right here.
Fuck yeah, it looks healthy as fuck.
I got some there's some Bubba, Kim 91, Kim 4s, Death Star, one-hitter quitter, Mac Daddy Perps, LA Pure Kush. There's a one-hitter quitter right here. This is my breeder cut.
Nice.
Yeah, this is Joe. This is a big ass dome right here. This one, this thing holds a tray, like it's got extra space in there everywhere. It's 22 by 15. The tray, these are big. It's 22
Oh yeah, look at that thing, eh?
by 15, and it's got mine's only got the double, but you can get a triple stacker.
That thing's thick.
They're hard as fuck.
What?
And the bottom is fucking super hard.
What brand you say that was?
I'd have to look. I can't remember, dude. But
I've been looking for a better fucking tray there. Mine are all shitty and cracked there. The old ones are.
Dude, I've had this one like 6 years, dude. And I finally cracked one because I fucking being in my wheelchair, dude. I get lazy and don't wheel over sometimes, and I tossed it and it landed on the side and finally cracked.
Right.
It cracked right here. But it's still fucking strong. Let me see. I'll tell you guys here. I'll tell you the name. Excuse me. Where'd it go, dude? Where is it? It's not. AC Infinity has stole. They make a version themselves, but they're not the originator. They ain't the originals. This is it right here. It's called Early Grow.
Early growth.
This is the triple one right here.
Holy fuck! Look at that fucking monster. That thing's sick. Early grow.
2415 by 16. Yeah. That one's 94. The two side is 74. Single side's 54. They sound like an expensive price, but like I said, this thing is 5 years old and ain't had a single crack until I fucked it up. This lets you do big ass plants though, especially when you're cloning or when you're transplanting. I like the transplant into this because I have some of the shorter ones also. They make this thing, but like where it's
a little stubby one.
Yeah, I use the stubby ones usually. And the stubby ones let me do 27 clones in them. This one I just did 50, but I can put a second extender tray in there and fucking do more than that. But I can do, I think, 25 clones in cups in here. Like once you transplant them, you can stick them back inside of here, and they'll stay in a humidity dome fucking for a few days. And then once you take them off of that, they're ready to fucking grow, dude.
Yeah. Okay, right. Yeah, I would have like a 2 fucking dome system there. As I would find the ones that were ready there, I'd pick them out and put them in a fucking acclimatizing dome.
And like in the cheap fucking Mondi domes, I find that sometimes the foliage touches the fucking dome too much, and you end up fucking getting like yellow growth on the fucking plant. This ensures that they don't touch anywhere because of how big it is.
Yeah, that's mint. Yeah, fucking right. Because, like, I don't like putting them around the edges there. I don't like that, too. You know they're always touching.
This gives you 2.5 inches on the edges on the long side and, like, fucking 3 inches on, it's 15, another 2.5 inches this way, too. So, because it's perfect. A 10-20 tray, and this one's 22 by fucking 15.
Yeah, that's perfect.
And then each one of those stacks is like 4 inches. So if you get the triple one, it's 16 inches that you can put a clone in there. And then you still have 3 inches in the bottom. So it's almost 20 full inches from the bottom to the very top of that tray. Those are plants that can go straight into fucking flower. Like, you get the triple one, right, for real. If you're doing Sea Green, you could do a whole tray of 50 clones that are fucking basically 18 inches tall already, straight out of the fucking dome. If you use the clone, I'm using the Cocoa Core cocoa coins, the Char Core cocoa coins.
Okay, yeah.
And all I do is use water and Hormex liquid solution, the vitamin B liquid solution. That's all I use.
Okay.
I put that in as a tablespoon per gallon of water. My water is 5.8 to 6.2 pH, 113 to 118 ppm, depending on the season. My water is mostly calcium because I'm sitting on top of a bunch of limestone. So what's in my water is basically calcium and magnesium already. So
Yeah.
basically like at 100 parts per million of calcium in my water.
Fuck, I should try using that spring water I collect there for cloning.
Bro, it'll fucking work.
Right?
Unless there's pathogens and shit in there, and it shouldn't be. If it's spring water,
I've been drinking it.
then it's fine. If you're drinking it and you ain't sick, then yeah.
Well,
Fucking for real.
there's 2 springs I go to depending on which direction I'm traveling there, so I'm
And
not
if
sick
it's a
from either
spring,
one of
you're
them.
getting good minerals out of that shit. That's
That's
the
what I was
one
thinking,
thing-
right?
That's the one thing the clones are missing most of the time when people go to doing like rock wool and even those plugs. They don't
Yeah.
add nothing to it. And their moms might be depleted, so there's nothing left in that fucking clone
Right.
tissue to fucking give it enough growth to go. That's what else y'all can use. There's a product from Canna Nutrients called Canna Start. That shit works fucking killer for fucking cloning. It's 112 on the MPK number. But it has added minerals, which is like a lot of people like to use a bloom solution that's been cut down to like 1/4 strength, which means you also reduced all the mineral load in that 1/4 down to 1/4 strength, which is the problem. If you have the mineral load, you really don't need the MPK load at that time.
Yeah, that makes sense. Oh, there's Ken. What's up, bro?
Oh, it's been it's been a morning, but I'm here. I've arrived. Let me get my camera set up just a little bit better.
Good to see you, Kim.
Good to see you, Mr. Toad, Tony.
Yeah, man.
I'm out in the great room today. I want to make sure my lighting isn't awful. But we'll just go with that. Everything's
Fuck,
good.
I'm having another coffee. That was so good.
I think I might make a French press since you mentioned coffee. I made
yeah,
I made some cinnamon rolls this week.
That
Nice.
sounds delicious.
They turned out really delicious. You know, they're my brother had made some bread, and so I was like, okay, I'm gonna make some bread because, well, me and my
Fuck
people, because I'm only so limited. But I got the machine to do it, and
Hell yeah.
they turned out like restaurant quality. I was really impressed with having the amount of work that goes into it is always worth the reward, if they're cooked properly.
I got one little pumpkin left there. I might make a fucking pumpkin bread with it there. Fuck, I made a couple pumpkin pies and a pumpkin bread there. The kids, they were grossed out by it, and they didn't even want to try the pumpkin bread. I'm like, whatever, fuck, I'll eat it all. I don't even care.
Excellent.
Don't know how big it is.
Yeah, I've always tried to reuse those decorative pumpkins wherever I can find them. And I didn't grow. The deer got the squash this year. Or, the rodents got the squash. But apologize to for the delay in getting on here. It's just one of those
Hey, no
days.
worries, man.
Just want to be assisted.
But I heard you guys going on with Steve earlier and or DP, and just a short while ago I heard from the other room I heard you talking a little bit about DJ Short. Tony, I know I'm not a breeder. I'm a 30-year smoker and like a patient. So when I met DJ Short through the internet a couple of years ago, I was kind of in awe, knowing the legend and
That's
such,
sick.
but I didn't know that much about him at the time, and getting to learn about him, and I wanted to get a better idea of other breeders' influence from DJ. And you had gotten into it yourself just a bit ago. If you want to elaborate more on that, Blueberry and how he kind of influenced your
just the fact that, like, so like a lot of y'all hear me always saying, like, be loud about what you're doing with cannabis. It's like anything you love, be loud about it, right? Instead of fucking hiding it, say something, encourage other people to be loud about it, because like being the only one that's good at something, what is that useful for, right? But when you have peers to judge yourself upon and to make yourself better against, that's something that I find is being very honorable. And the fact that DJ spent so many years with the plant, making it into something that it doesn't matter if all of us love it. He loved it enough to put his passion into it, and then to share it with all of us who had passion for the plant the way he did, by writing a book and by speaking openly about it, just encouraged me to be able, and not just DJ, but other breeders that were out there doing the same thing. And not just breeders, but like there was a lot of people in cannabis that if they didn't speak, I may have never spoken myself. And that's kind of the way that I see DJ. Not that Blueberry is a line that I chased or anything, because there's a lot of people that chase that. But his passion for the plant and his information on breeding, to me, was more valuable than the legendary Blueberry plant. The man himself, to me, had more value than the plant that he'll be known for.
Take care of the dogs.
Most people are going to know him only through Blueberry, and I see him through the eyes of someone who shared his passion, not just the Blueberry plant with us. Because his love for the plant was deep enough to educate himself on stuff that he had no idea there was an education on, and him sharing that, just that lesson that he had of himself, pushed me and other people in the same direction. Like, to know that there was parts of the plant that I was eventually gonna love but didn't even know about, was a journey that, like, I wouldn't be me if I never took. And it took those kind of cats to say shit like that. And that's like on the breeding side. There's people like Kevin Jodry that worked in the legal side of cannabis, Dennis Perone, who did such. Those are people that I looked up to in the same kind of way. Like, not only did they do those things, but they were loud about doing it, so that the people that were dying while it was happening didn't have to scream themselves, right? I find that to be way more honorable than fucking how many plants you slang, than how many pounds are you fucking seen. To me, the more souls you touched with the plant than fucking minds you altered with it, to me, is fucking far more important. And that's the things I pulled from, like, cats like DJ and a lot of the older breeders that were out there. And like I said, some of the people in legal cannabis, they taught me that my passion was more important than the plant itself. Because without the passion, what's the plant going to do? Right? It's like a weapon. It's never going to hurt you unless you have the intent to use it for such. And cannabis is a weapon. If I use it for good, I can be a superhero with the plant, and the people that utilize it can be the same way with their family, right? You can grow that for your grandmother. You can grow it for your child. You can teach them the same lessons and shit. And instead of just being a fucking stupid stoner, you become you're a teacher. You become a student yourself. Like, it just changes everything about you, where the plant isn't a way to escape the lesson. It's a new way for you to write the lesson down, right? And instead of a pencil and pen and paper, you take a puff of weed and you never forget what the teacher taught you while it's happening.
Yeah, that knowing what is the right dose. I don't know a lot of people anymore who are, they're smoking to manage pain management, or to disassociate yourself from that discomfort, which is what narcotics are prescribed for, to block those receptors in a similar way that the cannabinoids do for myself. So, it's a distraction, biochemical distraction that we are learning more and more about as anecdotally, as well as from the beyond experiential, but the studies that have showed these
Those studies have come
and
to
different
back a lot of our words up that we know that's real. Some of
Yeah.
it's we're going to learn that some of the shit we believed may not be true, but we're going to find out a majority of it what it was, and there's far more to what we thought. That's the thing. It's the far more in the stuff that is true that's fucking going to blow our minds. Like everybody that's out there screaming like it cures this, it cures that. That's really not true, because the majority of the people are still gone from the same diseases, and a lot of that isn't just because cannabis can help you cure, but without the education that comes along with how to do that, if people keep practicing all the bad shit, you can smoke all the weed you want in the world and you're still gonna fucking perish to the fucking bullshit, like smoking and getting lung cancer like my grandfather did. Using cannabis was never going to reverse that. Once he had it, the level he had it, cannabis was there to help him not die in pain and fucking just feeling stressed 24/7. Because anytime you're smiling, you're not dying. That one little second you smile, you're alive like you were just being born, dude. Like it feels greater than anything. It really does. And to be able to give that ability to someone and a way for them to regulate it, especially a terminal person. Like here, you'd like the fucking joint if you can. If you're able to, you got to be able to be there for them, like senior citizens, like my mother, when she was older. You still got to be able to regulate how much cannabis they're smoking, because there is too much weed for someone when you get to a point when it's hard to walk and shit, and you're stumbling around. Or like my grandfather who had Alzheimer's, you don't want him getting high and wandering the fuck off. But like if you're with them and cannabis helps them sleep, give them a hit, man, or fucking give them a brownie or something. Like my grandfather, he couldn't eat nothing until he smoked. He had throat cancer so bad he couldn't swallow almost water. It hurt so bad. But I'd take the tips of his cigarettes and empty out enough tobacco and stuff one hit of weed in them, and he'd light them and take a hit and put them down. And like 10 minutes later, he'd ask for some fruit or something, like a can of fruit. He'd ask for some pudding, and he'd fucking eat that shit while he was stoned, and fucking the pain wouldn't fuck him up. So it wasn't just getting him high, it was saving his life. Like there was no way for him to eat with the amount of damage done to his fucking throat and face and shit. Like there was just
across the, there's a dairy farm in my photo there, and just on the other side of the dairy farm, we've got a esophageal cancer, stage 4. He's a woodworker his whole life. After a sweetheart deal with the state of Alaska to rent a building that him and his architect buddies, back in 1970, they built this 4-story building, and the state of Alaska, one thing led to another, and he's been a woodworker for the last 45, 50 years, doing what he wants. But now he's at this stage in life, and cannabis, his daughter, my age, we went to school together. Cannabis is part of his life, and extending that stage 4 diagnosis indefinitely. They say, stage 4 doesn't mean you're going to die next week, but you're carrying around a terminal diagnosis. There's, and at some point when your stage 4 becomes, you're in remission, there's something to it. There are people that have gone down that journey with the RSO, and I don't know, again, you think of Cinderella, Cindy 99 and that story, and those, it's not the same. It's as cancer, I don't want to make things, hyperbolic and otherwise get off the path, but being part of something greater, as you said, being able to give plants to folks that need them, That's such an empowering feeling. And thank you for all you've done with Peter and getting your genetics out to people like myself. And, by extension, I've then given your cuts to other people and your seeds to other folks. It's just building community.
Yeah, that's how I started, man. Giving out seeds. Like when I worked in the club, people didn't want to pay for seeds because it costs so much, and to buy some weed. Like if you had to come in and buy an eighth of weed and some seeds, it cost $150 basically for a top shelf eighth and a pack of seeds, because most seeds were $100 through the club, because we had to fucking charge you for putting them on there. We had to buy them, and none of the breeders at that time that we were running into, because shit was so new, we weren't able to buy 100 packs off of them, right? Like I had a fucking limited amount of money that I was given by the owner to buy seeds, and I had to fill that with as many different genetics, so it looked like we were giving them options. Like if I spent all my money with one person, it was a good idea, right? And so my boss, being impatient, he went and bought seeds off somebody local who had made fake packaging and sold them a bunch of fake seeds. And like the boss wasn't there the day the guy brought them in, and I was there 6 days a week. So this guy comes in and hands me the bag, and my boss had told me when he comes in, just give him this bag. It's the payment for half of the seeds, and just give it to him, right? We've already got a deal. I'm like, okay, whatever, dude. Like, so the guy comes in, he gives me his bag, I give him the bag he's supposed to have, and he leaves. I open the bag because that's what the boss told me to do. He's like, open them up and put some stuff on the fucking shelf, right? As soon as I open it, I'm like, those aren't real. I'm like, this company doesn't make none of these fucking crosses. What the fuck is this, dude? So I get on the computer and email the company. Like my boss doesn't know that I knew some people in the business that well, I guess. Like he wasn't paying attention. And like within 20 minutes, the company emails me back, and they wanted to know who the fuck it was, send us pictures of like everything. And I'm like, whoa, I just need to know if they're real or fake, bro. Like I'm not trying to get somebody arrested, dude. Like you guys do what you got to do. Like they're fake. I know what's up. Boss comes in like 10 minutes later, right, and fucking wants to know why nothing's on the fucking shelf. And I'm like, just go look at the computer. So I'd left the email open, and I hear him getting pissed as he's reading it. Dude, he starts yelling. He's like, what the fuck? He's so pissed. He got ripped out for $3,000 in seeds back then. Fucking. That was a lot of money from seeds, but I'm like, why? I'm like, if you want seeds, dude, I can get you seeds. I'm like, well, anything you want from cannabis, I've got a connect, or I can do it myself. So he's like, what the fuck? So I hit up some people and had them come down, and we end up getting seeds on the shelf. But because he already spent $3,000, he wasn't able to spend more than another $1,000. So he basically was paying retail for seeds, which is stupid. So he pays $50 for a pack. He's like, I got to charge $100 for them. I'm like, why is anyone going to come in here and buy a pack for $100 when they can go buy them from the same dude for $50, right? All they got to do is email the dude, right? I said, you done fucked yourself. You're going to be stuck with all those seeds. I said, what I can do is I'll bring my seeds in, and I'll give away a pack of seeds. Anytime when someone buys a pack, they can pick any of mine for free. And he's like, what? You got seeds? I'm like, dude, I told you I have everything with weed, bro. So that's how I started. I started giving away seeds. And that's why to this day, I try to give back more, like, especially through Peter. If you pick up a pack of my gear through Peter that's got 10 or 15 seeds in it, there's a 20 pack of seeds that comes free with it. So that way there's more for free than whatever you picked up. So it's my way of saying thank you back to the community, and for people to do just like you said you did. Give them to someone because you got too many, or
they got to go
clone and pass the clone around because you know it worked for you. Like it's a way for that shit to get into the community on a level that I used to have. Like working at the club, having 4,000 people access. If I found a plant that worked, everyone had access instantly to it, and they knew what it was going to do. It wasn't expensive, right? You come get a clone for $10, you walk out the door and go home and grow that shit.
And I don't know how it is down in, Humboldt's dying, the Triangle's dying in a lot of ways because of the market change. Up here, the recreational market closed down a lot of the it was, they called it the backpack days, when we'd get together in a licensed a state, a location that's got a big piece of paper on the door that says if you don't have a legal ID and a card, you're not getting in. And and I'd go in there and I'd be like, okay, I'm the only one in the chair. I'm the only one with like an obvious physical ailment. But at the same time, those connections and those people that were hustling, trapping, doing whatever they could to in this all cash environment, it was from my point of view, you were on the other side of it. From my understanding, it was just as a consumer, I could get $5 grams of the chronic. Guys would take care of me, and they're like, this is organic, regenerative. In 2005, I'm like, oh, okay, and it looks like the frosty, hydro stuff that I had seen in High Times all my life. But when you get into those communities and then having rec come along and just blow like 75% of the medicinal patients out of the water because they don't want to be tracked anymore by the government, because all that information is being
And
passed around.
they can't give you fucking free weed no more. It's illegal in the system. It's like what Kevin talks about. Kevin used to call it compassion at his club. At my club, if we were buying pounds off a breeder, they had to give us something for free. So like if you brought in a pound or two, you could give us a quarter pound to give away for free. So now I've got a surplus of cannabis that I can always give somebody something for free, right? Or I have someone comes in a wheelchair and I know they're fucking on a disability. They don't have a lot of money. Why does that dude got to buy the worst weed in my club? I got extra weed. Like, here's a gram. Throw a gram to him, dude. You do that enough, they'll here. I got $5. You're like, no, keep your money. Like fucking, here's buy the cookie. Do something else.
Yeah, they take it out of their tip jar.
Yeah, whatever you can, but because with recreational, I was in the backside, but I'm also a cat that has always done this for fucking. I started doing it with my grandfather for cancer. So I've always done it because somebody was sick. I smoked weed because I wanted to get high. Then I realized it was my medicine while I was helping my grandfather. Right. And then I moved to helping my mom. And while I was doing that, I met so many people through the club and realized that everybody in some ways doing it for medical, but the system said, fuck that, because just like you said, we don't want to be tracked. We don't need you knowing why I'm smoking it and shit, dude. You can see I need the shit. Why do we got to talk about that? Let me get the herb. I'll pay for it, whatever we got to do. But as soon as we got to get tracked and be regulated and fucking told how I need to buy it and how the package needs to look, we don't want to be part of that system. And that's when it starts falling apart. Sales start dropping. Farmers don't get paid. Shit goes bankrupt because the system now is trying to sell me some product we never asked for. When in the 215 days, even the bad weed was good. Today, the good weed's bad. Like, what's going on in the legal system? Because we know, DP was on here growing weed. We got Ty growing weed. There's how many people watching us right now at home growing better weed than they can go get at a club. So it's easy to do it, but it's not easy to offer it. There's where it falls apart.
In that network, you start a network of like-minded individuals, and pretty soon you've got a conspiracy, a RICO charge, or whatever that becomes tax evasion, because they're really going at. From what I understand, I get a check every month from the feds, or it comes through the federal government to take care of my needs as a disabled adult of a, it's a chunk of money. I have, people that come in for about 7 hours a day to take care of my needs. And um, I'm not one to be drawing red flags. You know, I don't need any scrutiny of my finances and such. I try to keep everything above board. And there's currently I grew up like in a conservative community with like strong values, and a lot of patriotic people would say that I grew up the right way. What happened to me? And I just kind of laugh in that, with that said, because you know I went out of a small town to a big city and got to meet the whole like diaspora of what makes the United States, and it's
People,
Portland.
though, yeah.
It's
Yeah.
Portland may seem like a chaotic shithole to a lot of people, but Portland's been a chaotic place since the 1800s when the white folks showed up. It's been like that since. And the people that aren't in Portland and the people that are outside of Portland kind of have this beef going about, you're a pinko communist and you're redneck, racist. And that prevents the community from coming together. It's ridiculous. They all smoke the same. They might go to the same dispensary and be getting the same commercial bullshit herb. But they really need to like take a step back and like grow their own and get to know the greater community, because these little insulary bubbles, I was talking about it today, you create your own bubble, and getting outside of your bubble, now and again is how we grow and how the community gets greater. And federal like oversight and overreach into our business beyond, what is the curtilage, around our house, just leave it be. Don't come up to my doorstep and knock on the door and give you a right to step into my house looking for somebody that works for me or my herb, or to count the number of pills that I have or whatever. This is a new age that people in power are instilling fear in the populace, and there's folks that are ready to go to quote unquote war over their ideologies, and that's scary. When regardless of your ideology, going to war is serious rhetoric, and it needs to be taken seriously, as words lead to actions, and actions have consequences, aka chaos.
That's a fact.
But that's not a political speech by any means, as much as it's like, building community isn't communism. It's not politics. It's a social construct that has helped society and civilizations move forward for hundreds, thousands of years, depending on your thoughts of certain civilizations and whatnot. We've gone through a lot of difficult times, but we haven't seen the most difficult times. Unfortunately, a lot of old people say that. It's like, you got to be old to understand what difficult times are. And some of us gain that wisdom through tragedy and trauma and a whole bunch of other stuff that we take on because it's our responsibility as a child or as a loved one to be in support of through thick and thin. And, not everyone, God bless, the folks that have the caregivers and the people that take someone, hold them by the hand to that other side. The support for the caregivers is lacking in this society, and part of that caregiver support, and I'm talking about personal caregivers like yourself, looking after family members that are sick, and the kind of caregivers that I've needed since I was 16 years old. And when I started smoking weed, they had already put like an expiration date on my social security number or whatever conspiracy you want to think. Yeah, it's like this guy's not going to amount to anything because he's going to be dead in 5 years. That's what they told my parents. And I'm like, yeah, anyway, that's a whole nother chapter of the peace of mind farming. But don't, the limitations that are put on, that doctors often put on patients, keep them from getting the best medicine, which can often be like family
When I
and
got out, they
friends and
told me I
community.
could, if I was using cannabis, they weren't gonna fucking give me any help and shit. And I was on a gurney, fucking with my leg freshly chopped off and my fucking ass chopped off and my intestines hanging out in a bag, and all they're worried about is me taking opiates and then fucking mixing it with cannabis. And I'm like, I don't want the opiates, dude. Keep them. I told you I'm not gonna take them. I already threw them in the trash. I'm only here because they told me I had to come here. Like, and the pain doctor's like, well, then why are you here? I'm like, I don't know why I'm here. That's the whole process. I'm like, I've been trying to figure this out. Like, there's no reason I should be in here. There's no reason you should be talking shit to me. I'm the sick person. Like, you're getting paid because no matter if you give me pills today or not, you're going to get paid for the visit. I had to drive fucking an hour in a van that I had to rent in a gurney I got to pay for so I can listen to you tell me that you're not going to give me some more opiates and shit, dude. I'm like, what's going on here, dude? Like, when are any of you going to ask me how I'm doing? Like, I'm fucking over here dying in your fucking office and you want to talk shit to me about the drugs that I won't take, dude. It's like, it's a crazy system, dude. It really is. The medical system is gnarly when you fucking need it, and there's no changing it. Like, in the moment, you can't change it. It takes fucking a massive amount of deaths in a generation from, like, same thing with the opiate epidemic. It took 20 years and fucking how many people to die and how many billions of dollars to fucking lose before we kind of fucked up and shouldn't have been doing that. We shouldn't have been overscribing that shit to everybody.
And that, you know what, the
Twisted.
thing that really gets under my skin, the family and the family trust fund that owns Purdue Pharma purchased like 80% of the ski resorts in the United States. And since 2010, they've destroyed the skiing industry by making it only a sport for the rich. Like the rich, I mean, it used to be an expensive sport. I was a skier. I got handed down skis. I'm trying to think. It cost my dad like probably 2 or 3 days' wages for me to go skiing 4 times with the like school ski bus type thing. To be a part of that group.
Mm-hmm.
And that's a shit ton of wages when you think about all the wages that man's trying to provide a home and all that other stuff. But the economics, getting back to that, of the opioids and how it has this trickle down effect. And it's not so much a trickle down effect, but the cycle that went along, and then along came the scourge of fentanyl, which has killed more people than all the wars, in United States history, which isn't a very long history. And the, quote unquote, misguided nature of this war on drugs and the brainwashing of the masses when the, financial situations and political situations drove certain underground policies for decades. Getting back to the cannabis and why it came out was just the sheer numbers and the monies that were being seen in certain markets. Again, you make something illegal and it's going to become very profitable for,
Well, they've written the legality thing and rescheduling, and it's been in the UN gas treaty for years. Like they were supposed to start doing this in 2019. Because of the shit that happened with fucking the pandemic, it fucked up the time frame. It's literally written in there when they were gonna start changing the rules with cannabis and other drugs that were going to be switched over and doled out to people. Like for I don't need to get on it, but it's actually written in there. I sound like a conspiracy theorist, but they knew they were going to start changing how they were going to offer cannabis and other narcotic drugs to the world. And it comes down to like, just think about with if you got kids, you tell them no about something, and that's the first thing they go and do, right? They've been telling this country in the United States alone, mostly, and in the West, like even in Canada, they did it for a while, and that weed and drugs were bad for you. And what did the counterculture do? That's what they wanted. They wanted every drug they get their hands on, and now they've decided they're going to legalize them and sell them to you. That's how every business works. They did it with alcohol, with like prohibition. And people just bid into alcohol hard as fuck. And what did they do as soon as they come out of it? They went in business with everyone selling alcohol and sold it to you, taxed you on it, and you were fine with it. And they did it with cannabis. Like the 215 days when it was medicine and being sold as such, there were no taxes. Even when we tried to offer it to them, we wanted to regulate because we knew it was going to come. We weren't stupid. We just weren't smart enough to just go through it with it somehow anyway. When they said no, we just said, fuck it, keep the money. They knew they were going to step in. They always did. I used to try to tell everybody in my area that shit. I'm like, that's why I used to go fight and go to City Hall and talk, because I knew without being loud enough, other smokers weren't going to ever go and educate themselves on what was coming. They were just going to be okay with every time there's a vote to fucking give me access to another store to give me weed. And that's how you're going to fuck yourself. And it's like, you got to read the small print to find out that eventually you don't get to grow it, you don't get to sell it, and all you get to do is get in line for it. And fucking that's not what you want ever with anything, dude. Like think about your phone. They had to come up with fucking fix laws so that you can fix your own phone, because they were fucking making phones so hard to repair and get parts for that you basically got to buy a new fucking phone or send it into the company that made it. They're doing it with cars. Like you got to have special fucking computer technology to work on fucking most cars, or a specialized tool set to where fixing it costs so much money. Just send it in to get it fixed. Like I can't afford either one. Fuck it. Like the shit becomes disposable. They've trained us to be okay with that system, and so much so that we ask for it. Like we want cars to drive us around without having the ability to drive them ourselves. Like that's just more trouble leading to happen. Every time you do that with a system and you take yourself out of it, you're just guaranteeing you're going to fuck yourself with it.
Yeah, it leads to some sort of adulteration and like laziness, to some degree. Convenience and laziness kind of collide at the intersection of hard work and focus.
There you go, Louis Rossman, right to repair.
Hey, let me put up some chat comments. I was trying to do it earlier, but my stylus was failing me. How is chat doing today? And Mr. Toad asked earlier, I recall, what has everybody spoken on? It's now approaching the 4th hour of our Thursday Tough Puff. I don't know what I'm smoking today because I told my helper to load whatever she thought I needed, which cannot, she knows my night times from my daytimes, but it's always a crapshoot if I'm going to be climbing the walls or not.
I've been dabbing Grease Monkey and fucking Polar Pops myself.
Grease Monkey. That brings me back to the blue grease that I got from Blue Star in the Seeds Here Now auction last month. Grease Monkey, I've heard nothing but great things.
Yeah, there's Mike did it from Compound Genetics. My buddy Levi from Pistol Positive had a Grease Monkey. My friends from Buddy
Is it
Nick.
one of the Gorilla Glues?
Yeah, it's a Gorilla Glue cross. I don't know what's on the other side of this one though.
Okay.
Most
That-
of them are all Gorilla Glue cross to whoever's company's breeding stock that they're using.
Right. It makes sense to try to keep it in the family, but give it that, primate sort of feel.
I'm pretty sure this one's from fucking Compound Genetics. This grease monkey. That's where most of them come from, and he's the largest company. But they all came out at the same time, dude. There was like 5 companies back in the day that all dropped grease monkey at the same time.
Oh, okay. I'm not, I've explained it before. When the co-op was running, it was all cuts, cuts coming from like Amsterdam through New York or coming up from the Bay Area. It was all, or not there. In Portland, we had nonstop flights to Amsterdam for quite a while. Then, things kind of changed following the 9/11 as, cut off the market coming into south into the Portland area, and the market for Northern California went through the roof. Yeah, or Southern Oregon, the further you got north in the valley, it was mostly people growing for their communities, like a small circle of maybe 100 people that were going to get a taste of this year's crop. And
Well, that's how the system was set up. In the 215 days, you could have a collective of growers. So, like, you
I was part of
try to get too big, and they wouldn't fuck with you usually. It's when you like the Bay Area started having cups, and a lot of the clubs would go to the cup and have everyone get in a line and fucking sign their fucking script off, and then they just add 6 more plants to their garden, and that's what got the fucking the state kind of going. What the fuck? You guys can't just keep fucking adding shit to something, especially when it's people that aren't even from your area that aren't coming back, and if they do, it's once or twice a year. Like, you're just taking advantage of a system. So, because in California, like, you could have 99 plants at one time, and that was per patient. So if you had someone who gave your script to the club, that club, in theory, could add 99 plants now under that script and say they were growing those 99 plants for you, even though you were never
Right.
coming back or none of that shit. So, and they were trying to do that shit, even though they were never hitting those numbers. They were trying to ensure that if they did show up, that we had enough patients to basically cover every plant in this garden. So if they did show up and we got 1,000 plants, well, we've got 1,000 patients, and
that's how, hearing you explain that is exactly under the same. I don't know if it was 67 or 70 here in Oregon, but it gave us, as patients and patient growers, a lot more plant count, because it was the first time I went to Salem, to the Capitol, and met all of the senators and reps from the state, around the state, and explained to them, the needs of people like myself who are patient growers and will need, 60 plants. Literally, like, that's a good number to start. I want to throw out 30 males, or, if they're regular seeds, I want to be able to grow, like 50 to 100 plants, like, to start out with in my year, and then give a couple dozen away. And you understand, like, it was like we were able to do legally in the backpack days. And I don't know if we're going to need to get federal permits to do micro grows that are going to have seeds. I don't know, seed breeding operations. Like, is it going to all have to go underground? I mean, really, so many questions. And this
Well, cannabis is
Government.
already federally illegal. So if it's THC weed, it's already got to be underground. Period. The
So
way
if
the new law is written, if it stays, without COAs to show that the parents that produce the seeds are hemp, the seeds themselves can't be labeled as such. So it shuts down anybody trying to sell the seeds as hemp because of the way it's written.
they become illegal.
Period. Like you can't be legal if it doesn't come down to the way it's written. From what I've seen, it says 4 milligrams per package. That's not a percentage of cannabinoids on a plant. That's a milligram dosage in a package. How big's the package?
Could have
Is the
10,000
package
seeds.
fucking this big? Is the package this big? Like it doesn't state anything in there about the size of the package. What's up, Ty?
I gotta get my kids from school there. I'm just warming up my truck there for a minute.
Alrighty.
Okay.
Yeah, I'll be back
It's at
though.
12 o'clock, the golden hour of rush hour school traffic up north.
All this stuff could change.
305 up here.
Oh, I bet.
Stuff could change.
That takes me back. When I first came down here to the valley out of Portland metro area. I spent 25 years up there. For those of you who don't know, from the time I was 18 until I was in my mid 40s. My dad was working a job down along Highway 99. And yeah, that's the same Highway 99 that goes from the Mexican border to the Canadian border. And he's like, yeah, man, they're growing weed down there. And it's a hemp thing. And I was like, oh, Oregon CBD. And he's like, yeah, I think so. And he in his time on that job site, he learned a lot about the hemp industry and so on and so forth as he was talking to the Bradshaw brothers, because they had so much money invested in this. At the time, they were putting up, I think they were each 5,000 square feet, 5,000 square foot greenhouses. They're very bullish on the seed market and hemp seed in particular. But at the time, a 5-gallon bucket of seeds was $1 million. And people are like, no way. No, that's impossible. I'm like, and it's kind of laughable when the Oregon CBD has brought a lot of these minor terpenes into the forefront. They have some minor terpenes that are pushing like 4% or 5% that haven't been there before. They really work these, 40 or 50,000 plant outdoor tests, and the indoor, having how many acres it is under glass, basically 3 acres under glass. They're running depths and doing the job. But right now, I would imagine those investors in Oregon CBD are at the forefront of the legislation, and they're trying to figure out what is going to be of the Schedule 3. I mean, we're talking about, these guys are what people might
Schedule 3 isn't going to be fucking in any way give a damn about somebody growing at home's rights. There aren't large facilities anywhere at home producing Schedule 3 drugs anywhere. So whatever happens with cannabis, if it changes from what's already done with Schedule 3 products, because cannabis isn't Schedule 3 right now. What they've done is told them to rush whether or not they're going to make it Schedule 3 into happening, which means they probably will, or they wouldn't even fucking do anything. They just let it keep floating and never do nothing. But the fact that they said rush whatever you're going to do into happening, chances are they're going to change it to Schedule 3. So if they decide,
the Supreme Court will decide.
They're not going to be growing weed at home without having a chance of something illegal happening to you for doing so. Now
Sure.
they can put new fucking laws into place to where like we have rights to do certain things. Now, like in a state that like California that has medical cannabis, if you do sign up with your county, because like where I'm at, you're supposed to go down and sign up with your county, put your ID on fucking record, tell them where you live so they know. If you're renting, you have to have an okay from the landlord that you can grow or even smoke in the place. So you're signing up for a full system to say that you have the right to utilize cannabis medically. Now, if they say you can't grow as a Schedule 3, you can't without risking breaking the law. And everyone's like, we came from it, we'll stay with it. That's okay, whatever. But technically, that the system would say we can't do it. So they're going to have to come up with some kind of new system that allows it. And I don't see where that fits other than each state staying with what they have. Because, like, if they're going to make a system that's federally regulated for all states, they're going to tell us all that we have to grow a specific way. And that's going to suck ass if that happens. But people will be okay. At least I can grow something. I already know that because that's how we've gotten to the regular. Like I said, we could grow 99 plants at one time. I can't grow any shit in my county. It's you're not supposed to grow cannabis here. Even though the state says I could grow 6, but it also says if your county
Please call my dad.
or municipality says no, then you can't do it. They have the right to decide whether or not you have that right in their municipality. So them saying that you can't means that I can't by law. So it's weird. I feel like if they do go to Schedule 3, we got to follow Schedule 3 laws, which says they get to sell it, and they get to produce it, and we get to get in line for it. Like that's what we're doing right now. Unless you're like, if you want to take willow bark tea for your headache, that's great. But if you're trying to get an aspirin, you got to go to the store. Like that's the kind of shit that we're talking about. But like, they don't regulate whether or not you're growing a willow tree on your property because not enough people are out there fucking stripping the bark off of willow trees to affect whether or not they regulate that shit happening. But with cannabis, there's enough of us utilizing the plant that they feel that they have the right to regulate us. And that right's there because of humans themselves. Like, look at the situations we're all in today. Everyone staring at their neighbor and pointing at them and shit. And eventually, if you keep following the fucking pointing finger, there's one pointing right back at you like this and shit. And like, we're going to go out like that? Like, fucking, I'd rather shake your hand and hug you than point at your ass. And that's we got to get back to that shit. That's the part of the plant that we lost. Like, dude, the 215 days, dude, if you needed a help with a plant, it didn't matter if you was handicapped or not. If I just knew you needed that help, I gave it to you. I didn't see how much money was in your pocket first. Like today, there's a price to get into cannabis at certain levels. Like there's ounces going out there for 1,000. If you ain't got 1,000, they won't even talk to you. Like what the fuck? Dude, you could have came in my club and I didn't care how much money you got, unless you were a shit talking jackass. Your time was as valuable as the next person's. All right. It didn't matter if you bought weed, you could come in and get your 2 free joints and just say hello. Like we were just trying to make weed seem like a neighborhood thing, like eating a tomato, right? If you went to the fucking farmer's market, no one stared at you because you was getting zucchinis. Like we knew you was feeding your family. And that's what we wanted with weed. We didn't want anyone that showed up to get clones, or you was buying an eighth or a fucking quarter pound, or if you were just showing up to say hi to the people that work there. It shouldn't matter. And that's what we were trying to make the scene like. And I think the scene started to fall away from that shit because of all the shininess from social media.
Yeah, and the facts that the social media is suppressing dissident voices that are not in league with certain political views is very concerning.
No, but we did it back as a community with shit like this, Peter. Like when we all come together with what brings us together, weed, good weed, man. Like we all have good weed, and if we don't, we can fucking find someone on here that does, that can help us with making our weed better or showing us where we can get it better. Like, even if you're in a place like you, two people in the same city might go into two different clubs, and one of them's great and one of them ain't. And if you fucking find out that shit from another patient, that these things are all, it was
Did
all
you
worth
get in touch with him?
it. You know, it was all worth it by learning that you can get better weed just down the street. You know,
Tony, I need to take a break. I had a phone call come in that I need to make sure my but can you just keep on that same note? I'm taking some notes down here, but I gotta drop out of the studio for a second.
I cannot do anything with this myself. I don't have access to the studio, so just.
Oh well, I'm gonna stay in. I'll just mute my stuff.
Alrighty, y'all. So I got a question for everybody out there. In the last year, if you guys picked up gear, whose gear was great for you? I don't want to hear about bad shit. I want to hear about good shit. What stuff made you fucking go, wow, I'm gonna check some more of that dude stuff out, or that genetics is something that I want to fucking look deeper into, something on the male or female side or the pollen donor side. The mic noise is coming from.
Good questions there.
Can you put Tide's mic on mute?
I cannot. I don't have any keys to the kingdom.
Okay. Top dog.
I was made a moderator of FCP to the day it was shut down. Maybe somebody was protesting. Anyway, I gotta get off. I gotta focus. Mom and dad are calling.
Cool. Top Dog has killer gear. I've ran a bunch of stuff from JJ. Well, not a bunch. I've ran a few, but everything from JJ was fire. I think I've smoked more than fucking I've grown, for sure. It's all good. His palate's close to what I like. You can tell by the way he breeds gear. I've not ran Greenway myself. Short seeds. I have not ran the Golden Goat background. Baby Daddy, yeah, you've ran a few of mine. The Ghosted Gorilla gives good weed, man. I agree with you. But I'm glad you liked it. That's that Gorilla 4 times the Ghosted Boneyard. THC Garage does some killer stuff. He's got some good work. He's been fucking with some plants for a while now. He always seems to have killer selection in his garden. Even the genotypes he's picking out of the lines he's working, it's got good weed. I've used Bodhi shit. I've ran some of Bodhi stuff in my own work. My Los Vetranos, my Ancient OG, or no, it's not in Los, it's in the Ancient. It's yeah. Fuck, what else today? I ran a Sweet Medicine. Lavender Lemonade. I sent those. Who did I send those to? Well, you've ran a bunch of my stuff, man. Alpha K9. You've had a bunch of stuff, brother. Well, next time you see Ed, they can give you some of them pomegranate seeds. Send these totally roasted up to 10. That's the straight ghosted boneyard. Babe, you got some chat to go on the no joke. I think I got no joke. I got Westport Posse. I think I got no joke and something else. Chat sent me some stuff. Was that indoor or outdoor, Bob? Damn, that microphone is terrible. Joystick. Who who made joystick? What is that one? Citronella. Kim, you'll have to wait till Ty's back. I can't. I don't have the ability to do anything, brother. I'm just a guest in this house.
working with stuff. I did all my working on the Ghost of Boneyard lines for the last 7 years, basically, to get to where is it? Totally Ghosted. And motherfucking OG, and to all the new stuff like Bad Days and Pomegranates, which are the Ghost of SFVO GP2 closet. This is what I've worked the longest. Beecher's Choice. I sent Beecher's Choice seeds out to fucking someone 5 years ago. They from an old that I had from a homie. So I know these 2 people I sent 10 packs of Beatrix Choice out. So, it's terrible. I think his mic's dying as we're sitting here.
What's going on?
What's up? Ken
Ken's
got a phone call.
backstage. Oh
Yeah.
shit!
Hey, can you push echo on your mic? Your fucking mic's echoing bad, Ty.
Okay, I'm gonna plug in my other one.
Word.
Am I back yet?
Yeah.
Yeah, you're back.
Yeah. Okay, so I won't keep trying to type with the broken stylus. Oh wait, it's a broken screen protector.
JJ Top Dog, yeah, his work speaks for itself. He's kind of like DJ in a certain way, where he has he's read what he likes to smoke, and he just kind of goes down that rabbit hole. I mean, that's how I've read the conversations with him for the most part. He doesn't follow the trends, or he's as much of a trendsetter.
Mic check.
Okay, we only have one mic. No echo. No echo. No echo.
No, we got an echo.
I can't.
How's that?
Let's
That's
see.
better. Is it
Yeah,
coming in
that's
through mine?
I don't hear anything.
Good on me. Testing. Is it mine?
I don't hear it.
You still got it, Tony?
It seems fine. I think. We'll see here.
Huh.
Yeah,
How was that rush hour traffic?
The Boneyard Ghost
Not bad.
Backcross 2 is called Straight Ghosted. And Straight Ghosted's the mom to Totally Ghosted.
Yeah.
The moms of this one. And this is the Backcross 2 to the Backcross 1.
I've got a
Ghosted Boneyard that you guys all have out there is the F2 of the Ghosted Boneyard. So you got F2 Backcross ones.
I got.
I'm doing a ton of stuff.
I'm just looking over the DDA list that I've got, and it's Alex's Hammer, Exit, Alien 4. Then we got the backpack, Alpha 177 K9,
Yeah.
Rocus Quimbus, Cerebral Sherb, Warrior's Delight, Ultimate Warrior, F2s, Wicked Warrior, and Warhorse.
Now, them last three are from somebody else.
What? Okay. Those are not your, those are maybe somebody used your.
After Roaches, they might have my stuff in them, though.
Okay. Oh, I'm going to have to look.
Roaches Quimbus is also called Magic Mouth. It's named after my mother. It's my Space Kush times my Space Cheese. Or Savage Kush, I'm sorry, times Space Cheese.
Okay. I wasn't sure what, I just wanted to make sure there were some things that Peter had sent, and the little, brown bag, Peter's brown bags. And I wanted, it's good to know that those are not all in the Boneyard stable. I'll have to pull those ones out and put them in a different file. And yeah, good to, like Rusty said it in the comments earlier. It's like, I don't care about where it came from. I just want to grow stuff that makes me feel good. Is medicine, et cetera, et cetera. I agree 100% with that. The one strain that I grew up that I loved last year is it's a Cherry Lime Reserve from Freeborn Selections crossed to an HK, which has been a great plant. But its terpene profile on this one is very like cat piss, and it just invigorates me, which last year the one that didn't have the cat piss profile was much less stimulating. So I basically have a bunch of crack weed, highly stimulated. I'm not getting my usual 4 hours sleep.
Yeah.
Looking for some of that, I grew an AK from, trying to get this is 2023. I grew an AK and it turned out to be a male. And the other AK that I gave away, I didn't get clones of, but it was keeping clones is always an issue when you live in the out in the sticks. The power outage or whatever comes along and can ruin your work. Having a power outage with a bunch of tissue culture, I would imagine, would be a nightmare. If there's not some battery backup, you're going to end up with a bunch of frozen specimens. Is that something that you've had to address at all, Ty, or concern with, like a power outage or anything? Are you on like a solid state grid where you live?
Like I don't know. We've been pretty lucky. Like the power goes out, but it's only for a couple hours, and they send a fucking team out to fix it. So it's been pretty reliable.
Yeah,
But-
like power's life and death in your neck of the woods.
Yeah, man. Fucking like everything's all electronic now, so it's like fuck if you don't got power, your heaters and fucking everything don't work, and yeah. I keep a wood stove fucking on hand there, just outside my fucking shed there, and some stovepipe. If I ever had to, there I'd be fucking running one out the fucking window there in the basement.
Yeah, work some sort of get a boiler involved and move some water and heat, however possible.
Yeah, just that wood stove will fucking heat up the whole house there. So
Awesome.
yeah.
Yeah, we in this newer house, the old house, the
Oh.
wood stove would heat up the whole place if you got the air moving.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's all about getting the air moving.
Yeah.
Otherwise, you have one room in the house that's 85 or 90 degrees, and you're in the 60s in the rest of the house. So I've noticed from my experiences.
Yeah, wood heat's fucking hard to be comfortable.
Yeah. Yeah, it can definitely be, it needs some fine tuning.
So hey, Squishy, he didn't say it was bad. He said that what he's basically doing is everyone thinks, well, not everyone. It's kind of like a consensus agreement that like the farther a filial generation number is or backcross number is, the more true breeding a line is. And unless the plant you're working with or the lines you're working with, both sides are homozygous for the trait you're after, all you're doing is shuffling the wrong colored decks. So you're not playing with all blue colored cards. You got blue cards and red cards, and you've got face cards. So many different cards that you're never going to pull all kings out of that.
Yeah, it's one of the things I have tried to express upon the advisory committee for the medical marijuana program here in Oregon is not all the children in the classroom are going to turn out to be doctors and lawyers. We can do what we can, try to nurture them and feed them with the right information that may steer them in that direction, but some genetics get in the way, and we're not going to have these shining pupils, all 30 of them are not going to achieve the Presidential Academic Fitness Award or whatever. And realizing that with seeds, much of the reason why people try to grow from clone, as much of a struggle as some people find it, and the disease issues and other reasons why I don't grow from clone and never have. I may never, unless there's a couple people that are big names in the industry who are like, I'm going to send you a clone of this hot shit that hundreds of thousands of people are growing. I'm like, whatever you want to do, but I don't want it right now. Like, I'll let you know when I'm ready for it. But I digress in that point. But growing from seed, you're going to get like the children in the class that pick their nose and the other ones that are picking their nose and eating it. So, I hope that metaphor rings true to the, people that are buying seeds and disappointed with, and the reality is you should be able to get a couple of winners from every pack. I mean,
But that's
at
not what
least.
people are buying. They're not buying it for a couple. Most
They
people are
want-
buying it for mythical, perfect everything without doing the perfect everything research to find out if that will produce that. That's where like you need to not just the genetics involved, but the breeder involved. Is the breeder involved with the genes you're looking for, or the genetics and the germplasm you're after? Are they known to work with real shit? Is there a question anywhere like repeatedly coming up that they aren't? If so, then why put your money there with hopes when you could go somewhere that like has a rock solid, uh, fucking history of producing something, or like someone brought up Chimera here, a good breeder that's helped educate us all together, willing to share info that he doesn't have to on platforms that he doesn't have to be on. He chose to do that, and then people like either listen or decide to like waste everyone's time and argue with the man while they're typing and shit, which just ruins stuff. Instead of going, I don't agree, fuck it. Let them decide if they agree too. Like I'll go fuck with my garden, right? But like not only listening to him teaches you something, but then you go through the history of like the things that he's done in cannabis, and you find out that he's constantly produced a good product. He's done breeding and shown like that he's done plant protection stuff. So like to go to him for a genetic, you're probably going to get something real. When you could go to breeder fucking X that just showed up in the last year or two, that half his crosses or all of them are to something hype, and then you're wondering why you can't find the old Colombian gold from his crosses, because what are the likelihoods that that producer that he actually has them? And if he does, he probably said where he got them. Why not go there and get them? Like if he just started, they're probably still available. Like usually a brand new person into the game doesn't get access to all these old school things because they don't know who to ask. They haven't spoken to people that are carrying them. It's not just because you don't get them because you're not good enough. It's like, how do you know where to go get Panama Red when you first start smoking weed, if it even exists, right? But once you've been in the game for days, you know there's multiple people playing with it. Like we were talking about THC Garage earlier, he's got plenty of crosses to it. There's a lot of people that are messing with stuff that people want, that are lying, and there's a lot of people out there that have consistently been producers of reality, and they don't get enough like love in this community. Those are the people that a lot of people should be looking at. Like instead of fucking bringing up all the drama of what isn't, tell them what is and why they should go there so they won't get ripped off and shit. Like it doesn't matter if someone's an ass or you think they are. Like if this person really does produce true skunk, or fucking there's a real Afghani over here, that guy's got sour diesel. Send the new people there and the homies so they don't get screwed over, right? And we can get back to fucking having the real thing and the good shit and fucking all that, and get away from all this. Is it really what it says it is? By just weeding them out, by not supporting it, not by fucking pointing it out all the time. Just don't support it.
Yeah, that is definitely been my mantra. I was kind of, you mentioned profiling your customers a bit when you're in the dispensary, kind of getting a better idea of, their situation. And I went and I went around the dispensaries in town. There's three of them on, that are, conveniently close. It's a college town, about 10,000 people. But the long and the short of it, when I asked, what's your highest terpene plant, and the bud tender immediately went to this lower shelf, lower to middle shelf, like $7 a gram, and it was what it was what she said it was. It was terpy. It was mycrene with a little bit of a back end of like limonene with a pinene kind of a twist. It was great, but the fact that when I said I want terpy, and she knew exactly which one it was and went right for it. And it was not the most expensive thing in the store, but I told her, what can I help you with? And I just wanted something loud, and because that's what I have here. I kind of explained to her, I've got dozens of jars that are curing right now. I need something that's loud. And then, she did me right. I was pleased by that experience with a bud tender that just listened and didn't try to upsell me on the frosty nugs that are you know, whatever, $11, $13 a gram. Different, you know, again, it's not
And
about
that's just because the market hasn't went there yet. It's coming. They're not doing the terpene testing that much to fucking actually for sales. It's
Mhm.
not what's pushing sales. High cannabinoids are, even if it's high CBD, people want the highest CBD. If it's THC, they want the highest THC. That's what they're fucking looking for. It's like, man, well, you should be looking like when the 215 days, you came in and asked for the cultivar. Like you came in and asked for Bubba Kush. You came in and asked for Trainwreck. You came in and asked for fucking OG. You'd ask for SFE or Tahoe or fucking each one what you wanted because like you knew it worked for you. Like and you knew what kind of high you were after, even though like today, like you went in and asked for something loud. You would have came in and asked for Bubba because you knew you wanted Bubba. The loudest one was on the top shelf. Unless I got a deal, which eventually we got into because we were there long enough, we were able to get weed for cheaper, which meant I could sell it to you cheaper. Like as long as I could make my profit that I was supposed to hit, I didn't have to fuck around because I knew how to fucking shift shit around. Like if the boss spent too much for this Bubba, but paid fucking way under market for some train wreck, I would just switch them on the fucking shelf. So the train wreck was getting charged more for than the Bubba, and I still covered the percentage on both products. Like the dude kept looking at each product as having to hit that percentage, and I'm like, what number do you gotta hit, dude? Like it don't
it's
matter.
math.
I'll eventually go, you need to quit buying that dude's weed because it don't sell. But like if you give me options to sell any of them on a certain shelf, as long as I hit this number, that's all I need to know. I will hit those
Yeah,
numbers and I'll double them. Like he fucking didn't realize it until fucking like eventually he's like, dude, he's like, you made more in one day than we made in a month one time, dude, before you came.
right, right.
And I'm like, well, fucking, you guys don't know shit about the market here. You're not from here. You came from a town that's 5 hours away. And all you guys were selling with 20 bags to fucking your local homies. Like I literally went to school with every stoner in this town. It's that small. I went to fucking 2 of the 3 high schools. So like I know everybody. Like I literally do. Like fucking in some way or form, I know the fucking grandparents, I know the parents, I know the grandkids, I know the fucking the generation I'm in. Like I know
Yeah.
who to call to get people to come down here. Like if I call this one dude in this area, he'll buy some weed, he'll sell it to the rest of the hood, and he'll keep coming in and doing that, right? Or he'll go smoking with the hood, and the whole hood's gonna show up here, homie, because they want that weed. Like that's all we got to do. And you guys are just sitting here taking flyers to random people's cars, and you don't even know if the car you put the flyer on smokes fucking weed. You're just wasting your time, dude. Put the flyer on the stoner's car. If you don't know whose car it is, then you shouldn't be the one putting out the flyers, dude. Like you got let me make a phone call. And the dude's like, okay, go ahead. So fucking like that's how I finally got that job. I fucking made a phone call, brought some weed in. We sold all the weed in one day, and he's like that. Like I was making $400 a maximum a day. Like you made $2,700 today. Like nobody knows you. No, I'm like, it's like you just know how to sell your shit, dude. We didn't have to leave nowhere. We just had to call the fucking right people in a certain area. The weed sells itself, dude. Like you guys
No,
don't.
no. Pardon me. I gotta take care of business.
Word. And I think I got lucky because I came from the hospitality industry. Like my family owned in a hotel and fishing lodge. I kind of understood fucking like don't try to sell people shit they ain't after. This ain't no boutique. We're in the middle of the woods. They want a fucking steak dinner. Sell them a steak fucking dinner. Make it as good as you can make it, and they'll keep coming back. You make it ass, and they'll fucking find somewhere else to go or quit eating your steak dinner. So, like, we made a quality product, and we were always fucking sold out. That's how I ran the club, dude. It's like these people deserve to have the highest quality herb that they can afford, even if they can afford a $5 gram or a $20 gram. Like, it needs to be the best one I can get them into, not just what's fucking available. You make the growers grow better weed by only buying the best weed that's available, not all the weed that's available. Because once you start buying all the weed that's available, they'll bring you fucking anything that they get their hands on. When you buy the best shit, and they're like, man, they ain't gonna buy this shit. Don't even pick it up or don't even offer it. So we were getting chronic. We were able to look at some good ass weed, find out who was like, there were some killer growers in our area, which is what's awesome. That's what the FCP is great about, seeing like good growers and people with skills and who deserve to have that recognition as being such. Like it don't matter if someone's bad. We're not here to rag on you. If you're good though, like you deserve to get patted on the back for that shit.
You know, that takes me to something I missed. You know, you know, when you get recognized by somebody and then they're like, I don't remember exactly what it was, but I was looking through. I had a new follower on IG, and that follower liked a post, and I went, you know, said thanks. And the long and the short of that was I noticed a post made by a prolific content creator that was like complimentary of my, like, the way I grow and the way I present myself and things like that. That, you know, I just recently got to know the guy, and you know, was so like, I, you know, a year or two later after I noticed the compliment, I definitely had to reach back out and say, you know, thanks for inspiring me. Speaking of inspiring, I gotta mute these dogs. But a little word of encouragement or something that says you're doing it right can take you to the next level of life. You know, whether it's in your growing or whatever you put your heart into. Time to mute.
Man, I'm sorry you had a bad run-in with Feeds here and now, but I had the exact opposite. When I fell and fucking broke my femur, Feeds here now were the first people to help me. Period. Like within 5 minutes of knowing I was hurt, homeboy was on the horn helping me out. So I'm sorry you fucking don't feel like you had the same experience as I did.
Fucking got this blue mop from Amazon, this industrial fucking mop head, and it just leaks this blue dye all over the fucking floor. What a
Damn.
terrible mop. Like, what the fuck? Gotta change my mop water a couple times. I don't know what the fuck. I just been using it to clean up the condensation that accumulates on the walls of the grow here, and it's fucking leaking down the walls and like puddling up in the corners and shit because it's so cold outside and so hot and humid in here. Fuck, man, I just noticed I went to move that tent. Fuck, you should see all the water that fucking just came off that. That's what I've been cleaning up over here. It all fucking accumulated up in the fucking attic or something there. Like, I don't know, man. I'm struggling here trying to fucking keep my place fucking clean and fuck yeah, it's a rough go in here.
It's a constant job in that, trying to control that humidity.
I agree. Peter does it right. More than does it right. Peter's the example, I feel, with cannabis, with the seed bank and his channel. What's up, Grump?
My guest. That's not my guest. Who you talking about, guest? Where am I to? Huh? Do you see somebody I know?
I'm gonna go get a bowl. I'll be right back.
Um, Catalan, I'm not sure what I have to look. Let me check. I don't know what Peter even has on there. I'm pretty sure he puts it in order of like the first one would be the newest one. I'm gonna be sending some newer stuff in, so miscellaneous hounds of Fem, Bone Dogs of Fem, Breath of the Dogs of Fem. JoJo Dancer's one of the newest one I sent in, the Mudbone, the grapiest Mudbone, to Space Cheese. Mid Mint is also one of the newer ones I sent in, the Girl Scout Thin Mint to fucking Space Cheese. The Wiz and the Toy are ones that I just sent in. Well, not just, but I sent in with those other ones. Serious Dank, Blazing Haze also. Amazing. Ghost of Totally Haze, the Ghost of LA Pure Kush, Totally Ghosted, Kush Hitter, Ghost of Boneyard. So from Kush Hitter all the way up, those all went in at the same time. He doesn't set the price on those, man. Those same seeds would be the same price somewhere else. Most places that I've ever worked with, whatever price you're seeing, you're probably paying. You're paying a premium. It's through a seed bank. I mean, it's a business model, brother, Rusty. Well, what would you do? Are you gonna buy a bunch of seeds and just give them to everybody, or are you gonna try to get your breeders to give them like all this? I don't know about everyone else, but like I helped with Peter giving away free stuff to disabled and vets. I helped with doing that by sending in anytime he needs seeds for that, free seeds, so that he can give away anybody. So if they can cover the shipping, if they're fucking on disability or a vet, they can have them for free. Or like how many I send in a pack of free seeds for every seed that pack of seeds I offer. Period. No, you don't get one with an order of my stuff. You get a pack with every pack until he's out, and then there might be a period of time where I have to pack shit and mail them in, and you don't get them. But like, I try to ensure that, and he even has the ability if he wanted, like with my stuff, like if Ty had seeds there, and there was nothing free from Ty, he could give him some of mine for free, and I wouldn't give a damn. Like I'd be stoked, and he knows that. So, like I don't like some of the old seed banks used to give you like one seed until you got to like $50, and then you got two seeds when you got to $100, and three seeds when you got to $150, and like it comes down. Did the breeder send you free seeds to give out or not? I guess, or did they make enough to give you? Because like what Peter eventually did, he started like he gets people to produce some seeds and send some back in. It's a fucking killer idea. Or like everyone else that I've told, like if you guys have made seeds, why not send some to give out? Someone might find their next favorite line and some shit you send out for free.
It's that easy. Just, yeah, not been a conduit for any illegal activity, but I have been known to hand out some seeds I've made. And seeds, you know, like I said before, seeds that other people have made that are bona fide, you know. Like,
I think that's a great thing. We should, or like me, I make seeds, and so I give free seeds. I also help people make more seeds. Like I help Ty make more of his own fem seeds, and
and that,
you know.
you know, when I found that a strain a couple of years ago that I, you know, wish I had been able to, you know, clone and then get seeds off, you know, because the life of a clone can be very perilous, as I stated before.
Hey, Rusty, you're definitely not no one, brother. You're definitely somebody. And like I said, someone will grow some of your seeds they got out there and realize that, and everyone else will because they'll speak loudly on it because you sent something in. It's when we don't try that no one will ever find out that we had anything good. We might have had the next greatest thing, but because we thought we were not up to par with someone else's breeding. I used to think that shit too, and then I met a lot of breeders, and I was like, man, like that dude just told me he fucking learned a lot of stuff from me. Like I learned stuff from him, he learned stuff from me. Like how come I can't do this too? You know?
Yeah, I see that in here. I've got a Mazar Dream and Headbanger. I think came through Greenway. At least it's a GW solution, so I think that's the right company. Not my handwriting, but I'm working through it. These companies, you know, what do we? That looks like a. Well, I'm not going to even say it. Some sort of blueberry cross, but.
And on freebie note, there's a lot of limited breeding out here, and limited, I mean, they pollinated a branch, so they got 10 packs of seeds to sell you. There's no extras to give away. That's like I like to show how many seeds I got sometimes. Like with my space juice cup, when I say I got X amount of them, like I can give for free forever. Fuck it, why not do it? And that's how you know you. Instead of just someone who made some seeds, at least. Like me showing my plants the other day. I used to, in the Facebook days, I know the Instagram days have taken over, but like for 10 years, every day I was posting what I was doing in breeding and clone collecting, going to the cup, hanging out with homies, meeting people that I met online and showing that happening. Trying to show and be as legit as I could be, which is something that fell away with the Instagram days. Like trying to prove how legit you could be just fell apart when you could just take a picture and randomly post it, and nobody knows if it's yours or if you even did that, or like the fact, like all the testing that happens, and then someone posts a picture of the test grower's picture. But that grower may have never even ran that online themselves. And then everyone thinks that picture came from them and how they can produce it. And it might be someone else. I used to like to always say who the fucking person was that was actually testing the gear out and give them the props. Because I always felt like if I grew it in my garden and produced good, that was probably easier for me than for someone who'd never seen either parent or that line before. Like you might have issues, and because you don't have that experience with those particular lines, you may not know what you're seeing. So by showing you that it could be produced good herb in somebody else's garden or someone like you guys knew besides me, it was a way to show that the weed was good. It didn't matter if it was stable, all that stability shit. Today we know it's all hormone driven most of the time. Very seldomly, like to date, I can only name, and I can't name the line, but I know one breeder that spoke of having a bad line that came from a cross he did. And that's over thousands of breeders and tens of thousands of crosses. So I don't know of anybody that's out there producing consistent intersex lines. A plant in a pack doesn't mean the line's bad. It means you found one bad plant. Like how many seeds did that plant make? Like 20,000 seeds, and you found one bad one so far.
Yep.
You know,
Yeah,
throw,
the outlier can really
throw another one.
and that negative feedback loop is something that social media is very keen on picking up, and that is one ripple in the pond turns into a tidal wave when it comes ashore. Just the nature of the beast, and it's again take it with a grain of salt. The new age of social media, the new age.
I've given seed to the fucking guy that delivered me fucking dabs from the collective.
Thank you. Here's your tip.
He even heard me talking about this channel and shit. He started watching this channel and shit. He's like, I saw you on there. I was like, I told you, man. He's like, me and my dad were trying to breed for something, and I'm like, here, hold on, I'll go inside and I'll bring a pack out that'll help you get there. Fucking that way you guys don't have to guess with. It's like I go into the clubs he's coming from, and like the clones they got there, just till recently was anything I'd ever heard of. And that was the Super Boof.
Oof.
Other than that, it's just like random shit. Like I said, I've never heard of. There's none of the weeds in the club, so you can't even try it. It's just some plant that fucking who knows named it, or where it came from. It could be a rename. It might be someone that worked there. You never know. They won't let you look at it till you buy it. Like, man, this thing might be covered in bugs. This is bullshit. Like
what's growing on in Mylar today? Cracked open some bags of, it passed the
Mr.
test.
Machine comes from James Loud.
Okay.
Squishy Bear's asking. I don't remember the genetics on him.
I can't speak on James Loud's genetics. I'm not familiar. I mean, when I kind of fell into the FCP and so, a couple of other social, groups that have really answered a lot of the questions and kept me, I don't know, Peter's helped get me the genetics that I need for the things that I need them for through various breeders like yourself and Daniel up at Heart Rock Mountain. And then through the Nexus, I got some Cherry West from Freeborn Selections, which is a solid, has been solid for me. That's my bedtime med. But having those, the consistency, with something that is a known quantity across the marketplace is what, name recognition, brand recognition, all these things that matter, much like the blueberry that DJ Short made, and that kind of the ripple effect of, well, if it's not DJ Short's blueberry, then it's something different.
Well, even DJ Short's blueberry, depending on which variant you get, is different. So,
absolutely.
And so the problem, it's not a problem. The conundrum at hand is how do you teach a person that doesn't know DJ Short exists in any form or had anything to do with this vape cartridge that they have that's flavored with blueberry to now care enough to research or learn the history of the flavor cannabis produced blueberry and the fucking artificial flavoring in their vape and all the way back to the man. I don't think there's a way to ever make that correlation with the system. And a lot of the people that are vaping who do decide to use some cannabis, like I said, will never ever make the correlation between him and that plant. and even people that do know of blueberry the cannabis still will never make it to DJ because of the fact of like the question you asked him when you brought up how does he feel about somebody making an F4 blueberry without ever putting his name in the fucking description of the seed pack, right? Without any recognition in any form, or even making a phone call and saying, even on the backside that none of us need to know about, but one asked the question, the DJ, if a call would have been made or something, or any breeder, doesn't have to be him, would have said, yeah, that person's doing a great thing, right? You don't have to even get into what happened to that answer, but the fact that nothing ever even tried to happen to get there, that's why you got the answer you got. Like, that's not my product. I have nothing to do with it, and like, and that's the best way to go about it. So there's no drama about it. But that's the truth. Like, he is blueberry in cannabis. The first person we know, just like skunk came from Sam the Skunk Man. It doesn't matter if you like him or not, or anybody else does. The first person that sold seeds with that name was Sam. The reason anybody today knows about it is because of his work with that plant. It doesn't matter outside of that. And it keeps coming back to that over and over. But in the long run, if we don't want to be real about the consumer, a majority of the consumers will never know DJ, will never know me, or anyone else connected to the plants that we are trying to produce for what we're doing it for, because they're not looking for it for those reasons. They're getting to the weed for whatever reason got them there, and like they might have just happened upon, oh shit, there's blueberry, right? And when you go down there, the bud tender doesn't know shit. To like, it's not even part of the job description. Like, I used to be a bud tender. I worked in a club. At one point, when I first started, because it was only business, and the owner had done this, that's why I know this is true. You're spending too much time talking to the patient. And I'm like, that don't make no fucking sense, dude. You don't want me to befriend the dude that's coming down to buy weed? Like, do you understand what you just said? You want me to alienate the dude that came here so he doesn't feel alienated using the fucking drug he's using? Like, just sit back and count your money, dude, because you guys used to make $400 a day, and I just made $2,700. It don't matter how long I talk to these motherfuckers. If I talk to them all day, as long as I make $401, I make more than you did not talking to them. And if that's not the business plan to make more money, why'd you hire me? And he fucking thinks about it. He's like, he's all, talk to whoever the fuck you want, dude. You're right. He's like, that makes no sense for me to want you to get people out of here, because it's not like we got 100 people waiting. It's like there's only 4 extra people in here. All I got to do is fucking go in the room and sell some weed. Just like, you're right. He's like, fucking, if you quit talking, we're gonna have less people in here. And I said, that's exactly right. I said, did you ever go buy weed from someone and wish that, like, in a club setting, that you could just get in and out as fast as fucking possible and not know nothing about what you're getting? I said, that's not why you came there, dude. You could have went to your fucking drug dealer and got that. Roll up in there, tell me you need a 20 sack, get your 20 sack and bounce. Like, fucking, that's why nobody's coming here for that. They're trying to get away from that model. They want to talk about the weed they're buying. They want to know what's in the cookie and shit. Like, if you can have that conversation with them, they'll buy twice as much shit while I talk to them twice as long, homie. The longer I got that person in here, they're probably going to buy more. The more educated they are, the more likely they'll spend less time later in here. So, like, once I spend that time educating them, they're going to come in, ask for what they want. They're in here faster. It's the business model we're in here, dude. It's like going to a bar. You can't get mad because they're dancing and drinking. Like, they're fucking working up a thirst, jackass. Sit back and collect the money.
Oh,
What do you got there?
Signs of puberty. That's
Yeah, I
cool.
just went around there, took some pictures with the little pocket microscope thing there. No amber yet. It's like week 8 right now, so everything's fattening up pretty nicely, but no ambers yet.
Coming along. You know, right now, how long are you looking to go with those?
Well, it's like my second day off, so I can put like another fucking 11 more days on them before I go back to work, and then they'll be pretty close to 10 weeks at that time.
Right.
And if they say we're not ready yet, or you just leave them for another 2 weeks?
Well, that's kind of what I'm trying to figure out there, because working
Uh-huh.
12-hour days, I won't have time to do anything for sure. So,
Sure. It's kind of
No,
like a point of no return there.
yeah, pretty much.
Oh wow, yeah, they're full. They're filling out.
But there's a couple of 44 dogs times Cheese Star from Magpie, and then Grapefruit times Dream Lotus from Hillbilly Herb, and then I got two of the Bob's Your Uncle S1s made from the F2s, made from Tony's gear, the Bob's Cheddar and the Guerrero Blaster, made with the Toad Venom. But yeah, those things are looking frosty and pretty fucking good there. So
Nice.
A Defender of the Men. Hold on. They call me Mr. Toad. My name's Tony. My seed company is Boneyard Seeds. You can find me on Instagram. I'm Filio Phil. That's my company
name.
right here, brother. Make sure you put in Boneyard Seeds in NorCal. There's another dude that has a very similar named company that popped up a few years back.
You had to
He ain't me.
rebrand. You had to rebrand your brand. Because
I just have to remind people that dude ain't me.
yeah,
All you gotta do
buddy.
is ask him a few questions and you'll find that shit out. And he definitely ain't the DDA,
DDA.
the designated dank area, baby.
Yeah, man. The house of, the
You can
house.
find my gear on Dogga Garden, Defender of the Jam, the best seed bank in the world.
According to 9 out of 10 quadriplegics.
And it also has the best selection of breeders from around the globe, mostly everywhere and nowhere and everywhere between. There's a lot of killer people on there, dude.
Yeah, a lot of quality legacy farmers, small
And you
batch.
can come to this channel and usually talk to a majority of them in some shape or form.
Yeah,
like
the
when
community,
Phil's
the
on here-
networking possibilities are real. And since meeting Peter, I've met Tony and all the other breeders, and they become real assets in the development, or as you're growing along, having access to the breeder, which I feel like everyone that Peter works with, every seed that you would find on the website, those breeders, rest in peace, the ones that aren't with us anymore. They are accessible. Their teams, their cohort, their peers, their mentors become accessible if you're willing to reach out. There's a lot of good people that are open, just an open book. We're ready to help anyone who's willing to put themselves out there.
Here's 2 buds
Ooh.
from each S1 plant, each Bob's Your Uncle S1 plant. They're
Hell yeah.
They're pretty similar.
Those are the
Super.
ones you made with that recipe I gave you?
Yeah.
Nice.
But yeah, the nice fucking calyx to fucking leaf ratio, easy trimming, frosty.
Oh,
Got
yeah.
that nice offset stacking there. They're fucking exactly like the
mom.
parent. Yeah.
Oh, I remember, folks, you can get your
Gorgeous.
toad venom for half price from Ty.
Canadian.
No, I sent my recipe to Ty just so he could. He wasn't getting as much success with the recipe he was using, so I'm like, try this one. Since he was having issues, I was trying to see if maybe that plant was just not going to work, and I could find that out finally, because I still haven't had anyone say that they couldn't get the reversal to work with toad venom. So I was kind of hoping he'd fail, but he didn't. He ended up making seeds with it. So we found out that it was actually either the recipe or the technique the recipe told him to use that was actually the issue and not the
Yeah.
plant, which is good because he's got those plants there now.
Nice. And they look, like you said, they're tied. They got the offset, the long leaves, and there's hardly any leaves to the bud structure.
Yeah, fucking right. That's kind of what I was looking for when I did the original hunt there. So fucking, because the Guerrero blaster was like that. It was just like the easiest thing to trim there. So fucking, I was like, that's what we want.
Yeah.
Big fucking buds that look fucking like they've been grown in a fucking fancy place there, not just in somebody's fucking garage or whatever, right? Fucking just easy to trim there, fast, put it on a rack.
Hey, for all you on the East Coast, let's burn one down. It's
Oh, it's 420 right now.
Shall we take it down?
Yeah.
Dab time.
all right. The
Oh,
process.
my laptop's gonna fucking die.
Yeah,
but
I'll
I'll
be
move it back.
back again. I gotta send in some more toad venom for folks.
Yeah, I think if I had toad venom on hand, I would just, self. Do you have to self the whole branch or the whole plant, the whole room?
You can do a branch, but the problem with doing a branch is that you're probably not going to make mini seeds on that same plant because the
Yep.
branch you spray stalls out and doesn't flower at the same rate that the rest of that plant would. So you'd have to have another clone to enter into flower at the correct time to catch the pollen from that plant, or you'd have to save the pollen from that branch and then use it at a later date to pollinate your next growth.
Like, okay.
And that can be done, but collecting pollen is it's an art in itself. You might want to use the vacuum technique to do a branch so that you're not spreading pollen everywhere. You can you can go to Walmart and buy a handheld vacuum for like $19 and use the rosin bags that come in 5 micron and in 10 micron to convert it to something that can collect cannabis pollen. So that way you can vial it up real easy and store it so that you can use it at your own leisure.
Sounds like a good way to do dry sift, maybe too.
I've never tried it with dry sift, so or anything like that. There's a video online with the USDA showing farmers how to collect hemp pollen using a backpack vacuum. All I did was go and convert that to a handheld system because it's kind of hard for me in my wheelchair to fucking roll around with a big ass backpack vacuum, fucking trying to collect pollen off of shit. So I preferred the way to fucking collect it either manually through like using your trim bin or with a vacuum. I've used them squishy. Peter sent them a bunch to me. They work. I don't know if Eric's in here. My buddy Eric, he didn't use the PBS bags, but I did walk him through how to make his own bags. And his first breeding project was done using homemade pollen bags so that he could collect and save the pollen off of males that he was using.
Yeah, I've only let one male plant go to flower, and it was intentional. At the time, I had no idea. I mean, I knew about filial breeding. I mean, I've taken, I took grade school science classes. I know what, Mendelssohn was up to. But I didn't want, at the time, I was like, yay. And then I thought to myself, holy crap, this is a years long experiment, and the results, if I
goes, the processes take extraordinary amount of time and energy. And, given this, the limitations that I have, I was just like, in the market over the years, it's basically said, just pump your brakes. Don't get in a headlong dive over the situation, because the market is just, over the last 5 years, has just been crazy. And from my point of view, since, even before COVID, the things were nuts. But that's the recreation market, not necessarily. Yeah, I don't have too many good things to say about that. The times have been real difficult for a lot of people. And yeah, the positive, you mentioned earlier the positive things, the possibility of, having more, overgrowing is, been the for years, folks have mentioned overgrowing, and, the more seeds that are in the hands of home growers, the better. And people being able to, using toad's venom and able to lock in some of these plants for future use that otherwise, they haven't been able to. It's very, from my point of view as a non-breeder, being able to self a plant that, that's a dream come true without having to go through all the steps to get there. Just find the one you like and have a clone of it that you can self down the road.
Mm-hmm.
Or self every plant that you grow and never.
My stuff even comes with a free 20-pack of seeds. So even if you don't have seeds or clones, they come with something you can grow so that you could make your own seeds from that. So, like, it's just a way of me giving back. Like, as farmers, we should be willing to help the next person farm also. So,
yeah,
that's just my contribution to farming. Even though I would recommend people would learn filial breeding through regular seeds and how to select plants that can actually breed for traits they're after instead of just making seeds. But like, we wouldn't be here today if we wouldn't have learned how to fucking become farmers and shit. Like hunter and gatherers that didn't learn how to gather the seeds and make them produce corn. We'd be fucking starving to death today. We wouldn't even be here if we wouldn't have learned certain farming techniques. So pass that shit to the next person. It's just like the way I used to put it all the time. Like, y'all heard about teach a man how to fish, right? It's deeper than that. It's not just so he can feed himself. So, like, I used to be what people considered a healthy human. I had 2 legs. I could stand the fuck up and do my own shit. I could feed myself. And someone had taught me how to fish. But I lost the ability to fish. And because I had taught other people how to fucking use a pole, and the pole I taught them to use was a shovel to turn soil, eventually someone came back to me and passed me seeds that they'd either collected or produced, and those brought me back from death. And so, like, the lesson of teach a man to fish and he'll feed himself for life goes beyond that. If you can teach a man a lesson that he'll teach his children, one day his children might come back and lift your ass up when you're in a position to not even be able to feed yourself. And that's how fucking far it goes inside of me, ingrained in, to pass a seed to someone, teach them the lesson you learned. It doesn't matter about the failures unless they're failing in the same way. Show them how to succeed so they don't ever have to deal with those failures. Right? And when they do mention I'm failing at this, I can't do that, show them how to do it. And that's why I mentioned I gave Ty the recipe that I have to see if it worked. It wasn't to prove mine's better. It was to help him out, one, but it was also to help me learn whether or not I had figured something out with my thing. Because
Right,
even
yeah.
if I don't give it to you guys, if I'm learning that it works better than what other products were doing, and I know what he was doing because we've talked about it,
Yeah.
it backs up what I thought. That I thought that the
Right.
reason it was wrong is because the people weren't practicing it right because they weren't taught it correctly. So if I'm going to offer it, I might as well teach you how to use it right and how to figure out how to get to it. That's why I tell everyone how much, like the weight of the silver in the product. If you're good at math, you can do it too. Mine's 3.12 millimolars. I won't give you the measurements because I'm not into shortcuts. But
Oh, yeah.
I give you the product so you don't go making a fucking quart or 2 quarts of that shit because it is a poison. And if you don't know how to dispose of it and you go making too much, what are you going to do with it? Or if a kid gets to it, right? So you put it in a bottle and that's why it doesn't come with a sticker of the frog on the bottle. I don't want one of your kids finding this sticker going, oh, that looks cool. I want to play with it because the fucking frog looks fucking cool on the sticker. You guys go put that in your goddamn garden. I don't need your kid picking up in a bottle of poison. So that's why this isn't on there. Not just because you guys like stickers. It's just my way of knowing fucking either they're going to try to grab it when you're not looking or they're going to ask you about it. And maybe you don't want to tell them. It's not up to me to make you have to tell your kids or anyone else, your parents, your loved ones, whoever the fuck it is that you don't want to tell that you're fucking with cannabis. Like, you shouldn't have to have that conversation just because I got my fucking sticker on the bottle. You know, that's just me. But I'm not afraid to give like the information behind it to teach what I learned. And that's why I mentioned earlier I'm going to be on Chad's show about this specifically.
Hell yeah.
I've done shows with Peter. I'm not trying to hide nothing. All I know is the other people that have offered reversal sprays. I've never seen one of them do a show and teach people how to do it themselves correctly. And that's,
You know,
that's
there's some
that's
of
a
us that
knock on
talk.
the community for supporting people that don't do it. It's not a knock on the people offering it because if you would want them to do it, they'd either do it or quit offering it. Right?
But the people that are doing it right, you know, we're talking behind your back.
It don't matter.
You know, and Chad's got a great platform for you.
They can talk all they want. It doesn't matter. All I know is that you guys have free seeds and seeds that you have in your collection from breeders you support, and those breeders are using a product that I made. How do I know? Because they've hit me up for the shit. Some of the most respected people in this community I know have used my stuff, and I'm not here to tell you who they are so I look cool. I just know that it's there, and the fact they keep using it tells me it works, tells me they respect my work. And the ones that don't, it don't matter. I don't live off of fucking the hatred. Hate never drives me. It shouldn't drive none of us. If you judge yourself based on the worst amongst us, no matter how good you are, what you do, you just judge yourself against the worst.
Well,
Judge
what
yourself against the best amongst you. The people you not only consider your peers, but the ones that you look up to. Try to do it better than that. Because it took their passion, it took their time, it took their fucking skills to get there, and none of those fucking things included hate. No one gets to the top from hate except for
Amen.
people filled with hate. And
You know, I try to end my and like any post I make with it, you know, choose love, because there's so many people that look for that division. And I was, you know, I know being in the business can be a real pain in the ass because of the hate that goes around and the words. But with the conversations I've had about toad venom have been all positive. You know, you got the shit, you got the stuff that works, and it makes life better for these breeders. And you know, for again, not naming any names, but it's we are, I guess,
there's other
in
stuff that
all
works
we're
out
all
there.
in agreement.
I tell you,
You know, you're doing right by the community. Period.
There's other people's stuff out there that works. I've used it, but like I said, the difference between mine and theirs is I'll come on and tell you how to do it. I'll fucking take the questions about it. live while it's happening. You can make up your mind if you think I'm reading off a screen or if I've got fucking notes next to. I'll show you how dirty my desk is if I need you to know that. There ain't no fucking notes on this desk right now, y'all. There ain't nothing here. The screen's you guys. I'm not reading shit. That's how you should support someone that's offering you something. Are they? Can you see their face when they're telling you if that's happening? You know that doesn't have to be the only deciding factor. But if they decide to talk about it, like on one of these things, why can't you see them? Like I understand, you know, internet can be bad and shit. But if the only time they ever talk, you never see their face, don't trust that shit. You shouldn't, like, because someone else is out there willing to show you everything. It's not that they're shady, but there's someone else out there being more legit than they are, and why not back that shit up? Like,
Right.
there's people talking about I have plants that are high in CBD and high in THCV. You can't see it; they don't talk about nothing. And then you come on here and you can watch Hoko Seeds show you proof. Why not back that dude? Like,
Yeah.
because he's got the skills, he's got the history, and he's got the proof. Like, that's who you fuck with, not just someone that picked up a clone randomly that'll never come on the show and let you have a discussion with them, ask them a question. They want you to hear what they're saying. Like, I'll answer anybody's questions on here if I can. If I can't, I just like, all right, somebody else will.
You try to find somebody else that can provide an answer.
I would rather do that. Like, well,
You're not a dead
like
end.
you asked about Blueberry. I wouldn't tell you about Blueberry. I don't know shit about it other than it's not my favorite kind of weed. But that's not for that's not gonna help none of y'all. DJ Short hit homeboy up. He's got the only and best Blueberry I would put your hands in. There's other people that make stuff with that profile, but as a breeder who prides itself in genetics and stuff like that, that's where I would send you, even though other breeders exist with it. I wouldn't try to send you to the 8th guy that made a version of it. I'd rather
You know,
send you
that's
to the guy that's still alive, that's still making it, that deserves that recognition.
and that's exactly how I ended up, furthering my relationship with DJ was through a breeder that used his work and was like, you need, how about if we have DJ talk about DJ's work and what he's done with the Blueberry that I, mixed, et cetera, et cetera. And I was real happy to be, a part of that, and he's going to come on again. And I appreciate, somebody that wants to, somebody that's worked the Blueberries for a while that would be interested in collaborating a little bit on the next DJ Short chat. But then again, it doesn't have to be somebody that's somebody that's interested in working with Blueberries.
There's a lot of people that love that stuff and would fucking cherish to be able to have a collaboration or even talk to them. And there's like everybody's worked with Blueberry in some form. It's like the fact that some people not only worked with it, but like I said, took it to like a new filial generation and offer the same seed stock that the breeder's already offering, which is the weird shit. Like, and talking to the breeders, how you learn that stuff. Because like you could go on 10,000 sites and find 10,000 blueberries, and there's one guy to go to get them. And it's hard.
Right.
You won't find that sometimes unless other people that respect them. Like I'm telling you right now, if DJ wouldn't say it, at least you'd hear it from someone like me to tell you DJ's where you would go to get that. Or some other, you could make up different genetics over and over again. If we know them and we know that person's still there, we'd tell you to go there to get them. Usually, like that's how a lot of us are. A lot of us take that fucking making F2s and selling them as like a slap in the face kind of thing. Like, dude, if you could breed, why didn't you breed something with my work? Why'd you just make more of my work? Like, unless you hit me up and like we're like, I love this shit. Can I make some? And I'm like, I'm not like. There's a lot of my space cheese stuff. I'm not gonna work ever again. Go for it. Like I hear everyone talking like cheese star crosses. Like I'm not gonna get mad at anyone bred with those. I'm stoked. It means somebody liked my weed enough to fucking
Fuck yeah.
worker, or like tie with the inbred hick stuff. Like, why would I get mad that he used something that I made to go farther into his work, right? But like, if you're a seed bank and all of a sudden you've got everybody's fucking gear in the F2 and you're selling that shit, that's some shiesty ass shit in the seed world. Like, and that's the problem with a lot of the white label companies. And that's why you hear us talk about that, and you won't hear a lot of names of the breeder of the companies offering the seeds a lot, because that's not important. That's just giving advertisement to where it ain't supposed to go. But to tell you that they do exist, but this is who makes the shit, like, it's telling you where to go, not to who to quit looking at. Like, it's trying to get rid of the negative side by pointing you in a positive direction. And some people would look at it as negative because someone said that, but man, if anyone's seen my post over the last few days, I've shown some plants that I've had in my collection for 20 years. I've been breeding plants for a long time, and to take somebody's work over 2 decades and suddenly in 3 months it's yours, that like, and then the community accepts that shit because it's cheaper, or you're a more hype company. That's where people come disheartened. Like, it's like, man, how long do I got to fucking do this before someone? Not that like I get recognition or Ty gets recognition, but why y'all keep fucking slapping the fucking jackass on the back? It's the crazy part, because like with DJ ain't out there trying to bask in glory and shit. But you know how many people out there telling folks they made blueberry and they ain't got shit to do with it besides ignoring the fact that they got it from DJ? Like, that's not supposed to be the recognition you gave the man. You're supposed to at least say that I loved, make a story up of how much you loved it. You had to dig through fucking this many packs from him so people know where to go. But like, you still got the packs on the market. Like, you're still taking money out of someone else's fucking pocket over your small selection.
Oh,
Instead
no.
of man's history with a plant since the 70s. 40 years or fucking 1 year? Which one would you rather have from somebody? If it's a car, if it's fucking a steak, if it's cannabis, which one do you want? The guy that had 40 years plus history with that thing, or someone that just shows up because of marketing and fucking shit, he's able to say something after fucking one good fucking grow, fucking 4 or 5 months or some shit. It's crazy because someone else spent that many years doing selective breeding to put blueberry in a seed form. It's easy for me and you and everyone else to buy one pack and make seeds that produce that profile because someone else did it forever. If you can't take at least, like, he got, let's just say 40 years, you can't put 40 words in your description to say that that's where it came from. It's bad marketing.
Yeah.
It's a slap in the face. It's not what this plant's about. This plant's, for me, it's like jujitsu, right? You might want to defend yourself, but you learn self-respect and discipline while you do it. You don't learn how to just punch motherfuckers in the face. Eventually, the aggression and the fear goes away, and you realize, like, you don't really need to go back and punch that person. If you do meet him again, you buy him lunch and shit, right? You find the good inside of yourself, so you're not afraid of the bad in everybody else. And that's the part of weed that's missing. Like, tell them about the good, about what you found and where you found it, and point them in that direction, because it's great and it's all great. But then you got like sick folks out there that really are relying on some shit and need to have the real thing, and the real thing only comes from the real thing.
And that's where, I'm running into different phenotypes that aren't hitting this year's phenotype isn't hitting the same spots as last year.
That's why cloning is like, I know you don't like taking in clones, but if you've smoked something that worked,
I know,
having a clone of that plant or access to it is what our system needs. That's where the tissue culture should be going.
Yeah,
that's where the legal market should be headed. And it's too fucking expensive for the average home cannabis grower, someone that's not going to turn around and sell it to anybody, to purchase a verified piece of a plant that's been around for 40 fucking years. You'd think
Yeah.
after 40 years, someone would have pulled the money off of a clone already, did not have to charge another $300 to $500 on a cut today. Like,
This is
I understand tissue culturing costs money and shit, but after a point, it doesn't. You sell enough clones.
there's a
like,
break even point there where you could even sell like I would think you could sell like subscriptions to people to hold on to their prized pet.
they can't.
Genetic.
It costs too much for doing all that fucking tissue culturing.
It
The
is not.
amount of money and time it takes, like people asking Ty about him doing here and him being truthful about the difficulties he went through. Everyone doing tissue cultures done that. And at any moment, you could lose everything because it's reliant upon an artificial environment. It's not like we can take those outside and let them sit in the sun for a fucking 4 days and they're going to make it. If you don't have your electrical, they're dead. So there's a lot of fucking, there's a lot of business in keeping plants alive as tissue culture, which I think we need. But then there's also like plant libraries. Like I kept plants alive for 20 years in clone form without tissue culture, which isn't as energy demanding. Like I can use the sun most of the year, and with proper buildings, I can utilize most of the year using the sun with just very little artificial light to continue growing plants. So like the way they're offered is it's got to change. So like we have to have tissue culture because they got to be clean. But the one like for me, you or anyone else that wants to say SFVOG, to have to put like I want to do 6 plants. Back in the 215 days, you could come down and buy 6 clones in a tray. At my shop, it was $10. Down in the Bay Area, they were like $15 a clone with tax. So you go down there with $15 and you buy fucking 6 clones. It costs you $90 fucking dollars, right? It costs you $100 basically to go buy your 6 clones. Today, to get a verified cut to some of those clones are $300 to $500. It's crazy, right? And it just the clone, right? With no verification of it being completely cleaned through tissue culture or even went through it. No history of viroids or anything like that, right? Or provenance, like a lot of people holding them aren't being open about whether or not they're growing them in their garden, showing them growing, right? It's just a picture on Instagram, which could have came from anywhere, instead of fucking showing like someone in a room with super silver haze, right? And everyone going, damn, dude, that looks just like the super silver haze I grew, right? Because that's how verification works. Like the Facebook days, like my AJ Sour diesel plant the other day, right? And I'm not going to throw names around here, but I'm using this as an example. Me and Meat and Gene used to be in a group of breeders in Facebook that only had 50 people that were allowed to be in the group, right? And
Yeah.
I got added to the group by another breeder. That's how you got in. You had to be asked and invited in, and you were only let in because like someone was watching and like admired and thought you were doing shit correctly. It just wasn't random shit. And eventually, like me and Gene have talked about plants in the past. Gene was the first person I traded seeds with openly in the Facebook days. Like me showing plants that I had in that group was a way for me to see if like, do they think I got what I got? Am I full of shit? Is the guy I got it from full of shit? In the Facebook days, because before that, in the 215 days, I knew a shit ton of people that I could just give the weed to. And, enough people agree. We know that's that weed, even though like I already knew what it was. But to verify it, you went through a process, right? Some people had a group that would smoke with most of the time. That shit's went away because of social media. Everyone got less social. Like your smoking circle's way smaller than you was in high school, I bet. But you were spoken with way more people then than you do today, right? Like even today, I know a lot of stoners won't even smoke a joint with you. They want their own joint because people get sick off of shit, right? Anyone could be carrying anything. So like, and you may be carrying anything. Plus, They may be smoking some shit in a joint that you don't want to fuck with, and you don't know what's in that joint, right? They could put anything in some weed, and if you don't see it getting rolled, and even then, you don't know what's on their weed. It's crazy. It's just the way that the system turned out because humans are humans. But
Yeah, I'll
using
smoke
that
a-
system was how we did this shit. We can't. It's hard to do that today, like because of how many different opinions on fucking like one plant everyone's got. Just turns into an argument instead of going, "That's that shit right there." Yep. Yeah, instead of agreeing, everyone wants to fight over what's the smallest difference. It's crazy, and we're all smarter than we used to be. We should know that, like, your environment makes it look different than my environment. Like, how about we meet up and I give you something to smoke and fucking, or let me send you some, because that's what it started going on now. Like, let me
Is it
just send you
supposed,
some.
is it
Tell me
supposed
what
to
it
taste
is.
like cat piss or make the whole house smell like cat piss?
Sometimes.
Sometimes it does.
Sometimes. Me and Lucas from Eclectic Elegance did this. Well, he did that. He had a clone that they didn't know what it was, him and his dad. He called it Dad's Cut. And at that time, he knew me, Levi from Pistol Positive, and Scott from Rare Dankness. We all know each other. So in his mind, he's like, if I could just get these guys to smoke it, like they're going to know what it is. They got to. Like they've got so much cannabis history, these three dudes together. Like we could come up with a better idea than it's Dad's Cut. And like, so he got a gram of basically of it to each one of us, right? And like as soon as I opened it, I'm like, it's green crack. And I like instantly I just hit him back as soon as I open it. And all three of us did the same thing. Like we didn't have to go roll a joint. As soon as we opened it, we knew it was green crack, all of us. And we all hit him up fast. And we're like, it's green crack, brother. So like literally that's how he realized the clone he had was green crack. And so instead of calling it Dad's Cut, like why not call it what it is? Right? But because of that, it kind of helped him with provenance. Like I should learn that shit when I'm getting it or beforehand instead of years after holding something, because maybe like when someone told me it was something else and I wasted all this time thinking that. If I release something, not him, but even me or any breeder, if you end up releasing something under the notion that it's another genetic, the community can laugh you right out of it, which is weird shit. Instead of fucking helping someone learn from it, they would literally like they would make fun of you and meme your ass right out of it. It's crazy.
And
Back
yeah,
in those
and
days, we used to help each other.
yeah, it seems like the algorithm kind of feeds that. Negative
The logarithm's fed by people's actions. Like it didn't start with fucking. Now we're gonna turn them to assholes. People are assholes, and just started looking for asshole shit. It's like RC cars. You got to kind of like to want to learn about them before you go looking for the information. You don't just we don't all know the same shit about RC cars, and that info exists. You got to look for asshole shit to be an asshole. Like you literally have to. You got to feed that fucking notion. Like we're not so stupid. Like you can't be smart enough to go. They're trying to use the system to train me. Well, if you understand that, then why are you still looking at the system? That's the real fucking thing. Like when they tell you to fucking like tune in and drop out, you forgot to drop out. The hippie, you're still tuned in, dude. You got to tune the fuck out and drop the fuck out for that shit to quit working. You can't realize it and still fucking stay connected to the chain. You just can't. You have to be okay with saying, fuck it. I'm done with that shit. I don't want that being what's helping making me an asshole. Because in reality, if you don't look at asshole shit, you won't feel like an asshole. You won't want to be an asshole. If you don't do the things that push you towards it, being anything, drinking, eating, fucking driving too fast, whatever the fuck it is, you won't end up being in that mindset. So if you know it happens, it's on you to get away from it. It really is.
Smoke to that. Drink to that.
It really is, dude. Let them try to fucking push you around if you're fucking not even there to get pushed on in the first place. Like, just step out of line, bro. roll out of line, step out of line, just get the fuck out of line.
Yeah, there's definitely that the acceptance of the knowledge or acceptance of the algorithm feeding on that vitriolic sort of notion.
Well, the logarithm's there to sell you shit, right? That's all the fuck it is. So, just like every other business, they'll sell you what you buy. And so you tell them what you want, they'll sell you that. And that's the thing. And that's why I say it's not the logarithm pushing us, it's us pushing the logarithm. And you have to be, if we're too dumb and it's the other way around, we'll never win. It has to be us pushing it.
Yeah,
it pushing us. That's the only way you have an option to fucking beat it. That's the only way.
Proposing the question of, the algorithm is out, or the notion or the philosophy that the algorithm is out to get you or out to get me, and realizing that you're programming the algorithm with every action and furthering this quote unquote paranoia about the algorithm when you are in control ultimately. Like you are programming social media with your actions,
Yep.
your shares, your likes, your
Like
dislikes.
the phone can't track you if you just don't have a phone. It used to could only track you as far as the cord went, which was like the living room if you bought the extending cord. And you'd have to lock yourself in the closet to get away from shit, but they could still find you through the cord.
All the cord out the
We cut
window.
the cord off and they can find you everywhere now. But all you gotta do is set it down and turn it the fuck off. And they can't, it ain't easy.
Yeah, and then there's pretty soon the technology will allow, the low Earth orbit satellites and antennas to do the job of the cell phone network. It's a interesting world. Technology and privacy all coming to a head. With being like being a patriot is basically pulling your pants down and showing them everything you got, or else they're gonna pull your pants down and give you everything they got, and that's not patriot. I don't. That's my one of my issues with the social media is advertising that, I'm a repository of genetics. If you come and crack down my door, you'll find, genetics. That is frowned upon in a lot of people's eyes. But I don't know. There's a lot bigger fish in the world to fry. But if you want to fry an example, there's a lot of people that are putting their neck out there for the community. Like,
trust me, I know, dude.
And you've been doing it for longer than most.
No, I've done it alone, but not more than most. There's just like I didn't learn this shit from myself. There's a lot of dead people that it took for me to know what I know, and without their lives, I wouldn't be able to teach and share anything. My mom being the first one. Like without that lady, who's not here with us anymore, you guys wouldn't have me. Without her being in business with me in the early days of 215 and helping me be a medical cannabis company and not just a fucking weed slinger, like I wouldn't be here today. It took years of me grinding and fucking not just grinding, but learning that a hustle isn't hustling. I don't know if anyone heard what I just said, but a hustle isn't hustling. You got to learn how to hustle your ass and not fucking get your ass into a hustle, because you'll fucking fuck everything up eventually. And without fucking knowing some folks from back in the day,
some old school fucking people that have done this when it wasn't legal. I wouldn't be able to do it when it became legal, and I'm not going to be able to when it gets to the point where it is legal, because I won't fit into that system. It just won't. I can't afford licensing and all that shit. I have to go back to fucking what got me here, which is what I learned from Outlaws and the mentality of honor amongst thieves. And the thieves part comes from society thinking we were, and the honor coming from the way we reacted to that and treated each other. Like, I never would go and steal Ty's shit or his fucking hustle. Like what he's doing. I wouldn't go sell my weed in his area just because he was getting $50 more a fucking pound. I would learn how to get $50 more a pound for my fucking weed by growing it better.
Yeah.
Today, like, you take pictures of your test growers' weed so you can fucking sell more seeds off of some shit, because people perceive it to wash better or do something, which is just another way to hustle a community through numbers that really don't exist.
Yeah, and that, you know, that lack of truth, or clarity in the people selling, you know, it's been, you know, it's a kind of a age old, you know, dilemma, if you will, about business and corporations in general. How the little man might have to band together and create a larger community to, you know, offset the large corporates that are gonna. There has to be a regulatory recognition. As you know, someone who's tried to advise, you know, the Oregon legislature on some of these things and failed. I, you know, California is totally different, county by county, et cetera, et cetera.
Yeah, but as a small person, and I mean small, just as an average citizen,
Mhm.
you're not going to get the system ever to do a damn thing. None of us will, as a single entity. We have to be able to move votes by being already in the system. Like, my uncle used to be, he was the youngest state legislator in California's history up until recently. If you ain't in it already, you're not changing it unless you've got more money than's needed. That's what sucks, and that's just because of our system, our capitalistic system. It don't matter what it is, unless you can come up with a novel way to change the profiting of the product. They're not going to change nothing, except for what they deem to do themselves already. Like what's going to happen with rescheduling cannabis. Like, there's going to be a major shift in how cannabis is going to be put into the public, like from food supply to like topicals, fucking infused fabrics. Like, it's gonna hit everywhere. I don't know if people are really ready for what'll happen if cannabis gets rescheduled and it starts to become used in different industries beyond just a medicine. Because now there's going to be a byproduct of producing cannabis to turn into a medicine. What do you do with it? Because today in the system, at least here, it's got to be destroyed. You're not even supposed to like re-add it to the soil. You got to be able to prove that you got rid of all the fucking shit you turned from the plant, unless there's like a system to like turn some stuff into hash and shit. But like the stems got to go in the trash, and you've got to show them that got thrown away. Their system, how does that deal with it on a massive system that starts to produce it? You don't start burning that product when it's something that can be turned into another product for free. When you can grow like like if they're going for cannabinoids and they don't care who's smoking the weed, which in a medicine form or as a topical or in a fabric, you literally are trying to make cannabinoids so that it takes plant material and that's it, right? And what could you do also at that same time? You can produce seed. Seed can be used for oil production or food production. It can be animal food. It can be human food. So now that's another product grown at the exact same time for a whole nother industry for free, but they can charge the other industry for it, right? So the producer of it is now making extra money for the same amount of land when before they would have only had one product to put on there. So if the guy would have only tried to grow like fiber for paper, he wasn't getting paid for cannabinoids, and now he does. And the cannabinoids have a fucking will have a higher value than the fucking fiber may have for paper. But you could figure out a way to turn that fiber into a more expensive fiber by utilizing it for a specialized product. Like if you look around your house, you could turn it into a fine textile for a lampshade and possibly get more for it than if you just turned it into some fiber to add to concrete. You know what I mean? So through understanding business and what you're selling, you'd be able to turn the same thing into multiple different profits in the new system that's coming. A scheduled product allows that to happen. What? Because the byproduct can be sold. Now I can sell it to another industry for something when today it's illegal and I can't do none of that shit. So it's crazy.
One of the big problems that the hemp farmers, the hemp seed farmers, ran into here is there aren't enough seed mills to process the products, to press the oil properly, to do it, cold press cannabis seed oils, and it's complicated fractioning, without
that's just because they don't know. There's no market for them to sell oil yet, like for the hemp seed to replace, right?
Mhm.
So if the system allowed that to happen, we could now go about putting into production something specifically for producing more oil from hemp seed and then teaching farmers how to get to, because I guarantee a lot of farmers that jumped into hemp don't know how to dry seeds correctly, right? So they're pulling it down and drying it just like it's the fucking plant material, and that's a whole different thing. Especially if the seed's got to be stored and not going to get processed immediately, you've got to reach a specific moisture in the seed for it to last, or it's going to go bad. And that moisture level, as a breeder, I've learned, you want to be under 12%, preferably 9%, right? And then that the seed not only goes into dormancy, but now has enough stored nutrients and moisture to be able to come back to life if it does, but also it's at such a low level that it's not going to grow molds and pathogens while it's in storage, as long as you store it correctly by not adding extra moisture. And the hemp guys, a lot jumped in the early days. I seen them jump in and not know anything about how to dry it. I
How to
seen
clean
people
it.
tell them how to fucking like stuff it in black bags and like plastic bags and dry it like that. I'm like, what the fuck? You're just making oil slicks, dude. Like, and that came from uneducated farmers jumping into a system. They just were like, I'm getting paid. And it's the wrong mentality.
And then 3 or 18 months later, there's a sale on industrial exhaust fans and heaters and these racks that were, purchased for cannabis drying that they're trying to get done. They want to get it processed and dried in a week in the Willamette Valley when it could be, rain for. If it rains for 0.2 of an inch, it's going to take 3 weeks for that soil to dry out. Your humidities to stabilize or come up. There's so many things that farmers know, and then they refuse to admit that they don't know. because they're all a bunch of stubborn fuckers that have been doing this for generation. You know, it's generational ignorance, you know, kind of a thing. And I, no disrespect to my seed farmers down in the valley who have grown grass seed for the world for the last 80 years. You know, congratulations. We have glyphosate in our groundwater. Besides, you know, among other things, they've all gotten rich, and turning to hemp was not the answer for all the because none of them knew what they were doing. They're, you know, they hadn't, I don't think any of them had farmed hemp since they were living in, you know, Tennessee or Kentucky back in the 1800s, you know, before they moved out west with their notions of, I don't know, manifest destiny. It's, you know, just a different mindset. And again, that the ditchweed, you know, the ditchweed's going to get your kids high, is just a, you know, a misnomer to a certain extent.
Hey, Squishy, you said your uncle's trying to turn hemp fiber into a softer fabric. There's a company called the Panda Biotech that's been doing trial fibers since 2020 on European fibers that come from different lines there. They're trying to find suitable seed varieties for textiles that are suitable for the U.S. Environment. You might want to look into that because there would be some plants that are better for fiber and the type of fiber they produce.
Yeah, there's definitely a, I feel, you know, the fiber, you know, 25 years ago, you'd have to get something imported to get a real quality fiber item of clothing. But, and that clothing is still around, you know, it held the dyes, you know, the processes were solid. And then you know, I expect, you know, I really hope that there's, you know, more hemp fiber in our future. This is the plastic. I mean, the plastics that we wear in our clothing are, you know,
It's coming. I don't know if me and you will see it, but it's coming.
yeah.
Hemp's gonna replace like fucking everything that's around us, dude. Anything that's wooden, paper, plastic, possibly fucking even like glass. I know this old cat named Jim. He's probably 80 now. But he put himself through school. He's a biochemist. He's got a PhD. Smart motherfucker, dude. He's smart, man. He put himself through school producing fucking honey oil back in the 70s. Like he's the Walter White and that shit in the motorhome back in the day. Like he showed me some shit that blew my mind with what they could produce from the cannabis plant, like all the way down to glass from the crystalline,
Like the silica and whatnot.
Yeah, from what's coming from the fucking the trichome hairs and shit, dude. Like the systolic hairs in the stalks. That shit can be fucking refined down far enough in the crystal form that it's possible to. He's like, you can make fucking like crude computer screens with that shit. He's like, you could see through it if you had to, or like it could be used to even conduct electricity, like low current and shit. Like, so if they really wanted to fuck around with that plant, the amount of things, like you could replace everything in the room. We were sitting in a cafe having lunch. He's like, even me and you. He's like, because the future of what they got coming is everyone's trying to download themselves into a digital format somehow. Fucking, he's like, they got half these kids fucking think they're in the fucking Matrix and that somehow it's a goddamn program. He was going off. He's like, And as soon as you can get people to put some form of their self on the fucking digital card, he's like, all they need now is a shell to put you in, and now they've got a digital consumer forever. He's on, they can make that robot out of hemp. He's like, so literally, they could build the robot that could replace all of us, as long as they could talk us into being okay with the digital. And like, he's like, and that's happening already. This was fucking 15 years ago. Like, he doesn't know how close he was to that shit. That's why I said he's like 80 now. But like, so many people only want to have a digital lifestyle and shit. They don't want to go outside and fuck around with other humans. They want to fucking, and when they do want to go outside, it's to try to get as far fucking away from humanity as they can, or civilization. I'll put it that way, not humanity. They want humanity back, but
They're searching for it, and outside
it's not in the woods. That, I mean, the woods is great, but you're not going to find humanity there unless the rest of the humans go with you. Like, you will find peace and quiet out there. That's for damn sure. But trying to find humanity in the woods where humans ain't is going to be hard.
And
some people are looking for that out in the woods. Not
you
everybody.
gotta look
Everyone else
inside
is out there
yourself
for
to
that
find
peace.
humanity.
Like, they want to find peace, and you can find peace out in the woods because you look at yourself, and the quietness, it forces that upon you. Like, once you have to, all the fucking like distractions are gone. All you got yourself. You're either okay with yourself or you're not, and if you're not, you fix it. If you don't fix it, you're a psychopath, motherfucker. It's like, at least try, fucking, you know.
Put in some work.
And I have a bunch of respect for folks that want to like hit the woods and fucking get back to fucking peace and quiet, because like, there's so much noise out there, it's hard to turn it off. And if you realize it's too loud for you, and you can go turn off like that, that's fucking cool.
You know, that's one of
Like,
my
I wish I
things.
could fucking go
for
camping
sure.
at some point, dude. Like, that's
I'm with
get
you
out
in
in the
that.
woods and it's hard, brother. I know what you mean.
I go out behind the shop and I look around, and it's like, oh, this is nice and quiet. And then a car goes speeding by, and I'm like, oh, I wish that road was just a little further. You know, those little things that you take, savor the little nuggets. You know, you cobble them all together and makes for some smiling.
But we do got to question Ty when he's fucking building a fucking wooden toilet in his or in his greenhouse. And how far out in the fucking woods does he need to go, dude? Like, he's got to get electricity. You're on mute, brother. I'm just joking with you.
You got to figure out a way to,
Yeah.
you know, get some
go.
batteries that'll handle that.
There you
Those heat swings.
go.
Yeah, go as far as possible anyway.
No, I hear you, dude. My pops lived out in the middle of fucking. I live out in the woods. My dad's made where I live look like the city, dude. He was out in the motherfucking nowhere, dude.
Fuck yeah, man. Oh yeah, that's why I'm getting my sawmill there and bringing it out to the reserve and build a fucking little cabin out there, and then fucking yeah.
That's how it was when I moved here, dude. We lived out in the fucking middle of fucking nowhere, dude. Like, I went to a school that had kindergarten through 12th grade in 2 buildings, and there was like 26 kids in the whole fucking school, dude. It's like 2 kids in each grade, dude. It
Okay.
was crazy, dude.
That's where the good weed comes from. Those little towns.
Trust that. My mom grew some fire ass Afghani back then in there.
Yeah, that's what we were getting out of the hills. You know, those small towns up here.
And one year we got there's so much weed up there, like everybody knows what's going on. And we got lucky one year. The fucking fish and game warden, he was driving down the road and he could see my mom's plants from where he was driving. And he pulls up to the house and he had a talk with my mom about seeing the fucking plants and shit. And then he drove off, and next thing you know, like, I'm a little kid. I don't know what's like really going on. I just know my mom's like running around and like she's about to start cutting plants down. And our friend Gene's there. And Gene's this old fucking Harley cat. Like, fucking, at the time we didn't know that. Later we found out like he was up there because he was trying to get out of the fucking motorcycle gangs and shit he had been in the 70s. And fucking, well, he's at the house. He's like, what are you doing? And she's like, oh man, I got to get these plants out of here. The warden says they're coming back by through tomorrow.
Someone had seen the plants and shit. And he's like, whoa, 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 whoa. He's like, I'll take them out of here. He's like, I don't give a fuck. Just get them off my property. So he takes them, and my mom doesn't think twice about them. And fucking the, later in the year, into the season, right? Fucking Gene comes back over there with a fucking bunch of weed, and he gives it to my mom and shit. And she's like, what's that? He's like, it's your weed. She's like, what do you mean my weed? I didn't buy no weed. She's like, no, you don't buy no weed. It's your weed. Remember those plants? She's like, what? He's like, yeah, I took them and grew them out. This is the weed from it. And fucking
Respectfully yours.
he fucking brings my mom all this. He's like, motherfucker. And then that's like what we
That's fucking awesome.
really found out who the fuck Gene was, like real deep. That's when he fucking really started talking to my moms about fucking like his past and all that shit. I never learned about it, but like that dude had been into some shit and fucking like the next year he ended up in a fucking car accident that like there was no other car, but and like his car was in the middle of the road, flipped over, no damage to it, and he was inside dead as a motherfucker. Like they never like, well, he didn't die for years, but like he was in a full vegetable state. Like he was fucked up in that car. The car had no damage other than being flipped over. Like there was no dents to it. There was no scratches on it. The blood that was on him wasn't all over the car. Like
He was taken for a ride.
Yeah, something happened to homeboy that like no one could figure out. He was in a vegetative state for like 18 years, and then his family finally fucking was like let him pass. Like when his son got old enough, he was almost 30 and shit when they finally were like.
For those of you in the Midwest, let's rip it up.
It was crazy.
In memory of Gene, a stand-up guy.
Gene Brown, that dude was a badass, man. But he brought my mom that weed. He brought her fucking. That's where we got our first Lebanese hash from. Because my other mom used to always talk shit to him. Because, like I said, we didn't know Gene was who he was. We just thought he was a shit talker because he liked to talk loud. Like, I could do that. I could do this. And so one day my other mom's like, well, then bring me some hash, motherfucker. Because every time she'd bring up hash, he's like, I could get hash. And she finally got tired of it drunk one night. And she's like, well, then bring me some fucking hash. Well, the next day, he brought her fucking a brick of hash, dude. Like a brick, not that big, but it was like 2 inches thick. Yeah. It's like 18 by 9 and 2 inches thick. Big old
5
fucking
kilos.
It was 5 kilos of fucking blonde Lebanese hash. Wrapped in silk with a stamp on this shit, right? And mom, he's like, here you go. And my mom had to fucking back her shit up and she had to buy it from him because she'd been talking shit back to him and he finally backed it up. And
yeah, it's like $5,000. I'm thinking like, let's see,
a lot of fucking
20 grand, 25 grand back then.
A lot of money, dude. This was 78.
This is way back.
This is way back because we moved here in 78. And this is when this would have been in 79.
Oh yeah, so you're probably like $1 a gram, couple bucks a gram.
Yeah. So she ends up giving him the cash, and we literally had that until we got busted in 1988, and the cops took it, and it never showed up on the evidence list and shit. But like from 79 till 88, we couldn't smoke that hash. We'd been breaking chunks off and smoking it. There was still fucking probably 3/4 of that fucking lump, that brick of hash. But that dude had access to whatever you want. We didn't know that shit. We just thought he was fucking this dude talking shit. And like eventually we find out Gene was as legit as you could get. And fucking Gene was a good dude, man. As far as I'm concerned. Eventually, like up in the hills, that's all I ever met. 1% was some jackasses, but most of the people were the best people you were ever gonna meet in your life, dude. Like the dude that shot the buck behind me, dude, Grandpa Gene. Like I learned so much shit about shutting your mouth about weed from that dude right there. Like invaluable lessons in life. It was my buddy's grandpa and shit. Fucking or Sonny Buck, the fucking chief up there in the tribe. Like that dude took me under his arms when he didn't have to. So he showed me how to fucking like basically survive in them fucking hills where you ain't gonna die for being the way fucking like. A city kid going up there get his ass fucked up if they went up there. Like kid, right? And like, he could have just let me fucking wander around in them hills
not knowing shit. But
Until you got taken by a bear.
he taught me everything I needed to know up in them hills. That fucking a dude that was
You want a pizza
born in
bun?
them hills needed to know.
Warm that up. You want a pizza bun?
Was he what one of the, like the original, like a back to lander kind of guy? That
No,
was
he's
the old
he
man.
was the chief of the tribe up there. Old cat that.
Oh, okay,
When we owned a hotel up there, an old hotel in the middle of this town called
Sure.
fucking Orleans, and one day my
What
mom's
is the
cleaning
total
the
up?
kitchen, and this dude comes running in, fucking like just breathing heavy. He's like, "I need a fucking beer," and my mom's like, "What the fuck?" He's like, "I just got shot. I need a beer." And he sits down, and my mom's like, "Listen, if you want a beer, just ask for a beer. Don't be telling me no bullshit lies, because I don't do that shit." And he's like, "No, I got shot." And he pulls his shirt down, and someone had hit him with buckshot because he was fucking trying to get people off of some property, and they shot back, and he got hit. So he fucking ran because there was more of them than him, and he couldn't get them off the property that they weren't supposed to be on by itself. So he just bounced. He's like, "I'll go back there," and he ends up at our hotel. And that's how we met the dude. So my mom gives him a beer, like cleans him up, helps fucking pull buckshot out of his back, birdshot, not buckshot. I'm sorry, birdshot, and fucking because they had peppered his ass, and fucking doctors him up. He ends up staying in our hotel for a fucking couple days because they knew where he lived, and he didn't want to find him, so he fucking hides out there till he's healed up, and then eventually he goes back and gets them off the property they weren't supposed to be on, but. Because my mom treated him like that, we end up becoming friends with that dude for life and shit. So fucking Sonny up in Humboldt, fucking like that's how we become family with the dude. We treated him as such when we first met him. So like he basically, we didn't know it at the time, but he told everyone in town those were his sisters, and that me and my brother were his sons and shit, like from another lady that wasn't from that area. So because no one had recognized us. Fucking it kept anyone from fucking with us for a couple years,
right.
and later when like we had to take care of the whole town by like hiring everybody and like just basically becoming family with the place, and then like everyone realizing we'd been coming there our whole lives, like, and then like because when we bought the place, no one really knew who my moms were, like none of the parents in the area, only a few of them did. And once the word got around who it was, then everyone was cool with us because we'd been coming up there since I was like 4 years old, like camping and shit. And that's how we met Lee and all these other people. We met them, and my other mom knew them before we even bought the place. So when we showed up there, it wasn't just like outsiders came and bought the place and they're taking it. We actually showed up, and the building was it was the third oldest building in Humboldt at the time, for real.
Oh wow.
And it had went through 2 different floods up there, and what we did is because we had to fucking dig out the whole fucking building from the floods. It was just filled with sand and shit. They hadn't been using it for years. We hired everybody that needed a job in town to redo the whole building. So, like people that hadn't worked in years finally had fucking a year's worth of work, and my family was the ones that were paying the people. So, like. People were like, they kept it here. They could have hired anybody. And that move right there made everybody was like, these are cool people. Like outsiders did not have to fucking hire us. They could have ignored us like everyone else is doing. And we just didn't do that. Like our waitress lived there. Our maid fucking was from there. Fucking like.
That's a good way to immerse yourself in the community, being, at that day and age, that it was still kind of the Wild West, very much in those northern counties.
Fuck yeah, it's the only place I ever been shot at was in them hills. I've been shot at work, and then fucking, it's crazy. My building had been shot at multiple times. There are people crazy up there. They're good ass people, but they crazy. I'll tell you that.
Yeah, that alcohol doesn't mix.
No, not only that, but like there's just like the way they handle shit is not the way shit's handled today. Like they're gonna fucking like, because we used to have a bar that was attached to it, and what Sonny, the chief I told you about, like he kept trying to get us to open it, And what made us never reopen it was his fucking stories of every night someone got stabbed. Like there'd be a fight, someone gets stabbed, and we'd all go home and forget about it and come back the next night. I'm like, dog, you can't be stabbing people to settle shit out here. Like if you want to punch each other in the nose, cool. If you're gonna stab each other, like we can't have you on the premises. And he's like, oh, come on. We won't stab him too many times. And he was serious. I'm like, you motherfuckers is crazy out here, dude. Like you just tell him like you got punched in the nose, you lost the fight, it's over. Like, no, I can get up and stab him. Like, no, dude, you lost. You don't get to stab him. You guys is crazy. That bar had so much history of going through it, man. That building too. Like there was no plumbing in that building. They fucking we put plumbing in it. We redid the siding. We took out the basement. We re-leveled the whole building because it was sinking so bad from all the fucking shit that had happened.
Go ahead.
Cool. That's where I learned how to cook. Like our chef never showed up one year, and fucking my mom's like, "You're the chef. Get your ass behind the stove and start cooking."
I've got to take a call at 2:30, Tony and Ty. So I'm gonna step off of here, but I'll be back before 3 if you guys are still chatting it up.
Peace.
I'll be back.
Well, I gotta fucking bathe my kids and shit there, but feed them and bathe them. But I don't know. What are you up to, Tony?
I'm just chilling, but I can't do anything here. So, like, if anyone wanted to pop on, I can't do anything. I don't have access to it here.
I don't know. Yeah, well, I guess we'll shut her down there. I don't know. Are you gonna fire up a live later on or what?
No, I can fire one up on my channel, but it's just like if you've got stuff to do here, if something happens, I can't do anything to fix it. I can't let no one in. If I lose the, I can't even put up the link or nothing like that.
Yeah.
Not on the 4, not on the 4.
Well,
So
I don't know. That is a taco.
I'm gonna handle something and then I'll start one up here in like 10 minutes probably.
Right on. Well, I'll probably join you there. I'll fucking try to bat the kids real quick there and get my shit done.
Word.
Finish feeding them there and myself.
Word.
Taco. Okay, fellas. Cheers.
Peace.